Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of This Space. The show is Pepaganda. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to meet some of y'all. Nice to see returning people, and I always appreciate you guys being here. So, we got a lot to get to. Number one, it is my luck that Donald Trump would schedule a press conference for literally the minute that I end my show. So trying to work on that. Very worst case, I start my High on Politics stream over on my channel a little bit early, but I'm hoping that I get to stick around and watch this over here with you guys, because what's going to happen? I don't know. I'm literally at a loss for words on this one. Excuse me. I woke up this morning and I saw that they had already had an article out from Newsweek that was just like, the poly market odds are starting to go wild with what Trump is going to address today. And immediately, the first one, it wasn't Chicago. I was kind of shocked at that, where I was like, I thought it would definitely be the National Guard. No, they're talking about resignation, where I don't know, man. I have to say that I've been taking all of this kind of cautiously. I remember that, oh God, what are their names? I keep forgetting the lady that calls Trump Kekel's McTaco Tits, which, again, banger. That is a banger of a nickname. It's just, what is it? Can I just say, like, what is it about, like, these podcasters specifically? And I was about to say, like, boomer podcasters, but this is something that happens where it's just, man, it's almost like they need a humor coach, where it's just like, tone it down. You're killing it. You're literally killing the fun. It's a great name, but you're kind of just burying it into the ground. But also because they're either breaking, like, they are the biggest breaking news podcast on the entire internet, because they were the first ones to kind of address whether or not Trump is sick or whether he is dying or whatever the hell is going on with Kekel's McTaco Tits, which, again, banger of a nickname, but that's the only time that I'll use it after this, because I'm going to follow my own rule. But we don't know if he's actually, like, going to come out and resign. Like, what? And the odds are actually pretty high. I was kind of shocked at that. But if you want my personal take on this, I think that he's gonna ignore everything that's been going on. He might address it, like, real quick, just be like, guys, it was Labor Day. I was taking the Labor Day. You know what? All of you guys got a vacation, even though he tweeted on Friday, which, that's kind of rich that he takes the Friday, or he truth, whatever. He goes out on Friday and he starts going off about, you know what? We have too many holidays. There's too many holidays in America. We got to get back to work. It's just, what the actual hell? Is he trying to lose his audience? Like, is he doing the thing where he's just like, let's see how far I can push him. Let's just see. I truly think that, but again, we'll see, because at 2:00 my time, he is, or wait, is it 1:00? No, 1:00 my time. He is going live. 2:00 your time. I keep messing that up. So, with this all being said, let me add this. Trump resignation's chances surge before the White House announcement, Polymarket says. You know, because Polymarket's so cool. Well, we know somebody that loves him some some Polymarket live from the Polymarket Studios. I don't even have to say it, do I? Do I? I don't think so. All right. So this is again, this is the article that I saw where I was like, what? Resignation is actually at the top. That's crazy. So the chances of Donald Trump resigning have spiked over the last day on a cryptocurrency-based prediction market. Again, I love the fact that sometimes this comes back to bite them in the ass because, you know, they love their crypto. But once it starts betting against them, it's like, hey, what the hell is going on here? Polymarket increased the chances of the president resigning after the Trump administration said that there would be an Oval Office news conference at 2 p.m. Eastern Tuesday without specifying the reason for the event. There's literally like everybody is on pins and needles right now. It's kind of crazy. However, later, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt told Newsweek that in a statement that the president will be making an exciting announcement related to the Department of Defense. Oh my God, it's even worse. He's not even doing like the Chicago thing. He might end it with Chicago, but oh man, is he actually just going to be like, I'm calling it the Department of War because, you know, defense is gay. Like, what the hell? The event follows days of speculation about Trump, which included false claims that he died, which I do kind of find it funny that was like the top trending thing. Rumors of major health issues. Trump appears to have quashed rumors with a Truth Social post that he has been pictured in recent days heading to the golf course with palm trees. One of my favorite things that somebody pointed out, they're like, wait a minute, there's palm trees in Washington? Huh, interesting. Well, why this matters? Trump's last public engagement was a cabinet meeting on August 26th, so 7 days, right? So I feel like this is going understated by a lot of people, that Trump has not been able to ignore a microphone, a camera, or any opportunity to be front-facing. So it's kind of weird that dude just up and disappears for a week, and right-wing media, again, I hate doing this, but Joe Biden. If this was Joe Biden, what the hell? Like, people would be collectively losing their shit, kind of the way that they did. Somebody had said that it was like, nah, you know, the whole thing where they're like, oh, we want to treat this a little bit better. It's like, no, because honestly, the right wing never let up on that one. Just, I have to say. But yeah, his health being on blast here is kind of funny. I do have to say that. I also had a theory that he may have gotten COVID, and that he can't really just go out and say it this time. He can't just be like, you know what, I got a little bit of the COVID, you know, the thing that I said that we completely eradicated, that we don't even need the vaccine for. I may have caught a little bit of it, but again, we'll see at the end of the program, and hopefully, I'll be here to cover it. But as I said, worst case, I can move it to the channel if I need to. Excuse me, I had a sneeze that just caught up to me, and I think that. Oh shit! Okay, I buried it. Pinkerbell, what is going on? Is that a low T? Hey. Have you been talking to some of the commenters? But here, let's move on to where's the sun? There we go. To the Donald Trump truths, because this was actually kind of funny. Also, I have to say that like Truth Social is insane. As far as its ads. All right, guys. So check this out. This is kind of funny. Oh, is this? Oh, come on. Give me one sec. Share screen. I had this ready to go, and now it's just not working because it's the one thing that is not allowing me to share. That's weird. Huh. Guys, they're coming for me. They won't let me share Truth Social. Oh, there we go. All right. So this little double ad here has kind of been tripping me out because I'm like, oh, are they like doing comparisons of his bruise or something? No, it's an ad. Like, it's really weird. So Donald J. Trump on Truth Central. Yeah, it uses cookies. No kidding. So what do you think of this patriotic hoodie? My God, dude, there's so many damn ads. All right. Chicago is the murder capital of the world. He truthed this. Can I just say tweeted? He truthed this 4 hours ago. 5 hours ago, at least 54 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend. 8 people were killed. The last 2 weekends were similar. Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world by far. It's not. It doesn't even make the top 10, which is wild. It's wild. If you look at Knoxville, Tennessee, I think that you would have a pretty eye-opening moment there. But we don't work in actual facts anymore. We work in a delusional old man's fucking shit tweets. It really does bother me that. Like literally the guy poop tweets and then it's like, oh, we might be at war, guys. Who knows? It's crazy the way that world events literally unfold. And then this was also kind of funny. Woody Allen wants to direct Donald Trump in another movie after 1998 Celebrity, a pleasure to work with and a very good actor. I'm a very good actor. Woody Allen, Woody Allen, Sunyi, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. I was very happy to see them. I was at the wedding. As President of the United States of America, I'm pleased to announce that Rudy Giuliani, the greatest mayor in history of New York City, will equally great picture, will receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom. But my neck still hurts from the car accident. I didn't know you were in a car accident. I'm sorry. Yeah, I kind of find it funny that like. He somehow made it about the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Just aside. But here I have one more thing here to share with you about this, because what would any good coverage of the this episode be without a little bit of news commentary covering this? Oh, come on. Oh man, I'm having a day today, guys. Bear with me. Oh, by the way, while I do this, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you guys all checking in. Hit the like button over on this space. It really helps out the channel and every creator that is part of this space. So let's start it off strong. Also, hi. How you guys doing over in chat? Good to see you guys. I kind of feel bad that I wasn't able to give you guys the chance to shine. But let's see, where the hell is it again? All right, this happened twice where I tried to load it up and for some reason it was not popping onto the screen. So let's add to stage there and play. Come on. Welcome to Pep Talks, guys. Every once in a while we got some stuff that happens then. All
right, guys, we've come to the most important story of the day. The questions swirling around President Trump's health.
Yes.
So we can go ahead and put these pictures.
This kind of sucks, though. As I was prefacing before, the fact that he's doing a press conference now, it does kind of like throw it in the face where it's just like, oh, now everybody's just going to be like, see, he's totally fine. But then there's that small part of me that's like, what if he really fucks this up? What if he sounds horrible?
Up on the screen. President Trump has not spoken in front of a camera in, I believe it's 6 days at this point. We've only caught these glimpses of him.
He does not look good in any of them either.
Going to and from.
I mean, seriously, doesn't he look like, I made this joke on my other show, but doesn't he look like he's like the old dog that you take for a ride where it's just like, oh, come on, buddy. I know that you can't walk so great and your things aren't going so great, but let's go get some wind on that face. Come on, buddy. Let's get in the car. We gotta run some errands, buddy. Okay. As long as I get to go and wave to the people, are you gonna go in circles? I like it when you go in circles.
Golf courses. Okay. I think we can all say.
By the way, just a complete aside, I will not pause so much after this, but there was another truth that was completely missed here, where for some reason he was focusing on golf carts being allowed on suburban streets for reasons, and Fox News came out was just like, yeah, it'd be great. We could go to like, a garage sale and then you just bring the golf cart. It's like, what?
And
you people are fucking weird.
Both of these photos, he looks like shit. Okay, can we go back to the first one again? We can see his look on his face is very Brandon-esque. It's the mouth agape. You can see,
Ooh, she got Sagar to even laugh. Look at that.
The skin is sagging. The makeup is not properly applied. There's no hair visible for some reason. People are like zooming in and enhancing this in all kinds of ways. So, like, he looks.
Oh, yes. The AI enhancement did not help.
Bad here. Okay. And this is basically the only glimpse that we've gotten of him. Then they said, okay, well, he's fine. He's going golfing. Okay. Well, the press pool that was with him were kept from being able to see him on the golf course. They were made to wait on the tennis course. So they didn't actually get to see any of him golfing. There are no pictures of him golfing. This is all we've got. Okay. Then they posted photos of him, put C2 up on the screen. They posted these photos of him, or he posted them on his True Social account. Great playing golf with John Gruden, really nice guy and a true character. Wearing, by the way, a very similar outfit to the one he wore when he was allegedly playing golf. This is an old photo.
This is why I fucking hate this game. I'm sorry if you guys enjoy golf. The rich elite assholes that have ruined this game, that every time I'm out there, it's like, what am I, LARPing as a billionaire? Like, this is stupid.
This was taken on August 23rd, and they seem to hold it out like this was a new photo. This is a part of soccer where this was the first time I was like, maybe there is something going on here. We can put C3 up on the screen. It's a Newsweek article about some of the theories and speculation here. They mentioned too the week-old photo and how that raised eyebrows amid health speculation. Of course, we already had those bruising on his hands that he's been trying to hide and trying to cover up. We all know about
it's on both of them
the
too.
ankles.
Like we finally had it confirmed that it's on both hands, which means it's the intravenous thing.
And the way that they've been, the way they address that and the way he's been trying to hide those cankles as well. So we're already some.
What do you mean? As I said, I've said it before. I've been baking bread. I'm technically, I'm multitasking. Come on, guys, get on my level.
Swirling speculation. Then he disappears. Then we get.
Again, somebody actually did like a measurement where they're just like, okay, so, it was Alex Jones. Alex Jones is like, my neck is about 18 inches long, or about 18 inches. So he's looking like his ankles are about 15.5 inches. And when he said that, I was like, oh, that's like the size of my neck. That's still crazy.
Get these photos where he looks like absolute shit.
He has neck ankles? That doesn't sound great.
Then he goes to the golf course allegedly, and there are no photos of him playing. And they post this week-old photo and claim that this is like, trying to portray this like a new photo.
Again, just this alone. Could you imagine if this was the Biden era? Like this one right here, where it's just like they got busted using an old picture of Biden. It's like, oh, where's Biden? Because I don't know if you guys have the memory that I have where I kind of remember this. I remember. I remember when Joe Biden was Brandon. I remember when they called him the basement guy.
And Sagar, there were other MAGA influencers like Charlie Kirk and the like who are close with the White House who were posting other golf videos that were, again, I think meant to portray that these were recent and here he is being viral and active and all of this, that also were all old. So it's really weird. And then last night, there was a lot of fever pitch of speculation because they closed all of the roads around Walter Reed Hospital here in DC. And when I checked this,
and then Melania Trump shows up.
Morning, they were still closed. They turned. I saw one where I didn't confirm this one. The roads closed. I looked up on Apple Maps, and that was true. They allegedly also turned off one of the highway cameras that was nearby Walter Reed, and the Domino's pizza tracker around the White House and the Pentagon and Walter Reed all was spiking. Okay. And we got this news that there's nothing on the president's schedule until 2 p.m. when he was making some unspecified announcement. Now, we have since then received word that the announcement is going to be changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Mr. Anti-War embracing the Department of...
Again, that right there should just be enough for every Trumper to go, hey, wait a minute. How come? Why are you doing that when you won the Nobel Peace Prize? I didn't listen. This is what happens when you don't give me my Nobel Peace Prize. I go to war.
War here, whatever. So that's supposedly what's happening at 2 p.m. But what do you think of all of these happening?
I think a lot of people are having a lot of fun on the internet. So let's go. And by the way, again, I think it's fine to have fun. But let's talk.
War. Huh. Yeah. What is it good for? Keeping me in office.
About it. So the 6 days thing, that was a 3. And by the way, I don't care.
Good God, y'all.
If Trump is sick or not. If he was, I'm sure, of course, they should be transparent about it. He spoke for 3.5 hours on camera. Reagan Reese of the Daily Caller interviewed him for over...
Oh my God. Glaze.
For an hour and a half on Friday.
Do you have your Donald Coke sponsored Diet Coke?
At least
Or wait, your Donald Trump sponsored Diet Coke? I said that wrong.
Always been old and frankly unseemly when not in a suit. By the way, that's the power of the suit. That's why you should always wear one. Also why you shouldn't wear a hat, because it's not exactly flattering to the brow line. But yeah.
You monumental fucking dork. You know what's funny? You still wear a suit like a little kid wearing one that his mommy bought him for a wedding.
I mean, just looking at...
Like, seriously, Sagar. You want to sit here acting like, oh, I'm a big boy. I'm 33. I wear a suit. People take me seriously. Finally.
All this stuff.
No, they don't.
I think he's probably just as sick as he was whenever he had the bruises on his hands and his cankles. So is the White House being fully transparent about his health? Almost certainly not, especially...
Oh, but if this was Joe Biden, you'd be like, definitely not. And you know what? We need to invoke the 25th Amendment immediately.
With the hands. I definitely think some weird stuff is going on there. But yeah, I think a lot of people are having too much fun on the internet. Like, for example, I get how the framing of the golf course, like, oh my God, the press didn't see him on the golf course. Guys, I went with Trump to the golf course, unfortunately. I was stuck in a restaurant. I didn't see him once. I was literally in the motorcade. It's pretty much basic standard. When the president goes to the golf course on the weekend, they don't allow the press in. 90% of the time, the photos that get released are from the White House. I do agree to the week-old photo stuff and all of that.
Oh, so you're agreeing? Like, I love how he does this because he's such a transparent sack of shit, where he'll be like, oh, so you know, it is a little sus, it's a little sussy wussy that all of a sudden they just released some old photos, but you know what, it's not as sussy wussy because I was in a motorcade once and I have some personal experience of being on the golf course with Donald Trump.
Looks, quote, bad, you know, in the context of all of this. And I would be happy to eat my words if it comes out, you know, today or whatever, that he is like, I just don't see it. I don't see any of this stuff. For example, okay, let's put the next one up here.
Oh my God, can somebody ever, like, this is my one problem with Crystal. I know they got to keep, like, decorum for the show or whatever, but could she ever just call him on his blatant bullshit?
It's weird to have no Labor Day events, though, too.
I don't know if that's
president.
True.
It is weird.
After he literally called for abolishing holidays for more Americans. Yeah, it is kind of fucking weird, Sagar. Also, you're ignoring the fact that 7 days is the longest that he has not been on camera or in front of the press since 2015. 2015.
A president who's supposed to be
10 years, brother.
Like Mr. Working Class, blah, blah, blah.
Crystal, he spends all of his time golfing. And when he was president, the first...
Yeah, isn't that also a fucking issue that we should address?
Time every Thursday, flight to Mar-a-Lago.
I'm potty mouth pepper today.
Oh, Sunday night back to Washington. Like,
but here's the thing.
I just think a lot of this is just fever pitched, like brain dead.
Okay, probably, but yeah. You have to admit it's weird. Okay, there was all this speculation, like I'm going to say like Friday, that he was actually dead.
Which was hilarious. It's still trending, by the way. It's number 3.
There was all this speculation online. Like, we haven't seen Trump. Trump may be dead. There was like this video of somebody rolling something out of the White House. People were like, that was Trump. And he and his staff are super online. So what would like the logical thing to do would be he's out on the golf. Look at him taking the swing.
Did he just say brain dead leftist? Yeah, and Crystal just let that one fly. Isn't that fun?
Doesn't he look great? And even
Isn't that fun? That's just so fun how, you know, Sagar in his little nerdy chair can just constantly make all of these like big boy, little jabs. I make big boy jabs.
if you don't allow the press to go along and to see that, you release a current photo that demonstrates that. So you don't have that. The photos that
I wish that was the one thing I wish Rogan had some balls when Sagar and Crystal were there, where he could just look at Sagar and be like, dude, you're really dorky.
are of him just like shuffling to the,
Like totally would have bullied you in high school, dorky.
to the transport.
I'm saying Joe Rogan would have.
Looks like Brandon on the
Trust me, I wasn't bullying nobody. I was in no position.
debate stage. Looks like total old man.
You guys want to play some Pokemon?
Terrible.
Doesn't he always look like that? This is my point.
No, he
always
doesn't.
looks
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't talk to the press.
Oh, look. See, I got the Coke label turned out. That means I'm doing a Trump story. I've actually noticed that, by the way, that when Sagar has his little Diet Coke there, he's doing Trump stories. It's almost like he is doing it to signal, just like, come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, buddy. Look, I have a Diet Coke, too. We're Diet Coke, dude. We're Diet Coke twins. Look.
Right. He's always talking to the press.
I hope your fucking ankles swell the same way as his.
Man cannot freaking shut up.
No, but see,
And
this
we
is my
haven't
thing.
heard from
It's
him
not
in
on the
days and days
weekend.
that you have to admit.
Yeah.
To go this long without saying shit on a camera is very, very unusual.
He did an interview on Friday. Look, and I hate that I sound like I'm defending Trump. I really
You are. You're not just defending him. You're lapping his nuts, brother.
am not. I mean, I think he probably just took Labor Day off like everybody else. But look, he's going to be on camera in a matter of hours. We'll all see it. Also, I disagree with you. The Department of War is a great name. And we have launched more wars of aggression under the, quote, Department of Defense than we did under the Department of War. So everybody should.
Well, I actually think that it's a more
honest. Exactly. But the Department of Defense was a dystopian post-World War II name.
You have to admit that is ironic.
Dystopian post-World War II? You mean like how we were defending? What? Okay, so what happens when you posit yourself as like the anti-war guy, like, I don't know, not just Trump, but like Sagar, you know? I'm pretty sure that he had some opinions about the Iraq war, but then all of a sudden it's like, you know what? You know, it's pretty based, just admitting that we're war hawks.
For Mr. Anti-War to now be like, yes,
I
it's
totally
the Department of War.
What are you supposed to call it? The Department of Peace? I mean, the point of the Department of War is we wage war.
No, the point isn't what the name of the thing is. The point is what you're actually doing. And he has been extremely.
I thought we didn't, though, Sagar. I thought that under Trump we were in peacetime, and that's why he needs the, Nobel Peace Prize.
Pro-war,
That's a separate point.
It's not a
No. Oh, my God, you smarmy dick. And the fact that she just lets him do it. God damn, it's disgusting.
point is
Sometimes it really is hard to watch Breaking Points because Crystal gets just mollywopped every fucking time by this nerd.
4 point. Anyway,
It's because I don't know what.
we can put
point. The name is
Push back. Stop smiling. I don't know, but have some fucking authenticity every once in a while. God damn it.
no. I'm going to stand for this. The name is good. All right. It's important that
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's a good name.
America be honest about what it actually is. The department that wages war. Since the Department of Defense was established, we have done nothing but launch disastrous wars. The Department of War is a callback to a previous and more important era where we understood exactly what it is the Pentagon did.
I don't think that the name is going to change the terrible
The Pentagon wasn't a thing, you fucking monumental dipshit.
policy.
What? The Pentagon was built as the Department of Defense. Again, you monumental dipshit.
I maybe not now. All right. But
No.
but the post, I'm telling you, this stuff matters a lot more than
God, he is so smarmy. Like, literally, look at all, like, I know he's sweating, but it's just like, it's just oil. Like, this motherfucker looks like he came from the depths of hell and he's just like always like greasy.
people think. A lot of that was about dystopia. It was about the establishment of the empire, about foreign wars abroad. When we were the Department of War, we were a much less adventurous country, and we were one that understood the actual ramifications. Congress voted for it more. Do I think this is going to...
Gulf of Tonkin, anybody? What?
change any of that?
doubt that
No.
the name change has much to do with that.
I think restoring honesty and clarity in what exactly these places do is a lot
Anybody else want to punch your computer screen right now?
more important than people think. Symbology does still matter, and the Department of War was an important part of that.
So let me put up this next piece.
It was such a. It was exudes that we have strength, that we're daddy's home.
Which is C4. So in addition to all of the things that the photos, the week-old photo being passed off as current, the fact he looks like absolute crap, hasn't spoken to the press. His posts on True Social are weird. They don't sound like him at all. In fact, and I think this is true, I've seen people saying this, like Gavin Newsom doing his weird Trump impression sounds more like Trump than these posts. And so one individual ran his True Social post through ChatGPT and asked for an analysis of whether or not this sounded like Trump. And the TLDR here is no, they don't sound like him at all. This one says, wow, Mayor Muriel Bowser of DC has become very popular because she worked with me and my great people in bringing crime down to virtually nothing in DC. Her statements and actions were positive instead of others. Like
Brandon Woods, I agree. I actually think that he not only knows what it smells like, I think he knows what it tastes like.
Pritzker, Wes Gore, News
He goes to the diaper, just for his approval. I bet it's in his Diet Coke.
Scum and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they say that the signature President DJT, our memo letter conventions he almost never uses in posts. He says this thing.
Gross, but one can only hope.
Just some simple facts for people to ponder. Ponder is not something that he is in his normal register. More likely to say, think, remember, believe me, et cetera. So we don't have to go through all of these. But in any case, I think anyone who reads the post will be like, this doesn't really sound like him. Now, he does have staffers write True Social posts.
I've actually
and
literally
other times.
witnessed it.
But again, why are there no signs of life coming from this man at this point in time when there is a fevered speculation?
He's on camera.
My fucking God. Where was this saga for every time that they were calling Joe Biden old man? Like, what the fuck?
Looks like she's an
Keep smiling. Keep smiling.
80-year-old man. He's morbidly
Oh my God. She really does.
obese.
This doesn't help.
Sorry, he's probably either pre-diabetic or diabetic. I mean, I think you're probably seeing exactly.
Yeah, one can only hope like you are.
What?
Keep drinking the Diet Cokes, man. Also, go to McDonald's, do your thing. Like, go on the Donald Trump diet since you worship this asshole so much. Like, for real. Do the Maha thing.
It is there and has been.
No vaccines for you. Come on, Sagar. Get real.
For
Get with it.
years. For some reason, they just convinced themselves this weekend that he was dead. Again, here's the thing. I support having fun on the internet. Hillary's earpiece, back brace, I was there. Her collapse on 9/11, I will never forget it. Some of the most fun that we ever had online. Truly, some of the most fun. So speculate away. Go for it. I'm just here to be a bit of a damper and be like, yeah, guys, unfortunately, it's very common that,
A damper? You mean that you're admitting that you have the charisma of a wet sock? Cool.
to have pictures on the golf course. He's going to be on camera later today. By the end of this week, most of the people who indulge this are going to look pretty stupid. In general, you may be vindicated in the way that Brandon posters were. If he eventually does have some sort of Brandon style moment.
Again, she didn't even bring up the JD Vance interview where they asked him if he was ready to lead.
Definitely possible. You can't rule it out. I mean, I think he's either 79 or 80. That's just empirically.
Yeah, I mean, he's
correct.
old and he's eating McDonald's like every day for his entire
he eats
life,
No, he no longer eats the bun. Isn't that right? Or
Oh,
it's
really?
like
I didn't
it's
hear
something
that.
like he doesn't eat the bun anymore, or
Okay.
something like which I'm not sure I believe that.
All right, one more here.
Oh my God. I've said this before. I've never wanted to get I don't condone bullying, but swirlies, that motherfucker needs one.
For you. One more here for you.
Adult swirly.
Put this up on the screen. This is weird. I don't know what's going on with this.
Actually, I did see something where apparently there was a contractor working in the White House that came out and was just like, no, we were just doing some work and we need to throw the stuff
A
out.
fun one. This is just straight fun.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
They're throwing things out of the White House residence.
Oddly enough, this is the one where I'm going to put the damper on it.
Yes.
For some reason. We don't know why.
At the top floor. We can't
I don't know
figure
that
out
this
who it
has
was.
anything to do with Trump's health, but it's a weird thing that happens.
It's just
so we just threw it in here.
It's simply just interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that area of the White
And
House.
this is like bulletproof glass too. It's like, I don't know if any of this is true, to be clear. But I did see some analysis on Twitter about it's not like a regular window you can just open and throw things out. You have to like remove it.
Because I've seen some of those. But that area right beneath that is where the press gathers. I've actually seen some windows open there before. I know under Obama, somebody fired gunshots at the White House.
Yeah.
And they discovered bullets there like a little bit later on. It was like a huge scandal because it was a security
I remember that.
failure. They weren't there when it happened. They like discovered it later after they found some bullets and they're like, hey, what is this? Like, where did this come from? Anyway, weird. It's definitely weird. I agree. So look, everybody continue to have fun on the internet, but
yeah, we will, Sagar. And the thing is, like, it just doesn't, it doesn't do him any favors. I have to say, it doesn't do Sagar any favors to constantly lap Trump's nuts like this. And like I was saying, I've been personally getting a little annoyed at the fact that, you know, there's so much decorum with Crystal Ball, where it's like, I get it. She has to have this show. This is her whole thing, but it's just, yeah, get in the locker, nerd. No, exactly. Like, Jesus, that should bother everybody, where it's just like, yo, I don't even condone bullying, but holy crap. Like, oh, if there's ever, I've always kind of had this one. If you guys know somebody that talks a lot of shit who has never actually been punched in the face, you know the difference between the two. You know the difference between a guy that just kind of stands there like, and the guy lipping off. Yeah. Well, let's see what else we got here, because chances of resignation, we already covered that. Internet explodes with rumors. Okay, so now here is my personal theory as to kind of what's going on. And this is why I was a little shocked that he's doing the Department of War announcement and not the Chicago announcement. But here is a judge, I think it was yesterday, but it's breaking this morning, has said that Trump's whole illegal occupation, or Trump's occupation of LA, was completely illegal. And I think that kind of plays into what's going on with like his threat to Chicago. Also, again, love the fact that because he's doing exactly what most suburban, I'll even say Illinois, like in suburban Illinois, you have a lot of these assholes that love to go on like Facebook or like whatever social media and, you know, talk mad shit about like the crime rate in the city. They're the ones that call it Chirac. If you ever hear somebody from Chicago call it Chirac, there's a good chance that they're from Arlington Heights. And they have a big house, lots of land, and they only go, you know, downtown for, the weekend to go catch a show at the Chicago Theater or, you know, whatever, or the Blackhawks game. But I'm scared to go to the Blackhawks game. Did you know that that's in a bad neighborhood? It's on the South Side. Wow, my God. The South Side's so big, it's scary. Meanwhile, anybody that lives here is just like, dude, it hasn't been the South Side in a while. It's been the West. Like, it did kind of shift as far as like being aware of your surroundings. But here we go. Let's take a look.
We have some breaking news. A federal judge just ruled that both President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated the law by using the military in the Los Angeles area over the summer. The Trump administration deployed thousands of federalized California National Guard members and Marines during an immigration crackdown in June. And this decision comes as the president weighs, as we were just talking about, whether to send National Guard members to other cities, as he has done in Washington.
Stop. Okay. I'm actually getting really upset with the mainstream media doing this thing where it's manufactured consent right now, where it's just like, no, they're normalizing this, which it's not.
Washington, D.C.
This isn't fucking normal, and it's also unconstitutional. I don't know, per the judge that you're reading up on here.
Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Politico magazine senior writer Ankush Khardori. Ankush, thank you for coming here. So what is the judge's reasoning here?
Well, the judge's reasoning is fairly straightforward. He says
it's safer to go to a White Sox game than walking around Mobile, Alabama. Wouldn't doubt it.
The Posse Comitatus Act prevents the deployment of the military on U.S. soil for normal law enforcement operations. And he held, after conducting a trial on this matter, that the National Guard,
that pesky Constitution,
was deployed in California for normal law enforcement operations, arrests, searches, stops, helping execute search warrants and things like that. And he said that this is illegal. And one thing I would point out that may get lost in the shuffle as we cover this, it is not really going to be relevant given the president runs the Justice Department effectively, but violations of the Posse Comitatus Act are a crime under ordinary circumstances, a low-level crime, but a crime nonetheless.
So what would the consequences be potentially for the president or defense secretary? Also, given the fact that this is after the National Guard had been deployed there and then left.
Yeah, so
hey, we got Chris Ruth in chat.
To the criminal side, I mean,
do you have a steakhouse or something?
Yeah, I don't expect the Justice Department to do anything about this since it's now the Trump Justice Department. With respect to the civil, on the civil side, though, you're right that most of the National Guard members are gone, but the judge said that there's still some remaining here. So even if it's in the low hundreds, his order requires them essentially to leave or to stop engaging in the conduct that was at issue here.
So then how do you expect this legal decision to impact President Trump's plans to possibly deploy National Guard troops to other cities like Chicago or New York, especially after he has done so here in D.C.? And what does it mean for the National Guard troops here in D.C. right now?
This is the National Guard in D.C. operates under different legal frameworks. So this doesn't really tell us much about the legality of the National Guard deployment.
Also, just an aside about how Donald Trump did this, he deployed the National Guard for 29 days so he doesn't have to pay them. He doesn't have to essentially pay them and give them medical services.
In D.C. With respect to L.A. and California,
support the troops and all.
California, I would expect DOJ to appeal. We'll see. As for the effect of this decision on the administration's decision to deploy the National Guard in other states, look, under ordinary circumstances, under prior administrations, you would expect the White House to take this extremely seriously and or to deter them from those sorts of deployments.
That's the thing, though. Actually, Brandon, you were just saying about the South Side and the gang wars. The thing is, they're not going to be deploying these troops to the South Side. It's all performative. They want to deploy them to the Mag Mile, which, again, crime-ridden hellhole. To River North, again, crime-ridden hellhole.
Deployments. We do not know, given the way that this administration is conducted.
I can't wait for these motherfuckers to get lost on Lower Wacker, though. That's going to be funny.
Itself, whether it will actually take that position, because as we learned during the sort of the Supreme Court litigation over the injunctions, the universal injunctions, you may recall, the Justice Department's position was effectively.
Oh my God! Could you imagine the Wiener Circle like roasting these assholes? Oh, I can't. I hope these guys are dumb enough to try and go get a wiener at the Wiener Circle.
We can kind of do whatever.
Which is one of the worst hot dogs in Chicago, in my opinion, but whatever.
We want, whatever jurisdiction, unless and until we get a circuit court ruling or an appeals court ruling. So they may decide to plow ahead. The last thing I'll just say here is that even if they, I think, were to decide to do so, I think one of the reasons we've seen.
We get it. They have guns. We get it. Like. This is the part of the media that I fucking hate. I absolutely hate this shit. Because you remember when LA was on fire and it was literally a city block?
The pullback of it is because polling showed that these deployments of the National Guard were quite unpopular, both in California.
But look at the puppy. He's a good boy.
And even more recently in DC on a national level.
Is he an official government dog? Because at least, you know what, they can come.
Not as lopsided as the California deployment, but unpopular nonetheless.
And does this also show you how difficult it is to really challenge once the president deploys a National Guard in cities, right? I mean, that's been a big topic of discussion. What are city officials like in Chicago and elsewhere? How are they going to do this if the president plows ahead with this plan? Because in this case, this was after the fact, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And actually, this judge tried to issue a ruling very early on, reaching effectively the same result, but he got overturned by the Ninth Circuit. Now, if you are the lawyers in those other jurisdictions and you expect or are thinking there may be a National Guard deployment, you should.
Does he have eyeliner on, or is he just like the mayor from The Dark Knight?
Be using this decision sort of as an intellectual template for you, right? It lays out a set of standards that if you are the lawyers in those jurisdictions, you now want to adopt, and provides a level of analysis at the factual level that sort of gives you a roadmap for determining, okay, if I'm going to challenge the National Guard in my jurisdiction, I need to establish X, Y, and Z. And you want to follow the court's ruling pretty carefully just to demonstrate that.
Yeah, it's almost like you could actually do that, though, because even with these threats, you could essentially do like, protections like Brandon Johnson did. As much as I disagree with the guy, Brandon Johnson is kind of a God, what's a good term for him? A numbnut. He's a bit of a numbnut, but he at least did a protection, like he issued protections for all the citizens.
This authority. So I think
also he did issue orders for any of our like local authorities to stand up for us, which that was not the case in LA, which is kind of wild to think about, where it's like, oh yeah, they kind of like did turn the cops like, hey, Newsom, it's almost like you did this thing where you played into it.
I think you could see what the upshot of that is. I think you could see swifter responses as a result of this decision in jurisdictions where the National Guard may yet be deployed.
All right, Ankush Cordori, thank you so much.
Trump calls it the most dangerous city in the world.
Just moments ago, new attacks on Chicago from President Trump and a new promise to impose federal law enforcement to fight crime.
And for anybody, I've had this a few times where people are just like, why do you watch the mainstream media? It's like, cuz this is the milquetoast like way that people are being sold this shit, by the way. So that's why I do it.
I'm on the ground. He said, quote, Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world by far. He added, I will solve the crime problem fast, just like I did in D.C. Chicago will be safe again and soon. Now, we should note that Chicago does not rank in the FBI's top 10 list of the most violent cities in the United States.
Oh, that's wild. Memphis, Tennessee, number 1. Why not there? Detroit.
And you will see Memphis, Nashville, Kansas City, those are all cities. Houston.
All right, Detroit, I'll be like, all right.
In states with Republican governors, and the president not threatening to send in the National Guard to those cities.
Detroit is wild. I forgot who had the joke, but it was pretty funny where it's just like, man, Detroit, your thieves are effective. I was at a stoplight and you guys already had me on bricks.
Now, having said Chicago's not in the top 10, it was a violent weekend there. At least 56 people shot, 7 people killed. Chicago's violent crime rate, though, is dropping. So it is.
Yeah, it's also specifically located in gang territory. So are they going to O Block?
Is that complicated picture? Let's get right to Santa's Atlanta train.
Or do they know that if they did, they would probably catch some strays?
At the White House for the latest on what the president's saying. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. And look, I mean, it's clear, very clear from if you've been following what the president
straight out of the CNN laboratories
has been saying over the last week or so, and what he's
they breed these
been posting, a couple posts this morning included, he is really fixated on Chicago right now. And what
are you, Burnett, with a strong chin? We need you for CNN.
We did, what we're learning is, one, my colleagues and I broke the news last week that they are planning a major surge in federal law enforcement officials, specifically immigration-related officials. That
Are you from Philly? The way she said surge, it had a little Philly tinge to it.
Includes ICE and Customs and Border Patrol and other agencies to Chicago.
You're going to get quarter water?
To deal with immigration. But all of that coming as the president continues to argue that he wants to try and...
Man, I'll say this much. Damn, there's like no traffic right now.
Do what he is
you don't see that very often.
Doing here in Washington, D.C., in Chicago as well. Now, I do want to be clear in my conversations with White House officials. They've told me that the operation we're likely to see begin this week. We're told...
Again, notice how they always focus on River North.
That's expected to begin on Friday is really going to be immigration focused. That's about it. It is not about domestic crime like it is here in D.C. They still have to work out some of the details of that because, again, Chicago is in a state of Illinois. They have a governor, not really the case here in D.C. And so there's some legal questions about what.
Yeah, it's almost like it's an insurgency and it's literally cause for a fucking civil war. But hey, I don't know, guys. Wrap it in all the bubble wrap that you possibly can.
The president, this administration.
Like, normalize it. Keep normalizing it. Like, seriously. Holy fucking shit.
Is actually able.
There's a reason that Network won an Oscar, and you are not exuding the whole reason that was.
To do. But as part of this immigration push, we're told it's similar to what we saw happen in LA earlier this year. We are also seeing now.
I have to tell you, things are bad. We know they're bad.
Guard troops kind of being put on.
Great speech.
Standby and being prepared to be sent to Chicago to help with that. And so all of this coming as the president, as you said it, is posting again this morning, saying essentially that Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world, calling out the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, specifically saying that he needs help badly. He just doesn't know it yet. I mean, he is clearly escalating his rhetoric on Chicago and making very clear what he wants to do there, which is exactly what he's doing here in D.C. It's just a question or not of whether he can actually get to, send the type of federal law.
I don't even get along with Democrat conservatives because they are still capitalists. Yeah, if they believe in trans rights, if they believe in anything that's anti-fascist right now, you have to play nice with some people that you're not always going to agree with, guys.
Enforcement agents.
I know. Here's the hottest take
there that he has done in the city.
Based on your reporting,
it's annoying. It is. But the thing is, like, what do we gain? As far as like the broader movement on the left, if we constantly shut these people out and make them hate us, I don't see anything except just being useful to the fucking the literal the movement that is doing like
We should start to see some of it
the
by the
tyranny.
end of the week.
Sorry.
Elena Trine at the White House, thank you very much. Kate?
Joining us right now to talk about this is the Lieutenant Governor of Illinois, Juliana Stratton. She's also running for the U.S. Senate seat that Dick Durbin will be vacating. It's Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for being here. I want to read, just because the president is speaking out.
Oh, God. I hope they don't peg the tax increases on her.
About this on social media just this morning. Here's what he said to get you to respond.
What am I talking about? Fox News is totally going to do that.
At least 54 people were shot in Chicago over the weekend. 8 people were killed. The last 2 weekends were similar. Chicago is the worst and most dangerous city in the world by far, the president writes this morning. Pritzker needs help badly. He just doesn't know it yet. I will solve the crime problem fast, just like I did it.
No, you won't. Because again, you have no authority to even lock these people up. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Just place them there? Well, they're going to be good boys now that the military's there, and then the military has to leave. Then what? This is all for fucking show. Again, dude, while the economy is on the brink of possible collapse too. Fun times.
In D.C., Chicago will be.
Oh, and did you see that Xi Jinping has the new Axis of Evil fucking convening this today? That's fun.
Safe again.
That's fun.
And soon. But John did point out.
There's nearly 3 million people in Chicago. Trust me. Again, I live in this fucking city, and I can tell you, no, this shit, it's not what he's saying it is. He's acting like I go outside and you just zing, and I have to duck. Like,
Elena Trine, Chicago's not in the top 20 of cities when it comes.
And not even in the top 20. The other douchebag, he was disingenuous and being like, oh, they're not even in the top 10.
To FBI crime stats on violent crime, and not in the top 10 when you talk about overall crime rates. So facts and data are critical. But if, Lieutenant Governor, the president is saying that this morning, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, first of all, let me just say that Donald Trump is not focused on public safety. Look, anytime that there's crime anywhere in our state or around the country, we want to continue to see progress being made, and we are making progress here in Illinois and in the city of Chicago. But this is not about public safety, and this is not about making our residents safer.
Yeah, you want to protect Chicago? Lock down the. Actually, there you go. Do checks on. You want a secure border? Let's do border checks on Indiana then.
What Donald Trump wants.
There you go.
Wants to happen is he wants to manufacture a crisis. He's going to, as we just.
You know what's funny? All the conservative dudes in Illinois that immediately would be like, no, because then they wouldn't get their little, bang sticks for the 4th of July.
Talked about there's going to be a surge of ICE enforcement efforts. He knows that people will see those efforts and then want to seek out people. Good, decent people will be heartbroken to see their neighbors being snatched off the streets and stuffed into unmarked cars. He wants to inflame tensions, and he wants to make sure that that he can cause some sort of crisis that he can say that he's coming to the rescue. And what we know is that we are going to follow the law here in Illinois. We are going to do everything we can to protect our residents, and we're not going to allow this president who wants to manufacture a crisis, who wants to, quite frankly, make the military presence on American soil something that people normalize.
Right.
We are going.
No, that's all this is. And you guys you're literally like Blondie, you're part of this. You're literally part of this.
To speak out, we are going to be.
You are manufacturing consent for some of the fucking worst. Like, you're literally contributing to the rise of Trump's fascism. Like, I hope that every single CNN news anchor at some point, like, they do have that realization.
Prepared to do everything we can to protect the residents of our state.
The governor said Sunday that there had been no communication, no outreach whatsoever from the Trump administration to his. Are you aware that any communication has occurred between the administration and leadership in Illinois since then?
Well, we do know that ICE has informed our Illinois State Police Department that they are going to begin operations sometime later this week. But I want to make sure that everyone understands that communication is not the same as coordination. So we got notice, but there's been no direct communication with the governor.
That's why it's absolutely like a joke.
There's been no coordination, not just with our administration, but with local law enforcement. And so if this really is about what do we need to do to promote public safety and create safer communities, why would there not be coordination with our administration? Why would we not work with local law enforcement that's already on the ground and has relationships with
It's almost like they also have active investigations that they might jeopardize by doing this.
our communities across the state and across the city. So this is not about public safety. It's not about coordination. And I just want to say this.
No, because honestly, where's the FBI? Like, again,
you know, as somebody who was
like, this could be taken care of on the federal level. Like, they could, and they could come back up, but no, this is all for show. This is all because he wants, I want to have the big trucks and all of it in a city that's blue. I just want them to be so scared. I just want the blueies to be scared. I want to cause chaos.
Has worked on these issues of.
He's just mad that he couldn't do this during the summer when it was hot and everybody was going to get pissed. Like, honestly,
building safety.
I was worried about that, by the way, that he was going to cause all this chaos during the hot months. So it's like 95 or like to damn near 100 degrees. Everybody is like miserable already.
For communities throughout my career, there's never been an expert that I've spoken with directly who has said what we need is the militarization of federal troops, or we need federal troops on the ground to be the goal of how we.
Again, the only people saying this are like scared suburban white people.
We get to safer communities. What people are looking for, the exact things that Donald Trump is stripping away. We need access to education, but he's dismantling the Department of Education. We need access to healthcare, and he's stripping away Medicaid. We need families to be able to put food on the table, and he's stripping away SNAP benefits and making the cost of groceries go up. These are not the things that get to the root causes of violence or crime, and we are going to stay focused on doing
that. It literally causes more crime.
That works here in Illinois. It's been working, and we're going to continue making progress. We're not where we need to be, but we're headed that way.
The White House really slammed the governor and was critical of his statement this weekend, calling if the National Guard moves in, calling it an invasion. He said it would be.
Yeah, because it is.
Do you think that goes too far in calling it an invasion?
Oh, fuck off! God damn it, CNN!
Are you
Holy shit, they are like, anytime that you need to look up the word manufactured consent, use this video right here.
Playing into the White House's hands. And using the
Holy
language.
shit!
No, what we are doing is calling out what's happening, which is we are looking at the rise of authoritarianism right in the face.
Yeah, and using our states' rights, which I thought Republicans actually respected at one fucking point or another. It's only when it's for them to, control the women in their state.
I mean, this is a president.
God forbid anybody actually pushes back.
Who is a weak man who wants to be the center of attention, and he wants to manufacture a crisis so that we can distract from his failures. And so this is an invasion. This is him sending,
Look at that crime-ridden city.
Surge of ICE enforcement and also wanting to hopefully in his federalize National Guard. So that
I will say that guy was definitely speeding. Speed limit there is 30.
People will feel that it's normal to see troops on the street, armed guards or tanks. This is not normal, and we cannot normalize it. And so we're calling out what he is doing, because what he wants to do is he wants to see a crisis so that long-term people will say, oh, look, this is what we needed. It's not what we need. There's no emergency here in Illinois. We have not asked for this. He's not coordinating with us. And people of Illinois have made it clear this is not what we want. And we will not roll out the red carpet for a wannabe dictator.
What remains a mystery this morning is what it looks like when he says, I am going to make Chicago streets safer, beyond what you have laid out, which is immigration enforcement.
You're fucking stupid. I can't even with her anymore. I can't with CNN anymore. Holy shit, dude. Like, all right, maybe that chatter had a point where they're just like, why are you using CNN? I don't know. Apparently because I am a glutton for punishment and getting angry at these assholes. Again, potty mouth pepper today. The hell is going on here? All right, let's take a quick look, see what's going on live. Agenda Free TV is up and running, so you know that the news is serious when Agenda Free Steve gets involved. If you guys do not know about Agenda Free Steve, he is somebody that we consistently cover here. Okay, I guess my autofocus is for my. Wow. I am very differently bright. Let's see. Oh my God. All right. Well, I guess that's a thing I'll have to work with here, but all righty. Oh my gosh, we are coming up to the end of the program, and I don't really know what's going on here. I just know that we got Jake next. I was going to try to cover this, but very worst case, what will happen is I'm going to go live on my channel to cover the White House press conference. Because, like I said, I just love that. Like when I saw the time and Trump just go, "This is what I'm doing. This is it. This is what we're doing. I'm gonna ruin Pep Talks' day by making it difficult for him." So, but no, guys, I really appreciate y'all hanging out. If you guys want to see the press conference, you guys can head over to my YouTube channel. I appreciate that. It is Pep Talks TV on YouTube, and you can also stick around for what's going on with or what you can do with your old pal Jake, because I can tell you right now, he is always a man to listen to for some advice. So with that being said, it looks like I'm going to hop on over on my channel, and I will hopefully see some of y'all there. But remember, you can also watch 2 streams at once. So with that being said, I will catch you guys next time. All right.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. Say, why's all the Fight Night stuff behind me? On account of the fact that sometimes when you set it up, you fuck up your system. Whoops. We're stuck like this. Hey, Donald Trump's supposed to be talking today, and I wonder if there's anybody from this space that would be available and interested to talk about it. Heyo!
Heyo! Surprise, guys! I'm not on my own channel. What up, Jake?
Hey, buddy.
All right. Yeah, you ready for this?
I'm ready to rock.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. Here was what I was thinking initially. We're not going to do it now because I want to see the guy talk. But I literally wanted to rate which would make me happier, not which would be better for the country, but which would make me happier. Trump lying shriveled up in a hospital bed, dying of a clot in the brain, or not.
Well, I mean, did you see the whole thing about Walter Reed being shut down? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that they shut like in the traffic camera and then the Domino's pizza thing. It was just like, oh my God, it was the Domino's pizza thing that really solidified it. I was like, he's definitely at Walter Reed. And then they saw Melania in the hallway. It's like, oh, you guys are not good at this whole hiding it thing.
Oh, yeah. So here's my question to you. Ooh, I don't like going to this off right side broadcasting network. Where should is it live
AP
already?
AP is good to always use here. I actually got a
I've got this still from outside the
yeah, it's a still.
Okay. Let me hop back live.
So
Trump announced Space Command is moving from Colorado to Alabama.
Yeah, did you see that too? is all over the place. All right. Yeah, it looks like that he's not in typical Trump fashion. He's going to be late, which I was so pissed about that because when I saw that he was going to be Oval Office, I was like, nah, this is going to be like, my fellow Americans, I have something very important to tell you. Space Force is now going to be in Alabama. The Alabama Space Force.
Let me give Trump some of the rare deserved grace that I can. All presidents, from what I have seen, are late to shit, like hours late, and it's forgivable for most presidents because most presidents are working a hell of a lot. In Trump's case, though, I will acknowledge.
Yep. Hold on.
He's just late. Yeah.
I'm working very hard. My shoulders. I have, I know a few golfers in my life. For how much golf he plays, his shoulders look like shit. Just aside.
Well, he doesn't play golf the way most people play golf. He moves the ball around primarily with the use of his caddies physically moving the ball around.
I love the fact that he does that. And he's been busted, and then his own sycophants are just like, what do you mean? He's just that's how you play golf.
Yeah, I don't know any other way to play the sport.
What was your action? So, were you following any of this news during the weekend?
No.
No, none of it.
I mean, I vaguely. Let me put it like that. But not as a professional.
So, what's your take? Like on Twitter, like on Friday, the main speculation was that he was gone. Like that, like Trump dead was literally trending for. I think it's still trending.
Yeah. So that's why I wasn't following it because my heart was just like, nah, broken no matter what.
Ridiculous.
You know.
Then, did you see the two? So like when I saw the two pictures, I was like, huh. And then somebody pointed out in the media where they're like, yeah, he hasn't done anything like with the press in 7 days. And that's the longest since 2015. I was like, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
In Trump land, that's a big deal because again, just knowing this, like having this guy in our lives for the past, 11 years almost. Ugh. Yeah. Right. We kind of gotten used to it where it's just like, no, he will never shy away from an opportunity to be in front of a camera.
Oh, he loves it. Yeah. He is I don't think it's crazy to be looking at this closely. Case in point, here we are, hour 2. I still want to look at it. But I mean, like, oh, hello, Sandy. Good to see you. But like it's just, first of all, this is not something we have any control over. So it's actually one of those rare things you can just wait for the outcome and then feel how you feel about it. But
I don't like anticipation, Jake.
I know. But like, all of this, anytime anything that's real happens, we get like the left improves. And what I mean is most of the time when you have the Trump administration doing something, it's because they are reacting to something that is not real. They're reacting to a piece of propaganda they put out there. And it's like this controlled tragedy or this controlled catastrophe that they can deal with. But when you have something real, like two foreign countries fighting each other, or a disease comes into our country, when you have real stuff, then you have to have real governance, and Republicans are not prepared to do that at all. And even this is just one person possibly being sick, but it's a real thing. And you're seeing how Republicans behave in that way. They have to lie.
All right. Now, do you think that they took a page from the Democrats with Biden, though? Because like the way that they were handling it. And then they also knew where they're like, okay, so we were really aggressive about this. We have to do the complete opposite. We have to do what MSNBC was doing.
I think they're doing I think they're doing similar things, but they would have behaved exactly this way regardless, because it's a real thing and they are Republicans, and they don't know how to handle it other than to keep telling lies. So they can't just say like, yeah, the president had a major medical issue. He's at the hospital right now. He's expected to recover by blah blah blah. And it's just the fundamental dishonesty that they operate on.
Now, what you kind of brought up a good point there. Why would they do that though? Like, what? I kind of feel like that's almost
quarters. Right now, we don't
more
have a live
detrimental. Oh, I was about to say.
I was just
I
pulling
have
it
the
up.
Hall of Congress up right now just to make sure, because I have a feeling like the second that they cut from that, that's going to be. It's like, okay, we're definitely going now. But like you said, every
Yeah,
president
if
is
you see
late.
one go live, then that's the one we'll go to. In the meantime, let's just do the initial version of the show and talk about it. Would it even be a good thing? Let's say the worst case scenario for Trump, it would give me about half an erection. Trump dies horribly of a blood clot. Or something. Is this a good thing for the country? Would that be good?
I'm sorry, I just had a like half blown up balloon pictured all of a sudden. Like, what the? Oh man, you did it.
So you've seen pictures, sure. But no, it does look exactly like a balloon animal poodle, Dr. Station. but I don't know that it would be.
You just hear zip and it's just you like the squeaky of the balloon. I'm sorry, man. This took a turn.
Yeah, my wedding night was a tremendous disappointment for half of the parties involved. I do want to say I'm not sure it would be a good thing. And here's my reasoning. Also, let me play around with these scene setups a little bit. These are kind of fun. But here's my reasoning. If Trump dies, I will acknowledge that we no longer have one major problem, which is the umpteenth constitutional crisis that we would have by him. He's going to try to run in 2028, and hopefully we arrest him, but we won't. So we avoid that if God does the work for us. But then we have JD Vance and possibly years and years of that. I don't know. Do you think it's a good thing if Trump actually expired?
All right. So my theory is that because JD doesn't have the charisma and he is kind of universally unliked, even MAGA's not big on him. They kind of accept him because they were told to. So without, the main influence of like the head of the party, I do see it collapsing, and I see Stephen Miller not being able to get anything done anymore because, again, JD has the charisma of a wet blanket. So like Congress would start pushing back a lot more. From my understanding, the Democrats are already looking at shutting down the government, which I finally get some fucking balls. I mean, just an aside. Like I wish that they would have done that a little sooner. Like I think, what was it, back in March was the last time that they were just like, we can't do that. We don't want to be the bad guys. But realistically, I could see that it would not be the worst thing. But to your other point of if it was bad, Stephen Miller having just a blatant puppet, one that like, because I hate to say this, but like Trump isn't doing anything Trump doesn't want to do. JD, he's just puppet McPuppet. So like he could just be used in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't doubt that like a Steve Bannon would all of a sudden kind of make an appearance like in the administration if that were to happen. But
I think the problems come down to this. If Trump were to expire, we would suddenly have an incumbent who is legally allowed to be reelected in the next election.
Shit, I
and
didn't think
then
about
we
that.
would have the greatest chance America has ever had to arrest a former president gone.
Yeah.
And Also, to do the full thing, we would lose the greatest chance we'll ever have to impeach a sitting president and then put him in prison for illegal stuff. That would have been a wonderful warning shot to future tyrants. The problem is we aren't doing shit.
Yeah,
we aren't impeached. I mean, unless we massively next year sweep and get a full House and Senate, but even then, it's unlikely that we're actually going to do anything. And we already
you think that they already did damage with the other two, though? Because like the American populace, like I know just a few people that are like as centrist as they come, and they don't even like Trump, but they even said they were just like, yeah, it was a little witch hunty because they just kept going. It's like they did one impeachment, then another impeachment, then every other freaking day they had a new court case. It's like
nobody was. I mean, there was nobody in the position to finish this thing that followed through. This guy deserved to be in prison. He deserves to be sitting in a cell right now. And I say that we're going to lose the opportunity, the best ever chance we'll have to put the guy in prison. But we also had it. We had it when Biden was in office, and we should have, in theory, had a non-corrupt Department of Justice. But I mean, if we didn't take it then,
corrupt
there's no
or inept.
reason to... What?
Corrupt or inept? Because I don't necessarily see it as corrupt as much as inept.
I think corrupt. And the reason I say corrupt is because I believe they did what they did intentionally. I think ineptitude also factors in, because they were of the belief that they were protecting themselves by protecting Trump. They were protecting their class. They just, they didn't see that the times had changed, and the consequences of the way they carried on their whole lives were already here. They thought that was going to happen after they were long dead. But no, the point being...
Okay, that's a good point.
The things that would be bad about this guy expiring, I think...
I love your terms. Expiring.
Yeah, we're gonna get
milk. We're getting rid of them.
We're gonna experience those consequences regardless. So we're left with only the good things about it, which is we don't have to see his stupid face. We don't have to hear his dumb voice. We don't have to have his... whatever it is about him that the worst creatures in America like, we don't have to deal with anymore. And you're right, JD Vance just doesn't have the sauce. I disagree with a lot of the folks from the This Space Discord, although I love y'all, and you all, your conversation last night inspired the direction of this show. It inspired the direction of this show, but I don't necessarily agree that with the way that conversation's going. I do think that JD Vance is a lesser version of Trump, and I don't think that he can pull off. I think that MAGA puts up with the fascism right now, the interruptions to their lives because of Trump. And I think without Trump, then they're going to be annoyed with Vance.
Now, what do you think about JD Vance's, and how his past kind of plays into it? Because remember, he was kind of like anti-Trump before he got tapped. So that kind of makes me wonder, is there any semblance of that? Or how much dirt do they have on this guy?
Oh, I don't think that... Well, I think his past is going to play heavily into it, but I don't think his past as it relates to Trump is going to be relevant at all. I think it's going to be all the fact that he owes his career to Peter Thiel, and he's essentially a puppet. I mean, we're already close to there. Trump is essentially a puppet of the oligarchs now. Back in 2015, they were saying, as long as he is capable of holding a pen to sign his name, we'll support him. That's why they said that's why they'll support this guy who they acknowledged was an idiot and an absolute psychopath. But their justification was he can sign his name, he can sign bills into law. That's all we need.
Squiggle, squiggle. Here's your heart rate. Oh, that's my heart rate. Wait a minute.
So Trump, I mean, legislatively, we're going to have basically the same thing, minus the destructive tariffs that Trump did.
Oh, the mail tariffs are really... I had a friend that had a small business that they had to shut down because of that. Because they got most of their stuff shipped to them that way. Yeah. It's a jewelry maker. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's insane. And So I have a lot of anecdotal evidence with that, where I've had a buddy had to shut down a small business, a comic book store, because of the tariffs, specifically because of like the tariffs, shifting so much that he gets most of his like paper products from Canada, and like the bags and boards and like some of that stuff. And then on top of it, they had a whole industry wide thing happen where it was just like the main distributor also like went out. So that was like more of a coal like. But he did say specifically, if the tariffs were not what they were, he would have signed a new lease. So I would say the tariffs put him out of business.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to become a pretty common story where it's not necessarily even the tariffs, but just one bad Republican piece of governance at a time. People are so close to the line of breaking or not that you're going to hear, well, yeah, this most recent stunt by the government jiggled costs to the worse again, and now we got to shut down. I mean, that's
is that the long
how
game
it's
then?
always been.
Is that is that kind of the long game of the Trump administration? Like, why would this is where I'm a little confused, because it's almost like they're shooting themselves in the dick and then just being like, Biden was holding the gun.
Well, they only pretend to care about the jobs numbers. Like he doesn't actually care. Even if the whole country goes into another Great Depression, he does not care about that. He pretends to publicly because that's his job, is to make sure the country's doing this or that. He's literally only caring about his bank account, his personal thing. Or am I going to get, $40 million, whatever it is, ballroom added to my house on the people's dime? Good. It's irrelevant to him if like they could have built something better or saved lives. He would walk on the necks of prematurely born babies every day if he found it slightly softer than the carpet from his bathroom to his
Feel
bedroom.
bad for those babies after seeing them cankles. Holy crap.
Good Lord. Yeah.
It's like an elephant walking on them. I mean, dude, somebody actually said that his ankle looked like elephantitis, and I was like, let's see. And I looked up an elephantitis ankle. I was like, it does. It totally does.
Oh my God. I'm half tempted to glance.
You're like, Google. Yeah. Holy crap.
Oh.
All right, let's see.
I just want to point out here on this thing. It says soon. It says soon. President Trump press conference. I cannot tell you how many times. In fact, all right, you know what? I don't get to talk very often about the local news industry. This was a huge part of my job for the longest time.
Really?
Here's the reason why people will interrupt the newscast or whatever is regularly scheduled for a press conference. It's not necessarily that the press conference is so important. It's that the station said they would cover it, and the politician is not a predictable beast. So if we said, we're going to cover that big announcement from blah, blah, blah today, and whatever, like 3 o'clock rolls around, they reserve the show after and the show after that to be able to cut into it. It's more boring than I thought it would be when I started moving my lips, but that is why they behave the way they do, is because they have.
Hey, this is broadcast talk with Jake. Come on, guys. You're learning something.
Look at this gal we've got in the audience.
Andrea.
Hey, buddy.
Haven't actually formally met yet, but hi.
Hey, here's a question. What do we do about Sandy? She's been kicked off of YouTube. She's appealing to get back on. I want to be rebellious.
What I mean,
just do it. I think my next show I should just have Sandy on.
I'm not okay. So my only thing with that is you got to be careful, because like Twitch, I know that the way that they do that is like we had Adrian Vixen get banned from Twitch, and I was thinking about doing the same thing, but she was the one who told me about this. She's like, no, you will get banned if you have me on. I was like, why? This makes no sense. And then I looked into it, and I guess that is just a normal thing.
It does. Like I get it. Like Sandy is banned. Not Sandy's account, but Sandy Shellis, the entertainer, is banned from YouTube. And I knowingly intend to. I'm wondering if it would be fun to break that because it was an unfair ban. And but yeah, because I would be violating YouTube.
Yeah, don't do that. But I mean, Sandy, if you're listening, I will totally have you on my Twitch show. I do Twitch exclusive shows periodically, and I will totally bring you on to get you out there and help you in any way. Because it's crazy. Like, I was worried about this like stuff happening more and more, and it is kind of like, holy crap. Like I was saying, anecdotal with my whole friend losing his business, but this is the second person that I've heard within the last few weeks that's caught a ban. Like, what?
I'm perhaps overly calm about this, but it's just because this is one of the first times we've been ahead of a problem. That is one of the many reasons why this space is of use. As time goes on, we are going, even if we were in a progressive renaissance, which we are not. But even then, as time goes on, we are still going to have to.
Oh, come on. Jake Eager says we're in a populist renaissance. Come on now.
No, oh God. Yeah.
Of course. Sorry.
But even as time goes on, we're going to have to find ways outside of the dreaded algorithm, outside of all of that, to get audiences to us. Because we have to not be reliant on the whims of capitalist overlords. And we're basically, if you have this space and you're part of it, then you automatically have access to an audience which is going to be interested in progressive content. And at that point, all you need is any account with any streaming service, any place that can host video for you, and you've got somewhere you can send people. The last part of that, though, is going to be that we need a way to make money, because YouTube has a built-in money-making system. And if we can't rely on any one streaming service's way of making money, we have to do it. And I've got us started that way. I'm sure you could work out a deal with this gal as well. But like, I'm not joking about selling not cakes from Pinkerbell. I'm not going to advertise them on this space for
too late.
No, but I'm not going to put up like the website and all that. But like, it's a not fictitious product. It's actually something we're going to sell on WYCD. And the reason for it is to establish the pattern that we can all follow. But we have to make our own money, and we have to be our own algorithm. And that era was going to come here, whether we started seeing those consequences yet or not.
I am one of the I'll just call me one of the lucky ones that's been able to monetize on YouTube and hit that point of having ad rev and playing that game a little bit. And I covered this on my channel too, where I was just like, guys, like, with all the discourse going on with the chorus situation, it is important that you guys support smaller streamers and smaller content creators, and this space specifically, because for everybody that had a problem with the chorus situation, it was like I was not hearing alternatives on funding, which I will say that was kind of like, hey, this is still a broader problem. Like, I know capitalists suck, capitalism sucks, but we have to play within this stupid system to even get our ideas out there. Like, we're at the very beginning of this, so it kind of like, that sucks, and I will say that much. Because I also covered that I'm the worst at selling myself, as far as like using, like, if I'm the product, I'm not good at this.
No, I 100% agree, and I don't want to make it seem like this is nothing. Like, it's a big deal. It's a big deal that the oligarchs are clamping down on left-wing thought, and also we should. Sorry, that's a little too distracting.
I was about to say, never trust white.
Yeah, I just want to see if the banner thing works.
I do.
Listen, you just nothing against you, devil, but
yeah, devil's advocate pops up, and all of a sudden it's just like, don't trust white. It's like, what'd you do to this stream?
Listen, we sons of Yakub are trying our best, but you just can't trust
Yakub.
But no, you're not wrong to be concerned about this and to talk about it. I just want to clarify that the reason I don't seem alarmed is that like I'm so used to us finding out that the tragedy is happening and then we have to come up with something in the moment. But the answer for this is this space, and the answer for it, at least for leftists, is this space and things like it.
Yeah.
And the answer for the funding is we have to, I mean, y'all aren't going to like this. I don't like it, but we have to get advertisers or somebody who's willing to fund us for what we do. Advertising is more on the level, in my opinion, than somebody just donating money. And I don't mean the audience. I mean, like, you know, chorus or.
I'll just say this.
Or
I learned the hard way that advertisers don't pay that well.
No, they don't pay that well.
No.
I would recommend going with a smaller advertiser, like a member of the audience who sells something that they can mail around the country, and you take
like Just Coffee,
15%.
Yeah,
Just Coffee.
Yeah,
sure,
like Just Coffee.
I mean, it's not. It sucks because it takes you away from the main thing you're trying to do, which is talking to a microphone.
Yeah,
because now you have or about a thing, but because now you have to talk about coffee or whatever.
I'll be honest, that's why I kind of like guys like Surfshark, because they let their creators do fun stuff with it. Like they'll let you make any skit you want, whereas I can't say who my audience knows who I'm sponsored by. They're not exactly thrilled with the way that I've done things. They have let me know this. They're just like, hey, you know, stick to the read, stick to the read, stick to the read. It's like, that's not how I sell. That's not me. Like you guys want live reads? Well, like
do it. Do it the way they want it done to the T, and you could justify it to yourself by saying, look, if I try to mold it into a me version of this pitch, I'm making it seem more like I give a shit about the product.
That's what I told them. I actually, because like I sold a few subscriptions to the service that I promote on my channel, but they did this thing where they were just like, well, I mean, but can you follow the script? And I just told my rep specifically, I was like, they don't care about that. I'm like, listen, I'm a YouTube consumer. I skip every time that they start talking about their products. I don't give a crap. The only time is like when Mattmen, shout out Mattmen, for doing these well-produced little skits to sell these things. And it also makes me a little more interested in the product. I'm more apt to listen when it's like, no, they kind of sound like they really believe in this. So in my case, I was like, I use this. This is how I use it. And it's essentially to get through all the BS of algorithms and stuff like that. And they were just like, oh, can you not use the terminology? Can you, I don't know, be more scripted? If you guys are in advertising, that way of doing things is going the way of the dinosaurs, especially like with Gen Z and like the younger watchers of YouTube. So if anybody's in advertising, keep that in mind.
Oh my God. This is the step back we've taken, because I was so happy I really like the way YouTube, when it's not effing with us, runs, because they hook you up automatically to the what do you call it? The
ad automator.
Sort of. What's the word? Auction, to the automatic ad auction system.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That thing where a random ad plays is because literally every second there's an auction going for ad space. And that was like a revolutionary thing that happened at the end of the 20 aughts, at the end of like right before 2010. And now we don't even think about it. You just see a bunch of random ads on any video you play on any website, and it doesn't even occur to you that there's a system in place that's making this happen. But there is. And one of the brilliant things about it, which was not intentional, but just how it works out, is we don't have to feel bad about the ads that are playing, because we have no control over it. It's just
and random. I like that. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah. Like, and I've had to explain that to somebody. Occasionally you'll get a chatter that's just like, I just had an ad for X. It's just like, I don't have any control of that at all. It's like, sorry, guys.
Even if you hate X, that's good. Good that the people that talk about how much Elon Musk sucks just got funded by Elon Musk to go keep talking about how much he sucks. Great. Take his money. Yeah. That's one less dollar he has, or one less half of a cent, or whatever.
I'll be honest, that's why I like the Bezos bucks thing.
Yeah.
Whoever coined that in the the content space and just said, you donate those oh, I hate the fact that it's probably TYT. Oh no. But it's hey, it's one good thing. It's one good thing they did where it's just like, no, for real. If you have a Twitch account, you have your $5, definitely support smaller creators. I'll be that guy a little bit where it's just a little hurtful where they're like, well, I already give to Hassan. It's like, he doesn't need it.
Hell no.
Fine, I see how it is.
Do you have any sense, do you have like any structure of morality? This is going to be way too intense, but do you have any ethics, even if it's minor, that come into play when you're deciding what kind of support you give to content creators? Case in point, if I come across a YouTube video with more than 1 million views, I generally don't bother giving it a thumbs up, no matter what it is, just because.
So like for me, this is gonna sound lame, but there was a content creator, Xander Hall, who he did this thing where he pointed out, he's like, just make it part of your content diet. If you like something, just like it. Millions, one, it doesn't matter. It helps push the content you like. It also curates your algorithm a little bit. So I started doing that, and I don't know, I personally feel a little bit better about it, even if it is like an Adam Mockler thing. Now, here's where I have like you said, the morality. Certain channels like Breaking Points, I will not do that for.
Yeah,
because I do get annoyed where I'm like, I don't necessarily like that. I use the content, which you still got my view, but I also try to only use clips.
Everything like a point system. Like if I've watched the video at all, even if I accidentally clicked on it, it gets 1 point. Like I've given it 1 point, just like the algorithm does. And if it's a really good video, or if it's about something important, or I'll generally just like it, even if it's average, because I respect anybody that put it out for free. Unless it's got millions of views, in which case, yada yada. And then like I'll add a comment, but like if it's really, really good or whatever, because I'm trying to support the thing. But like I think you and I actually put thought into this because part of our living is reliant on people doing that kind of stuff. And I have a feeling nobody thinks about it, even a teeny percentage of how much we do.
And that's why I like the way that Xander handled it, because he was very authentic about it, where he's like, guys, like this, and I actually did the thing where I read my YouTube contract to see how much I could say. And like, I ride that fine line where it's just like, guys, this is how it works. Like, this is how you push us into the algorithm. And it's, I covered it on Friday, especially with the discourse going on with Chorus, where I was just like, if you do not have money to support these channels, the least you can do is the free stuff, like the bare minimum, liking, subscribing, hitting the bell, even leaving a comment. That helps in ways that you could never imagine, especially when you see impression rates where you're like, oh, and then I've called this out because I looked at my impression rates based on percentages of who watches my content. Dude, I had like 60% of people that return to my stuff, and they just don't even sub, where I'm like, okay, that's a little odd. And then I kind of thought back to it. I'm like, I used to be that kind of content consumer where like, for some reason, I didn't hit the like buttons and I'd never subscribe because I was like, I don't want to really curate my algorithm that way, but it was doing it anyway, So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's easy to say as a YouTuber now, but
it sucks how much we have to think about it, but I will say better than cable still.
No, it is. The fact is, I had a channel, it was a random animation channel come up, and he had 1 viewer, like live viewer, and I was happy to see that, and I tuned in just to give him a little support. Just hey, you know what? That's cool.
His audience,
yeah, and it's also just like building this, like not even this space, but just building on YouTube. Like again, has nothing to do with politics. I just wanted to help the guy because he's out there doing it. He was doing some pretty good work from what I was seeing, and I was just like, hey, and I came back and he had 7 viewers. I was like, all right, man, like that's the kind of stuff that I like to do. Where I'm just like, all right, let's get people out there to succeed in their goals. I don't care what it is, especially if they're good, friendly people.
It's kind of like being a musician. Like you see, if you're a musician who plays at like small concert venues, and you look and you see somebody playing at a bar, like the step below you, you kind of want to like go sit in and clap, and like you respect the artistry involved, the hustle, the game, and
I did stand up for a little bit, and I had a guy, a larger guy, sit in for one of my shows, and he complimented me, and it was one of the best feelings ever. And that's kind of where I got it, where I was like, oh man, if I can replicate just that, because like I felt my whole ride home, I was just like, he said I was funny, yeah,
hell yeah.
I love that. God, Trump.
We are still waiting on Trump. You know what? I don't believe that he's up. No, he's not up. Sorry, I'm just checking some of the other live feeds.
I'm literally, I got Agenda Free up. I've got.
All right, so you're
let's
watching.
try this. Hold on. AP.
So all the other feeds will be most likely just using the AP's feed.
Yeah.
That's what the Associated Press normally does.
Which I've never had a problem with AP.
Yeah, they're great. They are great. In fact, if you are a local news person, you probably have the AP's live feeds, whatever they are, saved. Simply because that is how cool they are.
I do. Like I appreciate that you use the Fox feed though, because it is always kind of fun to see like, all right, how are they spinning this? What are they doing?
Well, that's the problem.
What is up with Malcolm McDowell in the background there about to have a heart attack? Do you see that guy right before you exited out? Like he was the dude with the spiky white hair in the background. He was just like he was like shaking. Oh, that was weird. I wish.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. I literally noticed it as you clicked out. I was just like, oh shoot.
Let me ooh. What have I done? Let me go to the AP again, because I swear to you, I did not.
It's literally just a picture. It is just a still of the White House. I mean, okay, so I'm not sure if you can hear my audio. I hope not, but if you can, sorry guys. I'm gonna turn on my audio for Steve. Let's see if he's got anything. This guy's so annoying.
Yeah.
Agenda free. Not sure if you know anything about this guy. He sucks. He's a TP. He was at TP USA. He's just like, but my channel's called Agenda Free TV. I'm so agenda free.
I am just bummed out. Yep, it's just that.
Well, you called it like with the whole way that it's funny enough. That's what I was doing with my show. When I saw he was going live right after my show, I was like, oh, why would you do that? Like literally just schedule it right for then. And as I said, I thought there was a chance with the Oval Office thing. Like, how can he fuck that up? It's like when I start stream. Yeah, just you're in your house. Go sit down at your little table. Well, your big table. The big table with the Diet Coke button, which dude, I was so disappointed when I found out that the Diet Coke button didn't just shoot out Diet Coke.
Oh. Although it's pretty douchey. Like I am glad that it's douchey enough where like a little manservant has to come in or whatever. But you're right. It should have been like it should have started like a wacky series of small machines.
Do you think it's actually a manservant, or do you think it's part of the cabinet? Like, could you picture Stephen Miller just, here is your Diet Coke, my liege?
Oh, yes. All right, now I'm going to imagine it's Stephen Miller, but he's got to wear like the highly sexualized maid uniform. He's got like those short little gloves on.
We will begin shortly. We are...
Whoa.
President Trump making an announcement. This is coming from directly from the White House.
Yo.
So yeah.
So
just keep
listen,
we'll keep
the content of what he's saying is not all that interesting to me because it's not supposed to be.
Right.
What I'm interested in is all of the silly outside stuff. I'm interested in is half of his face sagging?
Is he slow?
Because he had a seizure or whatever.
Does he
Stroke,
start? Does he start like this? My fellow Americans, I am kind of tired. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask you about this. So I had a theory because you just had COVID. So
yeah,
you recognize any of that in Trump? Because I had a theory that he might have had COVID and that it was like he's so embarrassed that obviously like it's bad optics for his presidency.
Yeah, I would believe that. That makes a lot of sense. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Because like I noticed without wearing the makeup, and he constantly was like this. I've had really bad sinus stuff where you just have to just kind of do this, but he always does talk like he always looks like that at the same time, where he just gives up with his lower lip. Oh my God. So yesterday, I'm not sure if you've seen this. Have you seen the pictures of AI analyzing Donald Trump's smile?
No.
It is hilarious and disconcerting at the same time because I realized like I hadn't actually really seen Trump smile all that much. So when you see him with, his giant teeth and like the big cheeser, it's creepy. And I made I'm not sure if you've seen the movie Smile, but it's like the smile monster is coming after you, where you're just like, oh, that's one of those smiles. That's now I'm being haunted.
Oh, look, all I'm saying is what I'm looking out for is symptoms of an illness that is not going away. Because, maybe it'll be COVID. Yeah, maybe it'll be this, that, or the other thing that he's recovering from. I hope, and frankly, am hoping for. I'm actively encouraging the universe to do this. I hope it's something terminal. I hope this prick dies.
I hope it's arterial.
Yeah.
I hope it's because they were saying that. I mean, all right. Oh, news update. Hold on. Oh, nothing yet. So they were saying specifically like that he was taking aspirin, right? Which aspirin as a blood thinner has not been recommended for anything outside of like pretty much like stroke issues. And I know this because somebody in my life had like the same types of mini strokes that he had that led to a larger stroke. And the reason that he had the larger stroke was because he didn't take his aspirin. So I'm starting to wonder, it's like, did he have the mini strokes? Was the aspirin not doing its job? Or because they were saying that also, like he was put on some pretty heavy like stuff, even the stuff that they were admitting, where you're like, huh. Okay, so he's getting IV fluids, both hands, by the way. So it's
also
that he might have had like a bigger one.
That's just not true. I don't know what you're talking about there, buddy. You're normally on the ball, but that's insane. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it for.
I assure you, it does go away. Your immune system doesn't die. But go on, Pep Talks.
No, I was about to say, like, I know somebody that got long COVID. Actually, they got it at a Donald Trump rally.
Of course.
And they have permanent damage from it. Healthy 21-year-old male that all of a sudden not so healthy anymore. And it's funny because like he's still a Trumper, but when it comes to COVID, he is just like, no, guys, this is no bullshit. It's just like, it's literally so it happened to you, huh? Okay. Hate that. I mean, dude, can I just say, like, and I'm not like you handled it well, but holy crap, that first show you came back on, you were going through it, brother.
No, I did not handle it well. I should have just called in. I was so
trying to be nice.
Done. I didn't care. I cared. I was just like, I don't know, politics. Everything sucks. I hate it.
I gave you so many props. You're like, guys, I'm still a lot better, but we're doing this. And you're just like, I am like, you're like, I'm so drained. And I was like,
Good lesson for other people. Don't go on if you're not right. Like, it's better to not go on if you're not feeling well than to say, no, I'll do it. I'll do it.
I literally did my first internet debate against Andrew Wilson, who is, like he's the Crucible. Like, he's a pretty big name in the debate space. And I had the worst COVID I had at that point. Oh, here we go.
Hey,
there we go. Oh, boy.
Oh, he's looking perky. I hate it.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them.
What
I
a
rated
piece
10.
of garbage. Wait, this is
I
the
can't
Oval
always say
Office
that, even if they're
stares at
Republicans.
picture of
And these are
himself?
Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement. 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time. And I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City.
Oh, fuck. Sorry for this.
No!
Rocket City.
Rocket
Oh, my
City.
God.
Jesse and James were just like, yes! Giovanni from Pokemon is just like, I'm in charge now.
Andrea brings up a great point. He might be riding off of drugs. Look at his hair, by the way. His hair does look terrible. And that is something that he normally... In fact, he looks like he's got, and I'm an expert here, freshly combed bedhead, as in he just ran water over it, say, not unlike this. He just ran water over it and desperately tried to get it in shape. But I am kind of stretching here. Because
we lose audio?
Bad news is he's fine. I pulled down.
You
audio,
pulled it.
I was
Great
like,
job
you're doing, Troy.
I thought we lost it. I was like,
this is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want
an adult baby.
give my condolences. Your grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been to produce you indirectly. I can tell you, she had
over him. Is the actual content of what he's saying
is bullshit.
Yeah, I guess we could.
I'm just waiting to see if he's do the National Guard thing because. Yeah, he seems. Yeah. Donald James X. You kind of saying it. He's high AF.
Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and fantastic.
I mean, here's the thing.
All around. He was also
he's probably going to babble incoherently, but I won't be able to tell if that's from medical illness or just his normal nonsense.
Representatives Barry Morrill,
I'm
great
watching
friends,
the other
Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it.
Why is Pete
In my
Hegseth
first
reading with
term,
him? I hate when people read over my
we
shoulder.
created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space and reestablished space
#1
with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale.
You know, this is a great
and
point.
today we're moving
He's
forward with what
surrounded
we
by
want to do and the
people
place
right
that we
now.
want to have this. And this will be
And
there for hopefully
why would
hundreds
that
of
be
years.
necessary
That's where it's
in
going to
the
be.
Oval Office?
Why is
I
this
will
guy
say I
behind
wanna
him
thank,
making sure that he reads everything?
Colorado, the problem I have with Colorado,
JD's doing the
one of
same
the
thing.
big
They're all
problems, they
reading
do
behind
mail-in
him. What's
voting.
up with
They went
this?
to all mail-in
Well,
voting.
yeah, they're all flanking.
So they
him.
have automatically
And
crooked elections.
They're all super close.
And we
to
can't
him.
have that. When
His
the state
hair
is
is
for
kinda
mail-in
effed up,
voting, that means they want
which is
dishonest
notable
elections
for this
because
guy,
that's what that means.
especially since he's inside.
So that played a big
like it's not like the
factor
wind
also.
blew his hair around.
In Huntsville, Space Com will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you
which
know.
just
That's going to
means-
be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden
basically, I'm
Dome
saying
that
what that
the likes
Does
of
we
which
need
nobody's
that?
ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada
Did he
called.
not
They
hear
want to
about
be a
Star
part of it,
Wars?
and that'll be great.
Like,
but
I mean,
Canada
any
will
of
be
the
ready to
actual
be
announcements he's
included
giving
in
are-
that. And we're going to work something
not-
out with them, I
He's
hope.
just saying things.
To also
we can
ensure that
demonstrate
our
and make things alive.
technological
That's it. That's all
capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else. There's nobody close. Remain unmatched long into the future. So
Yo, this body
I'd like
language
to
is
ask Secretary
uncomfortable.
Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said,
What did he do?
Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots. I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place,
watch this
right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it.
Flopped over the belt
For other
line.
reasons,
That's not a change.
next
That's always
administration under
how is
Biden,
he
they
living
decided to
so
move it
long
somewhere
and
else.
not
Well,
learned how to tie
during
it?
that time, the DoD Inspector General, the
It's
Government
like he had
Affairs
his
Office,
first
they did
tie
their own assessments.
when he was
and
like
where
10.
did they say space
And
com
he's
should
just
go?
like, my mommy
Huntsville, Alabama.
always said this is how
So what
ties
you're
are worn.
doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force,
Posture not so good.
the Air
Oh.
Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the
frumpy,
future.
trumpy.
That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President,
Honestly,
today you're
I
ensuring
just
that
like
happens.
says
Thank you.
Devil's Advocate Productions that we're bonding over a conspiracy. Really brings people together. Yeah.
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership
The way he moved the
and
mic.
restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political.
You did
What we want to
good.
do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our war fighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America
Katie
continues
Britt?
to
Yep.
today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen.
Yes, it is. And also, God damn, Republicans.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama.
They make it uncool.
We need help
Warfighter
in our military.
Such a conservative.
We
way
need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that.
Just
Now,
said we were behind in
this
space.
move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact.
Wow.
It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX.
Oh my
It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country,
makeup on that.
I'd be
hand?
for that.
That looks kind
But
of
the best place for Space Command is
right
Huntsville,
hand
Alabama,
on the
because
left
what we
side of
have
the screen.
and
Over
what
his
it
left
means
one, yeah.
to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr.
So if
President, for
his
this,
hand
and
is
we look forward to
consistently
building a huge
bruised
Space
like
Command
that,
and having
what
the
is that?
It
dome.
really does just
J.
look like
Trump
he's
Space
not
Command
doing
Center
well,
in
though.
Huntsville,
Again,
Alabama. Yeah.
I don't think this was a good idea.
That near the makeup at all.
Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama. But as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force. And I think an equally visionary move to make sure the Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
That's the poll. Please, sir.
Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it,
3 minutes.
Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president,
does
let's do what's
anybody
right
else
for
think
national
that this is
security.
weird because
And
this doesn't
today,
matter?
Exactly what we're doing. It's not
Also,
because
Nicholas,
of this
can
or that. It's
I,
because
as
it's
your
right for
typing,
national
can I get
security.
your judgment
You think of the
call?
21
Can you stay
categories that
late?
were evaluated to determine what was best
Matt's in the
for
audience.
national security.
Matt,
All
we stay
indicators
late?
pointed back to
Finish
Huntsville,
covering.
Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right
Fine
people
if
at the
not.
right place at the
Don't
right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Don't shake it too hard.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I want to say thank you. And
I mean,
thank you
I'm
for doing this
genuinely
because
watching
it was the right thing to do. All the
curiosity.
when they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go. And like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful
How
nation.
come
and
Lauren
to the state
Boebert's
of
not
Alabama.
here
We're
to
very
say
grateful. Thank
that
you, and
she's
God
like
bless.
disappointed that she's losing it? Because Colorado's losing it, like Space Command
Thank
or
you, Mr.
whatever.
President. Throughout
Yeah.
history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving
It's like-
the Space Command to
we're
Huntsville
I mean,
is absolutely critical
I'm
to
not
our
interested
maintaining dominance
in
that sphere.
going over what he's
and
saying.
it goes hand in hand with what we're
Is
trying
that
to do
There
with the
are
Golden
800
Dome
people
and missile defense to defend against anyone
in
else
Space
who
Force.
tries
That's
to enter
it?
that sphere. So thank you, Mr.
Whatever.
President.
Just because it is like it's like a dictator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge
pretend
issue.
like
And when you
it's
look at the
serious.
scores,
No, it's not
Alabama was
serious.
number one. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President,
Jake, you're a
thank you
little
for
low.
making priorities of defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation.
Skill
And,
or not.
and the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built
Can
in
you
Huntsville,
adjust
Alabama.
the
and we're
audio
grateful
on the
for that.
video?
Thank you.
You're a little low.
I'm low. All right,
Yeah, you were a little bit
Listen,
low.
I'm as chairman
There
of
you
the
go.
Armed
Better.
Services Committee. I care.
So I was
very
just
much
saying,
about what's most
it's a
important
dictator's
for
announcement.
national
It's
security.
we're
Yeah.
talking about
President,
what the
part of
awnings look
nationwide
like on the
competition
Potemkin
to
Village.
determine where we should have
It's
this
irrelevant
command.
stuff.
Is
It's
he going to
really
bring up the big scratch? Like, did you see? He put out a long ass truth about how his beautiful patio had a 25-yard scratch. I'm going to find out who did it. It looks very ugly.
First in that second competition.
Well, gang,
Secretary of the Air Force
I
reviewed
hate to
results,
say it,
said
man,
it was
but we're
fair,
our
and
hour's up
Huntsville
already. and
Oh.
it's Good Morning,
Biden
Comrade next.
administration
I would
that
feel
decided
bad
to make
cutting
it
him off.
political, even
So I
though
must bid
his
you
own
adieu,
Secretary
Pep
of the Air
Talks. Thank you
Force
for coming
said
on
it was
with
a
me
fair
and
Appreciate it.
looking at the
So I want you to know
dictator
I
here.
appreciate this president
I will.
standing up
I'll
and being
see you on the
strong and
next
say
one,
he's
my
gonna make
friend.
Yep.
it.
I'll catch you later, brother, and I will catch all of you guys on High on Politics later.
So thank you all very much.
Well, there he is.
Gonna leave me alone now. You're not gonna call me anymore.
Finishing
and
the
talk about this
speech.
subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else.
Want
I
to
just
give
want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that
Trump
we
and
just
covered in makeup.
over the
17
last few
votes.
minutes literally
100%
shot out a
say yes.
a boat, a drug carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat,
Yep.
and you'll be seeing that, and you'll be
still sick.
reading about that.
He's still sick, and I still wish him all the worst. I hope it gets I hope he gets a complication, and he's in the ground in time for me to convert that soda into piss for his grave. Hey, next up, Good Morning, Comrades on This Space TV.
Hello, humans. Welcome to your power report for the 28th of August, 2025. I'm your Dan from the internet. I am, again, a little bit later than usual. I was literally this close. I am not going to show you the mess that is the rest of my apartment if I'm not doing it from this soft angle, but I was this close to having everything ready for the new setup. But no, you get a little bit of the man behind the curtain. This is what my apartment will look like behind my new setup, but don't worry about it. Yeah, other than that, speaking of submitting to your husbands, I am joined by Bam. What context did I bring that up in? I'm just going to let the viewers decide.
I'm the wife, per usual. Battered.
Whoa, I was actually gonna say that I submit to you. I maybe say it's a switch relationship, at least on occasion, at least because we're gonna do our history of Islam Part 2 episode. You are gonna be the Dom, and I am very much going to be the how deep do I want to go into this? Here, bratty sub. I don't know how I want to do this.
Well, I'm generally getting topped by you viciously.
Hey folks, sorry I'm late, but yeah, this has been a week. This is going to be kind of like a bit of a clip heavy week because there's just so much to go into. I'm just going to lay out some topics just to begin here, and then I want Bam to kind of help get us started. But we have a school shooting in Minneapolis that has gotten should get everyone angry, but especially if you are in the LGBTQ plus community or have someone you know and you care about very deeply who is. It should make you angry the way that not just right-wing media, but mainstream media has jumped onto, oh, the big story about this is that the shooter was trans, and not the big story about this was that the shooter put a bunch of racial slurs on their guns, or different things. It's very clearly who they want to demonize in society. But we got that there. We got some of the usuals with the goings on with ICE and the continued militarization and invasion of our country. Gaza, of course, is still happening in the backdrop, and Richie Torres. I never thought I'd say this, but Cumtown is won so hard because Adam Friedland interviewed Richie Torres, and Adam Friedland almost broke down, and a rare show of unironic humanity on the left to kind of describe what his experiences was like. Being a Zionist and then coming out of that and then looking at someone like Richie Torres who has no connection to really any of the affected communities other than giving millions upon billions of dollars in aid to Israel with his power, and of course being one of the key members of AIPAC. That was a fantastic interview, but there weren't too many shows on the semi-professional left. Democracy Now! Had a good thing, and y'all are getting outflanked by CNN. But we have to talk about how this is the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, one of the most devastating hurricanes that has hit the United States of America in history so far. And yeah, I will say that if we get a chance in a little bit, I definitely want to do some of those bigger stories like Katrina, Gaza, everything else that's going on. But there's a lot of videos that folks have been sharing about their coverage back then. CNN was there in 2005, of course, and Anderson Cooper was there. Amy Goodman was there in 2005 and did a little bit of a retrospective there today on her show. And I was there last year in February, and I went to the lower ninth ward myself, and I think I can pull up some video of that and play for y'all. So lots to talk about. I will just say before I let Bam kick in, kind of hit those potpourri, but also will guide where we get to those. As I kind of mentioned earlier, I'm upset at how the left is not centering the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. I didn't see that on a lot of shows. Admittedly, I didn't watch a lot of shows, but I think that is one of the most, there's so much happening right now, it's hard to keep track of. But I think in order to sharpen our politics and to be able to become like leaders in this upcoming couple of weeks, months, years, when people watching this show, people informed about this stuff will need to be, the reaction to Hurricane Katrina will actually tell you so much about America in a way that has been systematically hidden by the Democratic and Republican Party for the past 20 years. They've tried to rewrite the history on this as though like George W. Bush was the last competent Republican that we had, as though every president has cared about FEMA until, you know, Donald Trump. And of course, we're talking about the future. Like, we've had a relatively light hurricane season, especially when you compare it to 20 years ago with Hurricane Katrina so far. But we've seen some close calls. I forget the last one, but there's like a little East Coast hurricane about a couple weeks ago that sent some thunderstorms all the way up here in New York. And yeah, the conditions aren't good. The conditions don't make for smaller hurricanes. The conditions don't make for tropical depressions, I'll tell you that. So yeah, that's what's going on in my mind. I'm already running 30 minutes late. So like, take us away.
I also
go ahead.
So I also have a personal issue with RFK. I almost punched my computer when you played him earlier because tried to sign up to get the updated COVID booster, and I am ineligible now. I had seen that he was saying that the FDA made it so, you know, it's like old people or if you have like a doctor's note basically now. I didn't think that would happen right away. But yeah, when I went to get a booster, I went to sign up online, CVS.com, last week, and they were like, oh, you know, you got to wait till the updated vaccine. Cool. Checked back today and it said, sir, you are ineligible. I was telling Caesar, I was like, Caesar, you try it. Caesar, you are ineligible. So I think that, I don't know, they're trying to kill us because COVID's going around right now. And yeah, I think, I mean, I got to look into it a little bit more. But yeah, I think you got to like go to a doctor and they have to like suggest that you should be getting a COVID vaccine. I don't have any underlying issues. I'm pretty healthy. But so I'm like, I guess I can't get it now.
I mean, like, but yeah, like even though you're healthy, allegedly, I don't even want to joke like that. But like, you know, it's important to get the vaccine because you don't want to accidentally spread it to someone who may be in your community who is less able to deal with it. Again, like coronaviruses have existed since before COVID-19. That's why we've numbered them. And this particular one that started with COVID-19 but has continued spreading rapidly due in large part, I'm just going to say it, to the American Republican Party in 2020 and their decision to politicize the vaccine and vaccination in general, which signaled a cue to the rest of the world that there was some, you know, if you're just antsy and you don't like being in your house that much because, you know, you just don't like it, like, you know, you've never lived through like a harsh winter before and you have to like stay home for a day, like, then your rights are being violated and you should kill some brown people. Like, there goes demonetization. But, you know, we'll see how YouTube plays with this. Like, that gave the license for so much of what we're seeing right now and so much limit. I mean, it gave the license for a regime like Trump's and, you know, through the healthcare sector, RFKs to be done. But I did the story on Good Morning Bad News this week on the Snapchat series about how there are doctors, of course, in Europe, fucking not in the United States, but there are doctors in Europe who have actually, like, they're on the verge of getting to a virus that kind of like the flu vaccine, they're able to kind of predict with some level of accuracy what the flu is going to be like in a couple of years, in a couple of months, and they can give you a vaccine for that to prevent it, or at least like limit how bad the symptoms are going to be, make it less likely you're going to be really sick or hospitalized or, like near a fatal situation. Yeah, that was discovered. But because of the type of vaccine it is, I'm not even sure if it's mRNA technology, there's a really good chance that RFK Jr. and Donald Trump are going to block it. And so we're not going to be able to get the vaccine that is currently being tested right now with very high accuracy in lab tests to be able to prevent diseases, future diseases that are like nascent right now, but have the potential to spread. We don't get those.
Because if I get COVID, RFK Jr. is on site, son. Please don't think I'm playing either. If I get COVID, don't come around these parts.
But I heard you had a really good jab. Yeah, I
that shit pissed me off, dude. That shit pissed me off. I was mad. Like, I'm mad about that. Like, I'm not in DC. I'm not seeing no National Guard dudes. It's very upsetting. But but I haven't seen it. But when I go on the joint and they're saying you can't get a COVID booster, I'm like, you're trying to kill people, dog. Like, you're literally trying to kill people at this point.
And it's not like a non-deliberate thing. One of the first things the Trump administration did post-inauguration was defunding USAID. Right? Like, I'm not even gonna get into the conversations about CIA connections or whatever, because real is real. USAID is soft power because they're sending vaccinations and not missiles. And they're like, hey, when we shoot the vaccinations at these people, they like the United States more. When we shoot the missiles at those people, they hate the United States more. Weird. I don't know how that, honestly, that's kind of weird how that works. Medicine, good, bombs, bad. I'm not sure how that works, but that's how it's been working. And, every medical expert under the sun, Democrat, Republican, all over the country, all the world, frankly, was like, yeah, this is going to lead to millions and millions of deaths, not only like in, so-called third world countries that feel like very distant to America, but, as long as there is, free movement and free range of travel, which Trump is already working on as well, right? Like, these diseases are still going to spread. Another story I did on Good Morning Bad News. One thing you got to keep in mind, especially with these medical things, is that the way we've been fighting, the so-called bad bacteria in our medical system has been with antibiotics, right? So all these medicines to fight bacteria that pose potential harm to humans. All right. Bacteria, they're not as advanced as viruses, but they can still evolve and they can still advance to the point where we have antibiotic resistant bacteria. So bacteria that are so strong that we've got no drugs for them. And those things are spreading in airplanes like wildfire. I'm telling you. And let me tell you, there's some plenty of people in the Trump administration who like flying Qantas. All right. They like flying Air Emirates. I even hear some people local to me as we speak like flying Turkish Air. Okay. So I'm just saying we none of us are above this. And I know I'm not really speaking to anyone in the audience unless a troll has already snuck through. I need to check the comments right now. But I'm glad we centered this because it's really easy to forget. But there is, just lay out some facts because even the mainstream media is not talking about it. COVID-19 is spreading throughout the United States. It's different in certain places. I actually looked at the admittedly a couple of weeks delayed reports for my zip code. 0 infections, 0 hospitalizations at least. So we're chilling. But this is the East Coast of the fall. So I've got my masks. I'm ready to go. I'm not playing around. There's people around me that I really care about that I want to keep safe. There's people who have really taught me on this stuff that I want to stay true to what they're doing. And also just I like not being sick. I like yapping. I like yapping at least once or twice a week for about 4 to 5 hours. And if I'm like Ray, who's been out partying too hard, or I catch strep throat or something and I can't yap, I get annoyed. Bam knows because he'll wake up 26 group chat messages and they're all from me. I just like can't get it out. So yeah, for like just please wearing a mask. I will say it before and I'll say it again. And many people have said it before as well, so I'm not like new in this, but like wearing a mask is the simplest form of self-care and community engagement you can do, especially in the winter season.
Right.
Because like even if like I live in a building with a bunch of elders, right? Like they wear masks too. Right? Like they know what's up. And I love that for them. And they're all strangers for me, but I care about them enough, or at least don't want to be shit talked enough from behind them to like, you know, wear my shit. And I encourage everyone with an earshot of my podcast, this podcast, Bam's podcast, your podcast, to do the same thing. I meant to say my voice. I'm not meaning to be that possessive, but yeah, like, thank you.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because like, I don't think I got a booster last year, but yeah, you know, it was just like, oh, okay, like, you know, it's been a minute and, you know, for sure, like the virus is mutated and stuff and it's kind of going around. And I was just like, okay, but admittedly, like I need to do a little bit more like research into what I can do to get it. But it's really unfortunate that I can't just schedule it at the CVS that is like literally a mile from my house. I mean, I remember when I was like somewhat annoyed when I actually had to make an appointment for a booster at one point. Like I went to the CVS just thinking like, oh, the last couple of times I just walked in and got it. And they were like, oh, like you got to make an appointment now, like online. I was like, what the hell? Like, why? There's like nobody here. They're like, sorry. And you got to like make the online appointment. I literally went and came home, made the appointment for like 20 minutes later. So like, even that was like even that, I'm like, y'all are playing with people's lives, dude. Like, yo, chill out. But now it's like,
We had it so good during COVID because like you were literally able to walk up to a convenience store, like a CVS or a Walgreens, and you could walk up, get yourself some cookies, some beer, some like, you know, some Band-Aids, some eye drops, like, you know, whatever. So, you know, some tampons, some condoms,
lube.
like whatever you need. Babe, we go to Target for lube. No, that's we got to get naughty for some lube. I'm gonna break a boycott for some lube, if you know what I'm saying. But no, no, but like, you know, you go about your business, and you got an extra 10 minutes. You sit down, you get a vaccine, you leave. They just tell you, hey, like, we got sandwiches in the front. Just get you one of those. Don't pass out, and you know, you'll be good. You know. Your arm might be a little heavy for a little bit. Get your flu shot too. I was doing the 2-in-1s, right? Like, also at the same time, like, you know, 2020, 2021 phase, we was getting checks. Like the government was like, thank you for working for the government and paying taxes. We're going to give you a rebate. Like, of course, the reason that was under the guise of like, okay, people can't work and we're restricting people from going places. Like, we'll try to help you out when the economy's crashing. But like, Trump's doing that right now. The economy's crashing less, but Trump is like, oh, Nvidia, Intel, you're going to get screwed. Let me just like invest some money into you. Not in some like socialist state ownership way, but like, no, just going to spend taxpayer money to like do, you know, stock inflation for Intel because they're like a competitively shit company. Like all the Southeast Asian companies, whether it be Huawei in China or Taiwanese semiconductor company in Taiwan or China, but like, you know, like all these different. I'm not even going there, but I disagree. I was just making the joke. But the Intel's been cooked completely. ARM, even in England, is cooking Intel. Like everything from Bam's Galaxy S20 to your like iPhone has an ARM chip, to a Pixel has an ARM chip, has an ARM chip in it now. Not going to Intel. When I go into fucking my phone here doesn't have a Texas Instruments processor inside of it. No, this is a Korean processor inside of this one. So like Trump is like, okay, I fucked up. we're just gonna pump intel with money. He's looking at the farmers who are like looking at their crops and like, okay, this is gonna suck for us. All these tariffs, like, okay, I fucked up. Here's some money. To go back to the medical thing, like we have the ability to provide you. I hate quoting Bill Maher, but back in the 2000s, he was on a run and he had this bar that was like joking about being able to get abortions at the combined Planned Parenthood McDonald's. And I think Onions made a similar like joke too. So I'm not even saying he's incredible, but I'm like, healthcare was that convenient during COVID, at least for like that shot and also like some financial care. We can do that at any time. It just has to do with political will. And right now, the political will is going back to that like unseen banger that I did back in COVID, which was like the PowerPoint episode called Economically. I think it was something along the lines of like economically allowable deaths. And it started with that point of like the
Texas lieutenant governor or something.
Thank you. Yeah, the Texas lieutenant governor who was like, to paraphrase, hey, listen, grandma's had a good run, but that number's got to go up in the stock market, buddy. And like, I'm barely even paraphrasing. So yeah, like we've got to keep an eye on the stuff that is happening at the CDC. It's happening so quickly, it's hard to keep track. I think just today, some major people resigned and some Trump crony was like, you know, made to replace them as like the head of the CDC as while, you know, RFK is head of the bigger organization above that, Health and Human Services. And
that woman,
prepare to inject yourself with beef tallow.
I don't know if anything's happened in the last like couple hours, but that woman said that she's not resigning, and I think she's the head of the CDC, but she said she's not leaving. So we'll see what happens with that. But
remind me, is she black?
No, but either way, it's just. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I was seeing also like the COVID vaccine like cost like $200. I was trying to figure that out, like because I was thinking like, oh, maybe it's not free anymore because back then, like how you were saying, it was free. And credit where credit's due. That was because of Donald Trump's warp speed thing. Like they gave all
that was good policy because like, okay, if America, therefore American taxpayers, are investing in Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and Moderna and even, you know, British companies like, you know, outside of American companies like AstraZeneca. I think they're British, but like, I'm not sure. But like all these British companies were benefiting from research that was funded by tax dollars across the world, frankly. But, you know, America tends to be like a heavy hitter with a lot of these. You goddamn, like, I'm not sure you could have the number, but you're goddamn right. Every American deserves, if they pay taxes, and frankly, if they don't, they deserve, if their government is investing in this vaccine, then we should get some of that back. Like, right. I just like, yeah, I'm not gonna get too in the weeds because I was about to drop some like textbooks I read in college, but I was just like, man, we got to go back to the pure shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't want to spend too much time on it either. Like, it's unfortunate. And yeah, everybody stay safe out there because goddamn, they are literally trying to kill us.
Legend of Sean saying, seriously, politicians saw the law Farquaad me and said, oh, we can just say that? Yeah. Every single day, it's like, oh, we can just say that. Compact Presario with 8 megabytes of RAM. I'm not sure if you're talking about yourself, but like, that's basically kind of me right now. Because I know at least it looks okay on my secondary computer that I'm using for my camera, but I understand and I'm still working on the setup and it'll get back to normal soon. But things are going kind of hard in the paint here. But thanks for dealing with it. There's one comment earlier I wanted to show up. Aaron Patton, FD Signifier has some videos about Kanye that reveal Kanye has been this way a long time. Yeah. Look, there's no reason to touch the whole Kanye saying George W. Bush doesn't care about black people thing, because that point is not untrue. That being said, I haven't seen Kanye West dance with a bunch of Africans before, but
he cares more about black people than Kanye does now. That's for sure.
Exactly. Like everything Kanye has done, not even in the past, like, you know, even in the 20s, But what Kanye did in like the late teens invalidates that moment. So yeah. But you know, FD Signifier, he rocks, he's really good. I love how he gets free game about YouTube because I'm like, yep, that's exactly how it works. You shouldn't be saying that out loud, but that's exactly how it works. And yeah, my tempered measurement about like, you know, I'm not going as hard on the left as I did like in December of last year. Again, like I talked to one of the folks in the Vanguard, and I've like kind of cooled it down on my number of ways I could talk about Anna Kasparian and Jank. Anna talked to Tucker Carlson, and she threw a bunch of things about like saying like, oh, people are going to be so mad about me for talking to you. And I was just like, listen, if that's the whole interview, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. And I'm happy to, this is in the past month or so. And I'm happy to say that like most people on the left telegraphically got my message. Honestly, I didn't even see a Vanguard video about it, which is kind of wild. But like, I think most people on the left telegraphically got my message about like, hate to use the stereotype, we got bigger fish to fry, like on the low, like not even close, dude.
Right. Yeah. Apparently she doesn't.
Yeah. Apparently she's still doing like, you know, Washington, D.C. has been invaded under the guise of crime. There is no crime. There's so little crime that National Guard is planting trees now. National Guard is turned into Habitat for Humanity. We've done full like horseshoe politics of where the people in military garbs are now tree huggers. Like they're picking up trash now. Like, you know. Also, I was in last time I visited DC was a little bit before 2018. I'm pretty sure the crime rate was a little bit higher. And it was fine. It was pristine, honestly. Like for better or worse, it's a celebration of America. It's like it's most empirical. Like you have huge ash monuments and things in like ceramic of like people, like museums, and they're like all in one place with like big parks. Like, listen, as someone coming from Brooklyn, where I see like, oh, I've walked 5 paces and I haven't seen some dog shit or a cigarette butt or like a beer can or something, like that's amazing. This is a clean neighborhood. Like that is spotless. It is almost Singaporean levels of spotless on the National Mall. So to think that you've got National Guard with them little like claw joints, like picking up potato chip bags, is like they're gonna run out of that job, even if they're understaffed, in half a day.
It's also like, you know, if you go to the hood, it's different. But even the hood's places is, you don't like, even that is like not that crazy, dude. Like I don't know, like, yeah, of course, like crime happens. I don't know where Big Balls was whenever that happened to him. Like, I don't know where he was, but if he was in the hood, it's
the quad of Howard University.
But it's like, if you were in the hood, it's like, what were you doing there? Like, what are you doing there?
Yeah, like all the, yeah, I don't remember the place either, and I don't know DC that well, but like the places where you take dates out in Washington, DC, as someone who was like Washington, DC connected, is by design for the past 100 some odd years, very far away from where all of
the riffraff
is, the crime. Yeah. I'm not going to say that racially, because like Washington, DC, you've got like some, you know, black Mecca spots out there. I'm not even going to touch those people, but like, you know, like there's, even if you are around the clubby parts near Howard University, dog, it's Howard University. Exactly. It is not scary.
Exactly. No,
it is a bunch of preppy black people,
right,
who
and Rachel
occasionally have dreads, so that's the only reason you think they're scary, because you're uncultured.
And yeah, and it's like, I mean, yeah, and somebody said like if it even happened, and even if it did, it's like he can make up any story he wants. Like maybe he was popping shit to somebody and got his ass beat, and then he tried to say, "Oh, they tried to carjack me," you know, like
there. I'm just gonna mention it here outside of the story. We'll talk about the Minneapolis thing in a moment, but I'm not. Let me get my Alex Jones tinfoil hat on for POTEP report, right? Like, by my tinfoil kufi. No, I think.
Wait,
I love this comment right here.
Legend of Sean, what city was that?
I'm assuming DC.
Okay.
Saying that you were running around with like a car full of Domino's pizzas and never got pressed once. I mean, maybe because we were Domino's. I mean, maybe you gotta go to a good pizza place, and maybe I'd bother breaking into your car. But like,
If it was Papa John's, they might have got your ass, dog.
Papa
Dothan,
John's,
Alabama.
Papa
Boy.
John's old Papa saying that slurs.
The worst of the worst poverty I've ever seen in my life, Alabama and Mississippi. So he was in Dothan. That shit's, yeah. I've never been in Dothan, I don't think, but I seen that shit in Alabama, boy. It's just rough. Shout out to Honeycomb Brazy, free him.
But yeah, like what I was gonna say is that there are between the two really close high left of the box, but between the really close two attempts on Trump during the 2024 campaign and the big balls thing, and now this shooter, where like, if you've been really paying attention to stuff, every time there's like a mass shooter that gets some news, the first thing people like libs of TikTok or any like other right-wing spam account on X says is that, oh, we found out the shooter is trans. Oh, we found out the shooter was non-binary. Oh, we found the shooter was gay. And it's like
every time.
Matt Leck said something really good recently about like, it should be obvious that they are scapegoat merchants. And like in the first minutes of any sort of breaking news event, when even their producers haven't caught up and they still have to talk, that's what you obviously see. They're like spinning the wheel of fortune for like which marginalized group they can scapegoat. And it's usually either, especially now time of days, Latin American, Central or South American immigrants, Central or West Asian immigrants, unless you're from, one of the approved states like Turkey or Israel. We'll throw in a couple Moroccos in there just for good measure. And then, like East Asian, like number three. I hate to do like a ranking here, but like, if you're an immigrant of any kind from either Central South America or the Middle East, or even like, a little too Chinese for like, the general thing, you will be painted as by the right wing as like, oh, you're the reason this mass shooting happened. Never mind the statistics. Never mind like the usual profile. Like they tried to say there's like a shooter in like Colorado or Utah who like shot up like a gay nightclub or something. And they tried to say like, oh,
Colorado.
Yeah, they tried to say that person was trans or non-binary or whatever. Hard to prove, and it seems like one of the most consistent threads you have with these people, I'm going to try to stop myself here because I didn't want to go into that whole thing, but like one of the most consistent threads that these are extremely online, like haven't touched grass in years edgelords who don't really understand politics. They understand politics the same way like a 12-year-old right-winger does, which is just rage bait, say whatever you think gets a reaction. And, I think all these shooters do this to get a reaction of some kind because they think that something will live on past them. One gang, how they're not smart because this is America and shit does not make it past 5 days max in this news cycle. But they all glorify each other and they all think that, oh, if I do this shooting and I write a manifesto and I say that I love a bunch of leftist causes, that's going to muddy the waters and that's going to allow like, my ultra based right wing boys to be able to, get an extra leg in or whatever. And it's like, media is dead, but like it should be kind of obvious right now. So I say all that to say, like, I'm not moving off of the realm of possibility that Trump has figured out how to do these like micro Reichstag fire things in the worst possible way, where he's like, yeah, I don't care if the shooter gets killed or killed or self-inflicted wound or whatever, right? Like, I don't care if there's innocents that also have to die as well, or like have to get injured as well. But I'm gonna, pull my connections around. I'm gonna pull some strings. I'm gonna like put up a false flag of some kind. So that'll give me the justification to move in the National Guard to Washington, D.C. Oh, you've got they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs up in Ohio. We're gonna send the National Guard up there. Oh, we've got a mass shooting by a trans person at a church. We're gonna send the National Guard to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Notice when the Democratic politicians who were just shot in June, no National Guard then. Trump was too busy with his military parade, but now, because they found a trans shooter who also wrote anti-black, anti-Latino, anti-Jewish slurs on their guns, right? It's like, okay, now the right wing is being attacked. Now Christians are being attacked, Catholics, and now we're going to bring in the National Guard. Like, it's just too easy, and it's just too lazy. And the last thing I'll say, because I said this to Sachi, was that, like, because I've seen this so long, the one thing I know about conservatives is that they're all failure to launches from Hollywood, and so they're all bad writers. And what this feels like is just hacky writing to me. So, I can't be too much of a conspiracy theorist. I don't have proof, but that's how I feel. And another thing, no.
Yeah, he didn't do shit when the CDC got shot up. The guy was shooting it through the freaking windows, and that shit was, I don't even think he talked about it.
Yeah, it was RFK, fuck him. It kind of happens to them, Hey, it runs in the family, that.
But well, this situation in Minneapolis was really sad. Saw a lot of talk about it. I didn't see. I don't know if you were saying that Trump said something about bringing the National Guard, or you're just like saying like he could say that. Because I didn't see that, but
he hasn't said that yet.
Okay.
But like he has hinted at doing. I mean, he's already said he's going to send the National Guard as of 2 hours before this broadcast to Chicago, to New York.
Right.
Best luck to you in New York, buddy. Honestly, best luck to you in Chicago, buddy. Because like, not that I'm saying like any city's softer than the other, but they tried this in Los Angeles and ICE is demoralized. Like DHS is demoralized. National Guard wants to go home. There's still tragedies that happen every single day, but like the cool factor this is supposed to have is not happening.
Well, and it's not happening in DC either.
Oh yeah, it's not happening in DC. I'll see if I have some videos that Sachi prepared, but like JR Jackson, shout out to him. He's been doing his watch list streams, and he's been, I think, similarly to me, because I am inspired from a similar cloth of him when it comes to space. He's been kind of exhausted from all this, like, okay, this is depressing like it was last week. Okay, this is depressing like it was last week. And he's at least starting to show some videos he's finding online of like people holding up their cameras and they're like, oh, do you feel tough arresting someone as a National Guardsman for like paying their fare on the subway? They didn't even jump the turnstile in DC. They just paid the fare. And because the National Guards person asked for her ID and she said no, they're going to arrest her. And now that person's a martyr because she was an activist and she knew what she was doing. And the charges are going to be dropped and she's going to get a fat check from me and Bam and you and herself. Like, I'm not even going to touch that part because that's the other thing. Like, even in the best case scenario, Trump is doing so many crimes against Americans that the lawsuits alone could add trillions of dollars to the deficit at this point. But yeah, the shit's not working in any city he's doing it, but he's specifically agitating cities that are predominantly Democratic, that are economic powerhouses in a way that Donald Trump and the MAGA right don't like. And, there are reasons to like, there are reasons to not like. Hollywood, Silicon Valley, finance, media, whatever, right? But he's going to these cities. A lot of them have black mayors. Some of these states even have black governors. When you look at Westmore with Maryland and then the governor of Baltimore, and they're trying to antagonize. And New York is interesting because on the one hand, you have Eric Adams as a mayor. On the other hand, Tom Homan literally said, and I'm barely paraphrasing, once Eric Adams was given a deal by the Trump administration because he had corruption charges, again, Turkish Airlines and all that other different stuff, Trump's DOJ basically gave him a pass, but in return, Eric Adams, as the effective mayor until January of next year when inshallah Zoran wins, he is going to let National Guard, like whatever Trump wants to do in New York City, all the 5 boroughs, Eric Adams is going to let that happen. And again, like after living near the Haitians and the Caribbeans and seeing a couple of earlier attempts this year about how ISIS tried to come down here, good luck, buddy. Eric Adams, I wish you a lot of luck. Thinking that you're going to maintain the vote out here in, like South Flatbush, like little Haiti, little Caribbean area. If you think you're going to maintain the vote and also send ICE out here, first of all, you're going to get a lot of ICE agents hurt. Second of all, you're going to lose the election even harder among Black people in the state. Like, it's going to be rough, dude. So yeah, like I don't see any of this working, but like in the culture it is. And damn all of the lazy, centrist, and liberal, and even so-called progressive pundits who like laid the groundwork for this, who in even one person's mind said, oh, I know the Republicans sound crazy, but the Democrats are saying that crime's an issue too. And the Democrats are affirming that even though I live in Des Moines, Iowa, I feel like crime on the New York City subways is a problem. And I don't care about the crime statistics literally saying that crime on the New York City subways isn't a problem, except for harassment by New York Police Department and National Guard that's already been deployed by Democrats in the state. They're causing more violent interactions on the subway. Never mind that. I live in Des Moines, Iowa, and I feel like the New York City subways are unsafe. So thank you, President Trump. Like again, I'm not going to mention names here. You know who I'm talking about, but fuck every so-called liberal and progressive who has gone along with this right-wing shit that Trump is doing. Like I've said this before and I'll say it again. 1 or 2 layers above in hell, wherever the people in this administration are going, you're like 1 or 2 layers above that. Not even purgatory. And y'all are very deep.
All right. Well, I did want to talk about Minneapolis. Dan went off there.
We're kind of there. We're kind of there because like it goes into scapegoating immigrants. It goes into scapegoating trans people because it's like,
Dan, if you keep going right now, you're going to talk for 3 more minutes. I just want to say this really fast. Let me just say it because you're going to go off again. I know you. Okay. The Minneapolis situation, very tragic. Of course, they did the whole this person's trans thing. I remember we've said this for 20 years now, but it's really sad that there's so many shootings at schools that you can't remember them. But I feel like there was one at like a Black college in Tennessee or something like that. Honestly, I don't even remember. Probably Bad Lefty knows. But and that person they said was trans, like right when it happens, they say that. But either way, these mass shootings are the result of Republican policy. They are just hell bent on having assault rifles on our streets. Like you can't do shit about it. Like the assault rifles are staying because Republicans love mass shootings. Because they're a party, and especially under Trump, but because it's a party of fear mongering, it's to the benefit of the Republican Party whenever there's a mass shooting anywhere for any reason. Like they genuinely like this. Like I wish I could talk to some fucking Republican Congress or senator or whatever and be like, you actually like when like the Uvalde shooting, like you like that. Like that's what fuels your politics because your whole ideology is on fear mongering. If you can keep people scared of assault weapons, you can say, oh, we got to keep the assault weapons. And then it's just this cycle of children and people getting killed. And it's really a shame. And, it's just hard to imagine you have some, it's just a regular freaking Tuesday or something. You drop your kid off at school, especially like you're like paying for them to go to this Catholic school. That's already scary enough that they're in the Catholic school. You don't know what the hell is happening to them in the Catholic school. You're putting them in the Catholic school and you're just praying that they're not prey to the priest. So you already have that. Now, let me not talk about people putting their kids in Catholic school. Let me not even do that. But that's already an issue.
I will say, I'm a result of Catholic school. I can just shut up there.
Okay, Dan, you're trying to make it real dark. We're not even trying to do that right now. But
I'm just saying that, like, this personality comes from Catholic school. So
okay.
Support your public schools.
Yeah. What? Oh, Aaron went to a Catholic school too. Okay. Well, hopefully nothing happened to you, because they do be touching them kids. But so these people put their kids in that school, but it's just like you take your kid to school, you go to work, and then like
your kid, the first week of school. School is back in session. Teachers are getting back into it. This is supposedly like their first or second mass, where again, prayer in schools. Me with all my religious background, I don't love it. But like, can we? Again, and I hate every word I'm about to say right now, but is nothing sacred anymore in this country?
Well, no,
can we not like? No, but like Bam is saying, can you not just have a reasonable expectation in the richest empire in the world of someone who is not of someone who is a privileged citizen, by being someone who has kids and is putting their kids in a private religious institution? You're up there in the American caste system, right? Even your kids. And sorry, Ben, but like I'm gonna stop myself here. I still get advertisements every single day from the dad.
Me too.
Of the kid named Daniel who was shot in Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook promise. I get it every day.
Yeah, so much so that like they're starting to do variations of the ads, and like me as a nerd, as like an advertiser in my day job, we're like, oh, they're A/B testing right now. Okay, I see.
Yeah, there's a woman. There's a woman too.
Yeah, and like that's the kind of level of like ironic distance I have to have from it, because I've told this story before. I was in high school when Sandy Hook happened, and I was with a teacher like watching the news coverage, and this is a teacher who was like really embracing my like journalistic sort of like tendencies and willing to engage with me in news. And I was like, then even like, okay, this is either going to be the moment where like so many young white kids have died that we're going to do some big difference about mass shooting, or this is the point where it doesn't matter anymore. And I was right about the second one. We're not doing shit about this. Australia had one of these in the 90s, and they're like, that's a wrap. We're done. Listen,
they're getting rid of TikTok down there. They're like, wait, what? Somebody did some shit because of TikTok? Nope, stop.
Yeah, there's a lot even to go about there, but like, we have. The only reason I can joke about this, honestly, is just not stop from breaking down, because the fact that we couldn't do anything after Sandy Hook, the fact that we didn't do anything after Columbine, like, it starts to unfortunately numb you for a bunch of other different things that are happening in society. And that numbing is not good. That numbing is specifically a form of power used against us.
Oh, 100%. That's what they're hoping for. Like, these people are evil. Like, they're thriving on the fear of a school shooting, and also a school shooting. Like, and that in particular, because that's when it's like so much fear around it. Like, it's literally disgusting. And yeah, like I would love to see somebody confront one of these Republican politicians and say, like, you like when this happens, actually. Like you are hoping that there's a school shooting every other month so you can fear monger, get people scared of everything.
They hope when there's they hope that when there's one every other week, and they hope there's one where they can have brand synergy with their fear mongering. So not only is it a mass shooting that, you know, encourages you to engage in capitalism, to buy these stupid things like bulletproof backpacks, bulletproof notebooks, metal doors for the teachers to engage while they're teaching their class for an hour, just to get the kids ready for the school to prison pipeline, just while like not even admitting that's on the nose. Like, let's pay for all of that. And as a cherry on top, let's add some more synergy, because we're using capitalism to scare you. We're using guns to scare you, which encourages people to buy more guns. But let's bring some crack on there, Johnson. Let's say, oh, this was an immigrant kid who was, you know, trans, and they were, you know, on those weird drugs the liberals let you have that makes you think that you're another gender or whatever. And, you know, that's why we have to ban people who are not who are a different gender, but that's why we can't ban the guns.
Right.
It's so deliberate. And you know, I think as usual, my anger is that like mainstream Democrats are not choosing to argue on this point. Not because I genuinely think a lot of them don't know, but I also think a lot of them know and don't have the courage. I can't give you like a 45-55% answer on which is which, but there's only those two options. Either they are not aware of how pernicious this is, which after seeing the, you know, they're not aware, or they are purposely not aware.
Well, every assault rifle ban that they try to do, like, it gets shut down. I think Supreme Court shut down an assault rifle ban. I forgot when that was, but it's you know, it goes back to like the culture too. Like, this is a settler colonial country. You know, it was built on violence. So violence is a part of this American fabric. But it's also like, it doesn't have to be that way. Because yeah, like as Sandy just said, left the box, you know, Canada is also a settler colonial nation. And she said they crack down on guns after shootings. Like it's you know, and it's just these types of things that happen is just it's just sad. And I've said this on Power Report. I'll end with this. I've said this on Power Report, I feel like for years now, but I think what would not necessarily solve the issue of these school shootings and mass shootings, but I think what would help a lot is universal health care.
Counterpoint? I mean, maybe it would help a lot, but I'm going to quote this one philosopher I remember from this like book I read in college. I believe it was Bam, who said, America is too racist to give Black people free healthcare. Therefore, there's like a very slim chance that universal healthcare will happen in this country. That's one of them like 2020 season Power Report bars. I don't know if you still believe that.
Oh yeah,
like,
sure.
I do.
I think we could get there, but like the reason we don't have it is because of racism, 100%. Like there's like all these layers. It's like greed, capitalism. There's all this shit, but like at the foundation of it is racism.
Yeah, I feel you. Any last words on this? I was gonna start to head to some of the Katrina stuff, but I need some time to set some things out.
Okay, yeah. I'll just talk until you. No. You said did you say you need some time?
Yeah, I need a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. No, it's you know, Minneapolis is I don't know who's been there, but it is a nice city.
It's beautiful. I was there just last year, and it's on dope. One of my top. It's on one of my top lists to be like, okay, if I want to actually like, you know, settle down, raise a family, live in a climate change, you know, resilient environment, and still live in America. Like,
no, you're tripping. You're tripping now. I ain't trying to live in Minneapolis. You're tripping.
Have you seen the rent there?
Okay,
Dude,
but
I'm straight.
Okay, what month did you go?
I know I went during a month that is not as miserable as it is during most of the year.
Okay, because I
don't care. I would rather be stuck in the snow than smelling ash in the winter. Literally.
Okay, I feel that.
Again, let me tell you, like I got listen, I got twos here, man.
No, I feel that
with a good hand.
Yes, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis are from Minneapolis. Obviously, Prince is from Minneapolis. Sounds of Blackness is from Minneapolis. Mint Condition is from Minneapolis. The Time is from Minneapolis. Who else? Is there any other musicians I can think of from Minneapolis? I can't think of anybody else. But yeah, it's a cool city. It's very diverse. It's like very mixed. You got there's hella Somali people there. And yeah, it has like a unique feel to it. To me, it kind of felt like the Midwest San Diego, but it was a little bit slow for my taste. I was just like, damn, everybody is freaking slow as hell. And I did feel like a goose was trying to attack me at one point. But it's really sad. And it's one of those things like, you're not like sitting around like, I wonder when the next, school shooting's gonna be. So every time it happens, it's like shocking, like, cause it's like, fuck, but it's like, well, it's another one kind of thing. Like they just, I don't know. I hate to say it like this. It's just like they sneak up on you kind of thing. It's like, goddamn. But yeah, we'll see if Trump thinks he can do anything about it. I don't even know if he talked about it. You don't give a damn. Where does Barron go to school? No, I'm joking.
New York University, apparently, where he gets relentlessly bullied, from what I heard.
Well, he's freaking tall as hell. So imagine somebody shows up to school with a shirt with his mom's nude on there.
Listen, I've been hearing some stuff that's like not necessarily that bad, but it's like videos of it's videos of Barron Trump being a baby and like going, "Mommy, I want the briefcase. I want the," doing dumb stuff as like a 3-year-old that like would go completely in the archives if it was like you or me in college, but because you're Barron Trump is like all over Yik Yak, all over TikTok, all over all these other different platforms, like it's bad.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like y'all go ahead and bully homeboy. Ain't nobody got no love for him.
So I've got
let's talk about Katrina because that shit was wild. I got plenty to say about it too.
Almost ready. So while we're getting ready, let's can you pop up a comment or two?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Should I just say the times when somebody says things nice to me? Oh yeah, what's the name? Aaron. About my age, I was in elementary school when the Paducah school shooting happened. Yeah, I definitely had never heard of that, Aaron.
Which is sad. Like, I wish I knew about it. I wish I could say some stuff, but yeah.
Ireland ain't got no school shooters or snow for 8 months, but rain for 11. Just saying, bam. I'm down. I'm with it. I might mess around and go to Ireland.
Take me back to Manchester weather, but just with like a better economic and political system. Like what Marx and Engels saw for Manchester, let me go back to that, but with like 2020s weather, and I'll be all right.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show. Robert, what's popping?
I'm trying to I've got an invite to go on a podcast or some kind of show. It's called the Adam Friedland Show. I don't know if you heard about it.
Oh yes, let's go.
You gotta talk to our agent though. I'm hearing that might not be good for our careers. We might get smoked. We might get Richie Torres if we go on there.
Well, you're not a horrible Zionist, so I don't think he's be coming for your neck like he is some of those other people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I did post some spicy tweets years ago about him getting about Adam breaking up with Dasha because Dasha from Red Scare found out he had sex with the Witten. And if anybody knows who the Witten is,
I don't know who the Witten is.
Witten is like it's she's actually in one of like the old Andrew Callahan videos, like the old Channel 5 videos. Mm-hmm. She's like this really weird like cat girl, like an e-girl. She looks like if I'm trying to think like a North Shore 7 was an e-girl. But she's still pretty hot though.
That's fine. Like
I'm still mad. I would have done it. I would have done it too. I'm not hating.
And God, what a fall from grace. For people that don't know, this is like super online, but like she went from the like Sailor Moon, like Sailor Socialist, where she's like, yeah, I support Bernie, Medicare for all or whatever, and now she's like a trad wife. Like Red Scare just like screwed up everything. It's horrible.
I'm so glad I never listened to one episode of Red Scare.
I listened to some of it and it just was a mess.
I am a big time C-Town listener, but I mean I can name C-Town. I can name C-Town bits like people know their, can remember all their like 13 kids' names or something. But like I'm never have I listened to her. I do. Is Dasha, like I told the story about Hulk Hogan, like meeting Hulk Hogan all the time, like running into him as a kid, and I always knew something was up with him. Dasha, I felt the same way. Like I would see her and stuff, and I'd be like,
not so sure about her.
No, you're like you're like a bad version of Amber from Chavo Trap House. There's something about you, and I can't put my finger on it. And I guess we all found out what it was.
Yeah, they're still doing it. They're still doing their stuff, so like interviewing Steve Bannon and them, whatever, and like not like a critical way. I will say that I did see that Brace from this is your podcasting roundup, I guess.
Oh God, yeah. But Aaron will love this. The wife will she listens to TrueAnon like religious
Brace had Ashley St. Clair on recently. I haven't listened to that episode
fair enough.
But she was the lady that was like that's the one that said that Elon propositioned her to like host one of her babies or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. Because she was like, because we're kind of the same age, like Elon Musk and I, and like that woman was like, she's on like a lot of people's Mount Rushmore for sure.
Oh, really?
Like I can't believe Dasha's like doing a trad wife thing though. Like a trad wife for who? Like what?
Like got married or whatever.
She did? Who is her? I'm gonna have to look that up later. Like what? Like that? Like what? For who?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Different strokes, different
people
folks.
who are listening to the radio. That's your view into the online madness of like the weirdest parts of the internet. About
we want to get as many people tuned out as soon as possible.
People from 2016 remember. People from 2015 remember, but like nobody else cares.
That's what we're trying to do out here. We're trying to get stop now that the BS is over. Now we can shake out who's really down for the socialist revolution. Okay, meet behind the Trader Joe's.
Yeah. Now that the douchebags are gone.
Hey, now we got all the feds out of the chat.
Or they're sleeping.
Yeah.
Regardless, I did want to. So, like, speaking of media and speaking of, I think this is really important. We missed an opportunity, Robert. We missed a real opportunity to get involved with this budding group called Chorus. And the 1630 have you seen this article?
All right, I have heard people yap about it on the interwebs.
All right, well, I pulled it up.
I don't read. Who read? Reading is.
Well, we're gonna read together. We have something very fun to talk about. Okay, we're gonna be reading together. I'm sorry, I'm gonna make you do some homework. Okay, I'm gonna make you eat some vegetables. But yeah. Dark money group secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. This could have been us.
Wired is hitting, bro. Wired is the new spy magazine. Because Wired was the same. Wired dropped a hey, guess what? The Epstein jail footage is definitely fake.
Yeah,
Wired is busting, bro. I might have to get another. I used to have a subscription in when I was like in high school, but I don't know. That in 2600, I had a subscription to that too.
It used to be a tech mag, and now it's like doing deep journalism.
This is better, dude. They busting. They're like the Teen Vogue of tech now.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're watching
sneaky journalism,
Taylor Lorenz, please unblock me on Twitter. You got mad at me over George the Cat a couple of years ago. I don't know why you blocked me.
You got blocked by Taylor.
It was over. Okay, it was over.
That you, brother, that you got enough motion to get blocked by Taylor Lorenz.
No, it was because there was like a controversy where George the Cat, you know, that internet cat, it got like they had a bunch of people were mad at it because like somebody was whining about completely like trashing their whatever the grocery pickup app is, like Instacart person.
Yeah.
Like and they were like giving them like crap. And George is like, idea, get your own groceries. And then it became an entire argument about like disability rights or whatever, or disability stuff. And it was just like really annoying.
Like, we're obviously not talking about people who can't get their own groceries.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, if you're going to have that, obviously, like, Instacart should not be doing that. That should be something that the, instead of picking up trash in DC, that should honestly be something your National Guard is doing. Like, going to get your grocery orders and like dropping them off. Like that's how it works in like functioning countries like Vietnam. Like during COVID, like the military was literally dropping off banh mi's and bao at your door to make sure you didn't have to leave the house. But don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, bro.
I could go for some fun right now. But anyway, this is great great reporting from Taylor. I know that she does some stuff that I don't agree with in terms of getting an internet fights sometimes that like I'm just like whatever. But like I think she is a great reporter and she's like one of the best pop culture, like internet culture journalists.
Well, her and Ryan Grimm got into it about like cell phones in schools, which that's like mommy and daddy fighting right there. But yeah, Taylor Lorenz has some funky opinions about like AI, which I am an AI guy, and I'm not an AI Luddite like she is, but whatever.
Well, look, I have my own ideas about clankers, but you know,
clankers rule, dude.
Whatever. I'm not getting into that here. Regardless, she did great reporting here on this dark money group that is being funding essentially Democratic influences, including one of our faves, which we'll get to in just a minute. In a private chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed their whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month. Wow. Like, what could we do with $8,000 per month on this show?
Oh boy. I mean, I'm gone, dog. $8,000. I'm being Democrats abroad.
$8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing program, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. So look, here's like literally this is a selling your soul for like $8,000 a month. Now, again, why didn't they call us? Like, what's going on here? Like,
well, we were supposed to, in honesty, we were supposed to get involved with the Destiny slush fund, progressive victory or whatever. That's where like dudes like Xander Hall. Again, I'm so sorry. This is the most online episode of something that's going to
be a very online episode.
Yeah, this is literally going out over the airwaves, the analog airwaves,
where real people
of radio.
This is like Democratic acts spending millions of dollars to essentially, instead of allowing the media that like lifting up media that is independent and relying on that as a way to bolster their political program, they're essentially dictating from on high what is allowable for, and basically using in money to do it and saying like, hey, you have a following. Here's what you're gonna say, and here's what you're gonna say it, how you're gonna say it, and here's like $8,000 a month. You know,
what's surprising about that? Like a question mark.
Because what the Democrats
that's
do.
Exactly. Whip the voters, blame the voters, whip the voters, whip your own party to get them in line, and now you're gonna whip the media, and now you're trying to whip the quote unquote new old media. So it's like this is what they do. If they can't, they're the kid. We say this all the time. They're the kid that if they can't win the way they want to win, then they'll just take their ball and go home. They're not looking for the Joe Rogan on the right. What they're looking for is the Joe Rogan of the left. What they're looking for is somebody they can control, and it's just another tentacle of the controlled opposition party.
I want to also say this too, and we can continue in our little reading series here. This is happening when they have they're talking about these people with 800,000 TikTok followers or whatever. Like Hassan Piker was also at the DNC this year, and they kicked him out. He has a show that is essentially a stadium full of people every single day. He has 30,000 people minimum every single day in his chat talking and yapping. If you ever watch that chat, it's like scrolling, like whipping by like crazy. And he doesn't get a call from them. He gets kicked out of the DNC.
Well, I mean, because there's a couple reasons for that. Well, one, he's a monster that's beyond their control. Like he has no use. Like $8,000 to him now.
He won't play.
Yeah, is not going to move the needle for him now. $8,000 a month.
He wouldn't take the money anyway.
Right, and that's the second part of what I was going to say, because I was talking to wife about this. Is that we're like who's like Hassan Piker's memoirs are going to be wild. Like in 20 years, where he like writes his memoirs of like the stuff that we had no idea was going on about who he was dating at the time. They're going to be wild. But he has, and this is a good thing, this isn't a bad thing, obviously, he's painted himself into a corner of legitimacy to where he literally is stun locked. He would say this himself, the right thing to do is not to be a part of something like this. But cynically, he's painted himself to a corner to where all his ops, all his enemies are constantly trying to find a chink in his armor, trying to get to him, try to be like, you're not a real leftist, you're not a real socialist, you don't eat dirt, and you live
a house
in 4
and a car.
walls. Yeah, you have a house and a car. They literally that. So he had everything he does to keep his spot of what he's built brick by brick by brick has to be above board. Mm-hmm. Just like a good analogy, a good whatever cross section would be like, comparison would be like, okay, Ethan Klein, also a millionaire, made his wife's terrible clothing brand, Teddy Fresh. Teddy Fresh is made in China. It's fast fashion and it's uglier than sin. And they did that to make profit. Hassan Piker, people will be like, he has a clothing line. He'll promote it and people will come at him and say $50 for a t-shirt. And he'll say, yep, $50 for a t-shirt, dog. It's union made, American made material. And he goes, I make $3 worth of profit off of every one sold. I do this for the fans. Because he literally, and it's not even like, you could be like, oh, wow, what a magnanimous guy. But we'll give him that, but he's locked into that. He can't get away from that.
Well, not just that. He's like I think he does actually believe in that kind of stuff.
I do believe that, but
I he's also modeling behavior for other content creators.
For me, absolutely.
And he's not somebody. And again, we were talking about prior to the show. There's this issue with leftists and their sort of like allergy to making money outside of certain circles. That's not what this is about. Mm-hmm. This is about the Democratic Party essentially owning these creators with like dirt cheap amounts, really.
Dirt cheap, dude.
But yeah, this is a quote from a group chat from this. So quote, should we send a joint email with all of our email addresses, or are we going to just send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Said Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers. He asked in the group. Some joked about the collective bargaining. Any Newsies fans in here? Wow. You know what, though? Like, that's interesting because it's like an actual an actual instinct to push back and the idea that they're going to do it collectively. Now, did they do it? No. The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online and posting in support of Democrats, and they're key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Quote, reading through this revised Core's contract, like you win some, you lose some, a reproductive justice influencer named Pari, who posted under the handle Women in America, posted in the thread. So essentially, like there were like early rumblings of these sort of like people that were bought off, like saying like, hey, we want to control this message, we want to control this narrative, and essentially I guess the bag was too big, they didn't want to mess with it.
Well, I'm sure what happened, and as a former lanyard boy myself, like hanging around in DNC circles and stuff, I'm sure what happened was a good amount of those people were actually like, wow, this is a great opportunity. And I get it completely. They're like idealists. They're like, I get to, my voice is going to be heard. And the Democratic Party is promoting it. This is great. And then you had other people like David Pakman who knew what time it was right from the start. They already knew what was up. They're like, oh yeah, this is just another, I'm pushing crypto. I'm pushing scam binary options. I'm pushing scam gold. This is just one more scam I'm pushing.
Also, he's pushing Israel, but he was
pushing exactly, and this is hand to hand. Like, yeah, he's been pushing Israel
for years. Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. So, like, after the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans spent decades producing a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators, despite their small disagreements with Trump. That's the other thing, too, because I guess it is a little bit of like a crazy mirror, because they do have platforms and they do get heavily funded from the top on the right. Like extremely, like Charlie Kirk is not a grassroots voice by any stretch. That's the idea that people want you to have when you think about somebody like him, or it's like Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or whatever. They get or Glenn Beck or all these freaks. Like they get their money from like huge donors, right? And they sort of have this veneer. The only one that's really independent that like has independent wealth is Tucker Carlson. And like he's basically a white nationalist.
Well, that's CIA money. That's old CIA money too. So.
Yeah, old CIA and Swanson. Swanson
foods.
Swanson foods. But yeah, I don't know, man.
You do know, and that's the thing. I think keeping it to the most online show of all time. The same thing with like the Twitch botting. That's what the Twitch is finally cracking down on view botting because it's messing with their money, because advertisers are hip to the game and they don't want to spend money on this. That's the same thing. What happens on these podcasts, on these Tim Pools and this Steven Crowder, they get bankrolled for a while, and then it becomes like Peter Thiel or whoever, and then they decide this is too much of a loss leader for me. I'm kind of done with it. And then their advertisers find out, hey, this really never really had any grassroots support. This was always just astroturfed. And then their advertisers go away because they figure out, hey, this guy's really not getting the views that he says he's getting. That's just what happened. That's what's happening to the Daily Wire right now. It was propped up by Peter Thiel money for so long, and now he's finally dropped it and just so I don't want to play no more. This is just, it's become too much. I don't want to be out here funding lady ballers too. So it's like he's like, I'm done with it. And then the whole house of cards just crumbles because these people really had no grassroots base anyway. They had
not even just that. Like,
they didn't have 30,000 people in the Hasanabi chat who are there to hear the man talk. Well, they're just there because it's pumped in their face. Kind of like old terrestrial radio is a good example. Think of a good thought experiment for this that I think lines up perfectly, and I'll let you go, is that Think about all the music we listened to as kids that was popular, that these people made these record labels made millions of dollars on, tours all around the world, merchandise, CD sales, whatever. Think about without terrestrial radio and without people like listening to that in their car, without being pumped that, every time they turn on their car engine, how many of those bands, how many of those music groups would have never made it? Because they would have had no. First thing I think of that pops in my head, Macy Gray. Find me a Macy Gray fan. I bet you know Macy Gray songs. Find me a Macy Gray fan. You can't find one. They don't exist.
Yeah, and again, it's like one of those things that are shoved down your throat, and then also, again, you mentioned the I don't want to play with you anymore side of it. It is that because again, the dog done caught the car. You don't need to pay for the dog chasing the car situation anymore because the dog caught the car. Everything that all of these people want, politically speaking, they are getting right now. Yeah. They're getting absolute full control over the entire U.S. government and their entire branding, especially of the Ben Shapiros, the Matt Walshes, and all these freaks. They want to also at the same time whine about being aggrieved. That's why they have to focus on the Superman movie. That's so woke or whatever. They have to focus on this.
Taylor Swift getting engaged. Yeah. Let me tell you how that's the downfall of
human society.
Western civilization.
Yeah, they have to focus on culture, which is their white whale or whatever. And they also do control considerable amounts of culture in this country as well already, but they just have to pretend that they don't. They have to act like they're the permanent minority, that they're the permanent party or side or aggrieved sort of component. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the Democrats who are actual literal losers and finding the worst ways to spend billions of dollars. So influence is included in communication this is great. And communication about the program, and in some cases, an onboarding session for those receiving payments with the 1630 fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer, that was a Freudian slip, I suppose, who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Laura Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats. I will say, I do love Occupy Democrats. It is the craziest, most insane posting Twitter page.
I thought it was just a bot. I didn't know that was I didn't know there was actual people behind that. This is obviously just a bot that just tweets out garbage. What? People are doing this and they're getting paid for it? Why am I going to work? I don't understand.
They're the worst. Post.
I'm making slop, bro. I'm a slop tuber now.
Slop is key.
Ridiculous, dude.
Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed DNC theme account. Suzanne Lambert, who called herself a quote Regina George liberal. Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Sandra Jennings, blah 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 blah. David Pakman. Garbage. An independent progressive show. Independent. Again, I have to use quotes with my fingers when you say independent, because again, if you're receiving money from the Democrat, like high dollar amounts, and I would consider $8,000 a month high dollar amounts from
he was the most obvious to me, because again, that guy was doing scam. He was, as soon as he started, the writing was on the wall when he started doing scam ads, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, binary options, gold stuff. He started doing the Alex Jones advertising portfolio. I'm like, bruh, just drop your Cash App, man. Is it that bad? I'm not giving you any money. I'm not giving his Zionist any money. But so if he can take that money, then he can take this money. He's not gonna, if he's already sleeping with himself, you know what I mean? He's already fine with taking that garbage money. He can take this too. This isn't a stretch for him. That was the most, people were surprised by that because they think he's bigger than he is. And that's another one of those things where people see people online and they think, oh, this guy's got a quote unquote studio. He's not sitting in his home with a a green screen starship background behind him. It's like this guy's in a proper studio, so he must be making all the money. He wasn't.
Yeah.
Especially when he made that Zionist turn. People dropped him.
It's the same as like the Young Turks taking
Polymarket Studios. Yeah, once you dip into that Polymarket Studios, once you're Anna Kasparian, you can start dipping into that valuetainment money. Who just hosted Bibi Netanyahu with zero pushback about anything, and he's just sitting there telling the Syrian men, and that's a shame.
I thought he was Persian.
Well, the other guy's Assyrian.
Okay.
Your boy PBD is Persian, Iranian, and he's just sitting up there. He killed his countrymen for no reason, and he's sitting up there associating with that man. Disgusting. And Anna Kasparian taking that money to do that her take, sitting next to that racist who's famous for just like starving people and making them go on crash diets and The Biggest Loser just so they can regain all that weight.
Don't forget the emotional abuse. You can't forget the emotional abuse.
Garbage human. Anna Kasparian, trash can.
According to copies of the contract viewed by Wire that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Project, or functionally that they're being paid at all. So essentially, contractually speaking, they are not allowed to even disclose. What you got to hide, dog? Like, what you hiding over here? Like, why if you are like that is like so telling on yourself that like you're stealing, like when you sign that contract, you are selling your soul to the devil.
No, absolutely, 100%.
Like, you're basically saying that like you're gonna do this, like horrible thing, and you're basically signing an NDA that you're even involved in it.
We got people on YouTube saying we're echoing. That's probably me, right? Am I screaming?
No, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, on my end, that shouldn't be me because you're the one recording it, but whatever. My end, I'm not even in the orange. I'm not even in the yellow. So I don't know. But just in case
let's
you
just
could do
power
something.
through.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's go. Anyway, no, that's the thing though. It's like, yeah, these cats will sell out on the cheap. Like they will take this little bit of money that and burn all goodwill that they ever built with their communities, because there ain't no way like you climbed up unless you're a complete corporate plant, like a complete DNC shill. There ain't no way that you started doing this, talking, yelling at no one on the internet to get to this point to be like, I'm gonna burn everything I ever created from the ground up for $8,000. Unbelievable. It's like, no. But that being said, good morning, comrade. I am open to a kick deal. So kick, if you want to give me the bag, I will take the bag. But let it be known, I'm gonna pull an ISO speed on you, and we're gonna stream one time for 30 minutes.
Live from China.
And then we're closing the account.
Live from Shanghai.
So kick.com, I will steal your money, just like you steal all them children's money who play around on your sketchy, unregulated crypto casino.
By the way, it is the bottom of the hour. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Just to kind of move forward on this, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get a Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them.
Okay, this is why I don't understand. So if let's
they don't want media. They want like state media. They want like the joke. Remember the bit? Yeah. And it was like obviously not real. But remember the movie Airplane?
Yeah.
They had the they were reading all the news or whatever, and they had the the North Korean news, and it was like a news reporter reading by gunpoint.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want.
Exactly what they want.
But here's what I don't understand. Let's so for real, if I'm being 100% serious, if we had motion like that and they came to us with that kind of deal, I would get the contract and I would run it through an attorney, and I would ask them, how far can I take this? And then break it before they could sue me, because like I don't understand this thing. Like you're talking to Wired, but you don't want to give your name. Like I'm using this for content. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, oh, we're gonna be up in here, and then at the last second, we're gonna burn them, and then just let the whole thing blow the lid off the whole thing and turn it into content. That's what I would do.
Can I disclose this contract that I've been shown and potentially offered, but have not signed?
Right.
Like, I imagine that you could do that, but maybe not. I'm not a lawyer.
So it's like this person that doesn't want to talk to him. I'm like, if you didn't sign the contract and you're not under an NDA, I don't understand. What do you want from the DNC? What do you want access? I don't want access to that. I don't like, there's no, I want them to know if we get to the point where we had motion. See, this is what I'm talking about. We got people on YouTube. I love you. I'm just messing around. People on YouTube who are boomers and don't know how to use their computer, saying our audio was bad. But I love you. I'm just screwing with you. But
there are some really great advantages to housing up this program in a nonprofit, Graham Wilson said, a lawyer working with Chorus. He said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired, it gives us the ability to raise money from donors. And also with this structure, it avoids a lot of public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment. So like what they're essentially saying is that they're I'm sorry. They're saying that like, hey, we are literally circumventing the rules, the FEC rules for like funding campaigns.
Oh, that's the game.
It's so awesome.
Yeah, who's gonna stop us? That's the game.
FEC declined to comment, by the way.
Who's gonna stop us? And that's the thing. And you know what? I heard somebody say, some streamer or something, they said, "Oh man, the right wing's gonna get a hold of this and they're gonna go crazy." And I'm like, not really.
Yeah, they don't care.
Not really, dog. Because well, it's not even that. It's like, who's gonna go? One, it's way too online. Two, who's gonna sink their teeth into this? Tim Pool?
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro?
The worst
who tell me
something like this is be like, look at those losers over there. Look how pathetic they are. Let's move on. Like that's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's really like pathetic loser stuff. The goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired. Oh, they got the slides. To build a new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. Which, by the way, there is a network of people. There are people that are already creating all kinds of content that are actually pushing for ideas and pushing for things. This is not what they want.
Yeah, if they really wanted that, they could have went right to Means TV.
They could have went
and just bought Means. They could have just bought Means TV.
Yeah, they could have went to any of these like existing people who go out there and they post like all day, all night. They do it for the love of the game, and they could have funded them. But instead, they were like, hey, we're going to find people that will amplify again. And this is the important part. They want their message, the people who run the Democratic Party, the people who are like influential in the Democratic Party, to have their message get out. And they want to isolate and drown out and silence anything that challenges that. They want the biggest hug box imaginable. They want the biggest hug box that you can possibly imagine, so that they never ever have to be like, they never have to change. They can say, oh yeah, Harry Sasson or Olivia Giuliana's like abundance is awesome, and we're gonna cite that because that's a cool young millennial who is hip and with it or whatever. And look at them, they're talking about abundance, and it's just like, come on.
Now, I mean, and we talk to the audience, and then we also do like inside baseball for other content creators. We're kind of, I'm talking to them right now. Of course, like a David Pakman and all these other like turbo libs, I never trusted them. But what this should show you is when you combine the way this is falling apart with the way that, Alyssa Slotkin having to go on Breaking Point.
That's actually
with because of Zoran Mondami, that Richie and how people
Richie
in his own
Torres
district
going on Adam Friedland's
had to go on Adam Friedland's show. If we just hold the line, old media is dead. Like we are going to be the last generation that like remembers old media. Old media is gone, dude. So
MS Now is like the sort of like that is the end. That is death for old media.
Dude. It's over. So if we just hold the line, they have to come to us. Yeah. They have to. And then when they come to us groveling, we just hit them over the head with the socialist mallet over and over. We hit them over the head with the anti-genocide mallet over and over again. And they have no excuse but to just take it. They have no other thing. They have to sit up there and do a humiliation ritual, with Adam Freeland and Crystal Ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So just hold the line.
Which is
don't sell. Ape strong together.
Keep going. Build it up. Let's go. Because when the Titanic does sink, there's gonna be a lot of waves that are made. so sure. Bang, get on those lifeboats and get moving.
And I'll tell you something else, young budding content creators out there. This is a good time to get in the game. The old guard is falling apart. And now the new guard will rise. As you see, your favorite liberal content creators, whether they get caught up in scandals like this or they get outed as literal pedophiles, they're done. It's this top heavy thing that we have of just like, social media, it's crumbling. It's your time. It's time to get in the game. Podcasting equipment is cheap. When you make it to the top, don't forget about your boy down here.
Yeah.
Pull us up.
I love this. Keith Edwards, a Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that the way it was structured seemed, quote, predatory. He says that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. Quote, what I don't understand is why you wouldn't just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the
fire.
Why
wouldn't you?
Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good. But they still think that influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches, rather than just treating us like another form of media, which that's actually like... That's like such a fire take of this entire project. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who Keith Edwards is, but that's a very funny way to put it.
No, I mean, it's like it's one of those moments that's like, you sweet summer child. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, yeah.
I mean, he might be being willfully obtuse, at least. Like he might be doing that on purpose to be like to have some kind of like deniability or innocence or whatever. Maybe he's more sure to do it, but like, yeah, he's just doing the like, I don't know, why don't they just like give money to people who are doing good work already? Which like also Hassan kind of does that too. He does kind of like he does sort of like play nice with Democrats because he recognizes, I guess, the threat of the like hard American right.
Well, he's a lot like you and believes in electoral politics, which I don't think is naive. It's the only system we got. You don't see me rushing out with a tack vest on and a beret ready to go get it on. So it's like, hey, yeah, it's all we're doing right now, and it's all we're ever going to be doing for the future. I just don't believe in it anymore. But I just like you don't knock me, like I don't knock you, and I think that we talked about that earlier. I don't know if we weren't actually recording the show.
Well, we agreed to the extent that like we agreed to, at least in an analysis perspective of like, hey, like if there is going to be a way to engage with this, it needs to be a lot more hostile than it is.
Yes, it needs to be aggressive and mean.
Yeah, and that's it. But however, like I guess your perspective is like, what is the juice worth the squeeze? And mine is that like, what else you're gonna do? You know what I mean? Like you might as well put your back into it.
No, I think it is worth the squeeze as long as you have again, it goes down to holding the line. I'm not trying to get my voice heard. I'm trying to shout yours. Yeah. Like literally we're taking over, in my dream is we're taking over precincts by just showing up with enough crusty leftists more than you can turn out turbo libs from the suburbs. That's what we're doing. Like that can be done, but this thing of just like, let's have a big tent Democratic Party. No, we're not having a big tent Democratic Party. Liberals must be go. Liberals go. You are right wingers. Go be with the right wing. That's what you need to go do, but you don't want to do that. So really, I mean, you see it, and that sounds crazy. You know, somebody be like, "Oh, it's crazy." Okay, then why the Democrats? Why can't they win an election anywhere? It's because they can't activate the left. There's literally not enough liberals left. The middle cannot hold.
It's not that they can't activate the left. It's that they willfully reject and alienate the left.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, they sort of like blame the left for whatever their own woes are. So again, we just saw it in the last election.
Yes.
If you are supporting, if you essentially are appalled by the extremely popular position of not bombing and starving, like, defenseless people in Gaza, if you are against that, if you're against stopping that, then you need to be completely alienated. You have no place in the Democratic Party. We won't even let you say a word at our convention, right? You get shut out, you get closed out, you are silenced, you are marginalized, you are out of us. You need to believe that the United States military has to be the strongest fighting force that exists on Earth, and that is a good thing, and that's the way it ought to be. And if you don't believe that, you are the problem. And I mean, when you specifically on the Gaza issue, it's polling at like 90%.
Yeah,
90% nationwide of people that are essentially that don't support the policies of what we're doing at the very least, which is genocidal. And if you don't support those policies, then even though you're in the huge, super duper 90+% majority, I should say, of people who support it, then you don't even get to say a word at our convention. And like, this is why when somebody who is completely, utterly, and totally disingenuous, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Candace Owens or whoever, steps up and says, "I don't like what they're doing to them kids in Gaza," like, they essentially are at least identifying a politically opportunistic moment where they can push for like short-term gains, not necessarily for the cause of Gaza or anything like that, but for themselves. People will respond to that. And the Democrats are literally just fingers in their ears. We must stomp this idea out.
Well, the two things with that about Marjorie Taylor Greene, the problem with running a cult is you're going to drag in a couple true believers.
Yeah.
And those true believers, you have to like isolate them. It goes back to the analogy I think I've said before.
I don't think she's a true believer, by the way.
You don't think so? I think she's a true believer in America and like America first.
Oh yeah, no. But
that's
like,
what I mean. She's a true believer
when it comes to the like caring about people being bombed in Gaza.
Oh, she doesn't care about that. No.
She wants that money to be diverted, not to
build more prisons here.
To build more prisons, to build a wall, to attack, to essentially occupy as many cities as we possibly can with the National Guard and military.
Sure, absolutely. But that's what I mean by being a true believer. She really believes that like she doesn't understand why all this money is going to Israel when it should be going, into buying surplus weapons for cops on the street. Like, so that's what I mean by being a true believer. Like an analogy I would have for her would be Tom Cruise in Scientology. The worst thing Scientology ever did was recruit Tom Cruise because Tom Cruise actually believes this foolishness. And then
it has an amplifier effect.
Yeah. But then the second part is to condense everything you just said. And I just kind of lost my train of thought.
No, it's okay.
Dang. It'll come back to me. Go ahead. Read the article.
1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. That's who commissioned this chorus group or whatever, which hilarious chorus is very funny as a name. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include, quote, economic equality, affordable health care, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and, quote, other essential social change goals. So it's like these broad concepts of ideas, but nothing specific in terms of the policy. It's literally just like the signs that people put on their houses, like, in this house, we, believe in science. And,
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. Like all that stuff. And it doesn't actually get any more specific than that. Like, it's literally just like banner flagship, like, here's what we believe in, and it's all these sort of like incredibly general thoughts and ideas that sort of like are associated with the Democrats or the American left. But when it comes to actual policy, okay, if you believe in essential social change goals, or if you believe in affordable health care, I believe in affordable health care too. Of course I do. That's why I support Medicare for all. And then when you say, oh, let's talk about who among these people are pushing for Medicare for all is my question. And I genuinely asked that question. Like, are there any of the folks that are in this chorus or this 1630 fund? Why don't they just push for Medicare for all, a policy that is, again, overwhelmingly popular? At its peak, it was polling over 60%. Why don't you have that be Medicare for all, which is something that American people want? Why
gotta understand, dog? It's the parliamentarian.
When you say
parliamentarian, big dog, he's putting the brakes on it.
When you say
what can we do?
When you say climate solutions, why don't you just say the Green New Deal? When you talk about, racial justice, what does that mean? It's just racial justice is just this vague deal. When you believe in economic equality, does that mean unions? Because that's the one way that in the history of this country where there was more of an economic parity than there ever was, is when unions were at their strongest. So why don't you just say we believe in strong unions? Why don't we say that? Why has it got to be these vague, super 50,000 feet ideas and not something specific enough that can actually be acted upon? It's literally just stuff that you put in the mission statement, and you don't actually care about that. You're just saying that this is broad enough that we can continue doing what we're doing, and supporting Democrats that already are in place, who, when they say economic equality or racial justice, they mean, student loan forgiveness for small business owners who are from, certain specific minorities in certain specific zip codes. You know what I mean? Like these very, very, very specific policies that don't actually affect that many people, that aren't even popular because they're so thin. You know what I mean? They're like, what would be popular in terms of economic equality? Forgiving student loans. Why don't you support that? Because this country has more student loan debt than it's ever had.
No, dog, because we can't use money for that, because that money's got to go to Israel, bro. You don't understand. It's got to go to the only democracy in the Middle East, which has an apartheid system of separate roads and separate license plates. And because America somehow. It's. I mean, I'm glad that. I don't know. I don't have the answers here, man. Like, this thing is falling apart at a rapid rate. I don't see. I really don't see how we're not cooked. But we still have to have, as long as we're here, we got to have revolutionary optimism.
Well,
but it's just getting harder every day.
I mean, we could, obviously, we could just like slide into like nihilism or whatever. I mean, that's one thing that I guess we could do. But like, unless there is a way off or out, and I mean, that's the thing. We got to essentially make the thing work as best that we can, and influence the best we could, unless, we feel like it's, pointless, unless it's beyond redemption, and then, turn your brains off in game all the time, which I do that. I have my periods where I do that, but also, I mean, like, I the reason I do this work is not because I, feel like, I don't necessarily feel like we're at the precipice of like the change that will sort of like usher in that sort of hashtag full communism or whatever. But like at the same time, I'm going to do the best that I can to build as much power for a left movement that I possibly can. Just to kind of continue this like thrust of this article.
Please do.
The structure of the program highlights vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass an online influence. I think this part is important. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that Russian state-sponsored network RT was covertly providing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with the Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quote, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist at St. George's University of London, says that these sorts of programs have been, quote, happening in the right wing for ages. But Hyder said that it's another academic that was spoken earlier, but they said that the structure of the 1630 deal, fund deal, raises the question: is it ethical to match tactics of your opponents? I actually do think it's ethical. If this was something that was actually promoting people to like push for like if you're essentially just funding media to if you're funding media to essentially amplify the independent voices that exist, that's a good thing. If you are just sort of like boiling down and whipping those voices to respond to you, that's the bad thing. It's essentially like a difference of just sort of like, you know, a difference is
it's not even a point now that, I mean, we can't even talk about matching tactics because you're talking about matching entities between the GOP, Russian state oligarchs, and the Democratic Party. Like, you know, what are the differences in these three pictures? They're all the same picture. Like, if Good Morning Comrade was to get a check from like Venezuelan oil, or like, I don't know, Cuban sugarcane, or something like that, then like, exactly. But I'm saying like something like that, I'm like, yeah, like that would be matching tactics, but that ain't happening. So it's like, yeah, I would take, you know, big Burkina Faso. If we were up here running, you know, ads for the Burkina Faso, like produce canneries, you know, taking money from, you know, Ibrahim Traoré, like that would be matching tactics. But this isn't matching tactics. This is just dueling sock puppets. This is North Korea versus South Korea, just dueling proxies going at each other, both backed by, you know, the richest countries in the world. Like, who cares? Like this, the idea that you could take this money and think like we're pushing back against the GOP's corruption and Tim Pool's propaganda, his Russian propaganda is so it's so baby brained that I can't even get over it.
Yeah, well, I do think it is funny to like question the ethics of. I mean, like, obviously there is an ideological warfare that is taking place, and the idea, and again, you know, I do think there's an important question, like if, you know, for example, Cuba was going to give us that sweet cigar money, you know, would it be ethical for us to take it and push a, you know, pro, you know, communist agenda? And like, obviously, I'm saying that while I'm very aware that we are on community radio and this is a complete hypothetical, and like if that was to be the case, we would not be on community radio. We would be doing this to a different measure because of legalities and whatever. But like, if we were not a part of WHIV, for example, would it be ethical for us to take money from Cuba to push their line? And I don't think it's unethical. You know what I mean?
Not at all. Not when again,
we're already in agreement.
But these are cross things. You know, Radio Free Cuba exists, you know, from out of Miami. So this would just be the actual, this would be the actual you know, the synonym to that. But these things are no different. You know, the donors, the people who are giving money to keep right wingers afloat on, you know, talking heads, are the same people giving money to keep these liberals afloat. They're pumping out the same message, just with a different tone. It's garbage. That's why you have all these intersecting ideas of just like the Democrats are like, I mean, the Republicans are like, hey, anybody with the skin color, the color of a paper grocery bag, we're going to send them to Louisiana Turbo Jail. We're going to send them to Alligator Alcatraz, where the Democratic Party's like, oh, we're fine with that too. But can we at least have the buses that we transport them, the prison buses? Can they have a snack on the way?
Yeah,
like that. That's the difference. What are we talking about?
Also a private contract for our buddies.
Yeah. What are we talking? Like, there's no difference. It's like the Uniparty is real. It's not a conspiracy. All you have to do is follow the money. All you have to do is go on opensecrets.org and you will see the Uniparty laid out for you in full detail. This isn't a bunch of dudes twisting mustaches and ladies with, stiletto heels clicking them and cackling, going, ha ha ha. This is just, oh, we're getting the bag. Oh, Richie Torres. Oh, I'm getting the bag and I'm getting a free trip to Israel. The same thing that Ben Shapiro, the same thing that every other Republican politician got. And that's how these messages converge.
Mm-hmm.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah. And I guess if there is sort of like a final takeaway, do find, again, mainstream media, ain't nobody watching that stuff. Find media that is independent. Find media that is, the word grassroots.
And dig into it. Like, if they doesn't pass the smell test of like, why is this person, this seems like slop. Like, why is this person so popular? Like, dig into them and find out like where the money's coming from. Is it coming from the Polymarket Studios? Like, find out.
Yeah,
when follow the money.
I will say to a certain extent too, and we do have to shut it down in a second. But like I don't want to be, I get it why, people will have their ads or whatever in their show. That's just one way to make money. And like, this is a show that doesn't make a lot of money. We don't make any money. I mean, we're on, but like the whole point of it is like if like, be aware of how that, if you're watching media or whatever, if they're doing ads, be aware of the who they're advertising and where that's coming from, even though, and again, this is important as well, there has to be an authentic voice there, because when you basically have these people that will just align with, high profile Democrats, and if you challenge that, like Olivia Giuliana, you're the problem. Then I would be very questioned towards that. You know what I mean? And that's just sort of like what I want to leave it with.
Absolutely. Those are great closing thoughts.
Yeah. So shout out to the people. What do you want to say to the folks, Robert?
Give us money. Go to our Patreon. I don't know. I hope everybody's having a good week. It's the Katrina anniversary. So
man, we didn't even talk about Katrina.
That's heavy. And looking on your people who survived Katrina, because there's a lot of people who have PTSD here in New Orleans.
Oh, buddy, I actually was very intentional about not wanting to talk about Katrina, so we're not going to do it.
Let's don't do it.
But yeah, thank you to everybody for listening. You can follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof. Follow the show on Twitter at Comrade Morning. You could check out our new
TikTok.
TikTok. You can check out our new Cracker Barrel inspired logo.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
And thanks to everybody for listening. We love you. Bye bye.
See you.
I'm home. Yay! Let me see. I feel like I'm too far away. Let me move this camera a little bit lower. Whoa, that's a little too low. All right, that's better. I feel like this is just the same. Anyway, what's up, guys? What's up? It is. Oh God, my camera's all wacky. Oh well, we'll deal with it. What's up, everyone? I got a new microphone. Yay! New new microphone that's a lot cheaper. It came with the arm and everything. So I'm gonna be selling my old microphone. This is a fee fan faux fum, as I like to call it. I'm back home. Thank God. I miss being home. I just prefer being home. It's just my thing. I wish I was home. I wish I was back there. It's where sorry. I don't like The Wiz, okay? That movie was too scary for kids and just too silly for adults. And we watched it on stream a few weeks ago, and I was like, now I remember why I hate this movie. That and the fact that Joel Schumacher wrote the screenplay. Yeah, get a white gay man to write a screenplay for a black musical. Let's go. Yeah, it's my hair. I'm losing a lot of it though. I'm stressed out. Reminder, guys, your girl needs help getting evicted on the 15th of this month, and I need to come up with August's rent by the 5th and September's rent before the 15th. Thinking of what parking lot I'm gonna be living at. Man, I didn't even do anything to my hair. I just dried it, and it's just woo. This is what my hair looks like when I'm not wearing wigs and stuff. You know, it's like whoosh, 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 whoosh. Okay. Anyway, so Trump's not dead, or is he? You know, that's the big question that's on everyone's minds. He ain't looking too good. Even when he went to, I'm like, not enough fake tan and honey beige Dream Matte Boost Foundation could save his ass. So there's that. You know, it's like. I mean, the problem with Trump is that it's expected of him to be on camera all the time and not do his job. So when he's out on camera in a few days, it gets us questioning a lot of stuff. We're trying. We're gonna go to some organization tomorrow that helps people out, but the caveat is we need all of our social security cards, and my mom lost hers many years ago, so there's that. There's always help, but then there's a catch and a caveat that we don't have, so there's that. So I want to talk about a few things. First things first, we're gonna have a little bit of fun. If you guys watch my Twitch streams, you know that I do a thing called Shadow Saturday. So what is Shadow Saturday? Shadow Saturday is I can't promise you anything, Looney Tunes. Shadow Saturdays is when myself and my Twitch community go on Tubi and watch live stream the gothic soap opera Dark Shadows. It was a soap opera from the 60s that has a cult status. A lot of people, some people remember, some people don't. If you were like me and you watched the Sci-Fi Channel and you're sick home from school, chances are you had the Sci-Fi Channel and you watched Dark Shadows like I did. That's how I knew it. And my cats are going crazy behind me. Now, when I found out Tim Burton was doing a movie, I was very excited. When I watched the movie, I was like, this is not what Dark Shadows is about. But Dark Shadows influence a lot of supernatural shows in the future. I mean, Port Charles was a General Hospital spinoff about the nurse program, ended up failing in the ratings, so they brought vampires into the show. Sound familiar? Dark Shadows was originally about the Collins family and their problems. A rich gothic family, very very much like Emily Bronte type of situation. But the ratings weren't doing so good, so they brought a vampire on. See, thank God for Tubi, because I didn't know this, but Tubi has Dark Shadows at the beginning, which is all the episodes before Barnabas. So when we're done with this watch, we're going to start from the very beginning again and just keep watching. Because most people agree that Dark Shadows doesn't start until Barnabas came along. Which you can argue, that scene where Willie Loomis opens up the coffin and he grabs him by the neck. That, you know, that's where it all begins for a lot of people. That's what people remember. You know, my mom used to watch Dark Shadows from behind a couch when she was young. And so that's funny. But someone from Collider did an article about Dark Shadows and its history and its legacy. And so I think it's worth, you know, giving Dark Shadows its flowers. Ooh, there he is. Before its Hollywood reboot, this gothic horror soap opera from the 60s gained a cult following. Long before Twilight, Interview with the Vampire, or even Passions turned sympathetic vampires and melodramatic horror into trends, there was Dark Shadows, an audacious 1960s soap opera drenched in gothic moodiness, supernatural happenings, and horrifying creatures burdened with angst. Despite boasting a distinct and experimental identity from the start, Dark Shadows didn't hook audiences until a desperate and rather ingenious ratings grab. The introduction of Barnabas Collins, Jonathan Frid, a 200-year-old vampire with a tragic past, an ongoing obsession with his long-lost love, Josette. Oh, Josette. Oh, they can never be. Oh, Barnabas, let her go. Audiences have never seen anything of Dark Shadows ilk on television before, let alone 5 days a week, and an afternoon time slot usually filled with domestic programming aimed at stay-at-home wives. Practically overnight, a daytime drama on the brink of cancellation transformed into a cultural sensation. Almost 60 years after its debut, this magnificently unconventional series endures through its devoted fan base and its quiet yet undeniable influence on the entertainment world. Even if you've never heard Dark Shadows or associated with the title with the director Tim Burton's 2012 movie remake, chances are you've enjoyed this cult classic genre changer ripple effects. What is Dark Shadows about? Well, premiering in 1966 and running for 1,225 episodes, creator Dan Curtis conceived the ABC drama as a contemporary non-supernatural rip on Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. One dark and stormy night in Victorian winters, Alexandra Moltke, a lonely orphan heroine, leaves her home to become a governess for the wealthy, enigmatic, and reclusive Collins family. Their namesake behind the fictional town of Collinsport, Maine, regal matriarch Elizabeth, Joan Bennett, her rebellious daughter Carolyn, Nancy Barrett, her widowed and brandy-loving brother Roger, Louise Edmonds, and his precocious son David Hensey, dwell in their haunted ancestral mansion, which of course is named Collinwood. Bedecked with Orient furnishings and dimly lit hallways, Collinwood sits atop a cliff overlooking the turbulent Atlantic Ocean. As for Collinsport itself, the small seaside local becomes a nexus for every eldritch force imaginable. Dark Shadows was a groundbreaking television event. Originally, Curtis fused gothic tropes with firm noir intrigue. Collinsport, a setting isolated enough to feel simultaneously cozy and suspenseful, was a revolving door for criminals, conspiracies, revenge vendettas, secret destinies, and ill-fated love affairs. Curtis and his team gradually introduced the fantasy element in a last-ditch attempt to improve this serial's low viewership. But even though none of it appears dabble with ghosts and phoenixes, it did. Believe me, it did. Dark Shadows was still failed to enthrall audiences. Once Barnabas' hand snapped out of his coffin and strangled the series regular, Willie Loomis, in episode 211, Dark Shadows embraced gothic horror's ins and outs and never looked back. Adults were wooed by its genre blend, including then First Lady Jackie Kennedy. But Dark Shadows was the first soap opera with a multi-generational appeal. Teens raced home from school to root for Barnabas' murderous gaslighting, abducting innocent women ways as they hoped that Collinsport's working-class residents would escape his bloodthirsty clutches. At its height, 20 million viewers tuned in each episode, unheard of for the 60s soap, rarely achieved today. As someone who watches soap opera still, that's true. Not even Dark Shadows' infamously small budget affected its popularity. Television was humbler at the time, but Dark Shadows was held together by a metaphorical shoestrings, duct tape, and prayers. Don't I know it? The hectic production schedule didn't have time to fix mistakes. Even when the fragile sets collapsed, the actors flubbed their lines. The engineers missed their music cues, and you can hear coughing in the background. And stray flies spent entire scenes on performers' faces. For the fans who waited each episode with bated breath, those scoops were an endearing bonus, not a detraction. No. You hear, if you guys watch my stream, you'll hear them talking. You hear in the background. I'm over here like, who's coughing on set? Which crew member is coughing? Stop that. And the sneeze. This I tell you guys, you gotta tune into my Shadow Hours. It's golden. What made Dark Shadows ABC highest rated soap opera was the way its behind the scenes restrictions fostered its unrestrained uniqueness. One vampire led to witches, werewolves, parallel dimensions, time travel, spins on literary staples like Frankenstein, the picture Dorian Gray, and Edgar Allan Poe, all of which the series enhanced with groundbreaking special effects. Okay. Inventive makeup, detailed set design, and striking costumes. Like many older cult classics, Dark Shadows' world-building scope, lengthy serialized arcs, and atmospheric melodrama both rise above its limitations and complement its campy quirkiness. Dark Shadows created the sympathetic vampire through Jonathan Fritz's nuanced performance. Take that, Edward Cullen, Stephanie Myers. We knew who you got that from. Anne Rice, you too, girl. Since his timely intervention revitalized a dying series, Fritz's performance can't be separated from Dark Shadow's success. Mainly a stage actor and a hotly pursued one at that. Fritz wielded his theatrical training like a precise weapon, both in the character's early days as a malicious villain and when Barnabas entered his redemption arc. Magnetic either way. The latter approach lasted for the majority of Dark Shadows' run. Rather than portray a dull caricature, Frid unearthed the character's emotional authenticity, turning Barnabas into a distinguished, melancholic man, condemned to eternal isolation and guilt-ridden bloodlust, a reluctant vampire at war with his predatory instincts. His tormented vulnerability adopted a Shakespearean intensity. Fritz's work resonated enough that Barnabas replaced Victoria as a series lead and changed the way vampires are perceived and crafted. Arguably the world's first sympathetic vampire superstar, both character and actor were catapulted into nationwide recognition as well as sex symbol status. Attractive vampires were far from heard of. Take audience into the response to Bela Lugosi's urbane bad boy 1931's Dracula movie. Years before the sinister Count transformed into a yearning anti-hero, however, Barnabas' inner conflict, 18th century romanticism, and heavy goth eyeliner were an appealing alchemy that revolutionized mainstream vampires into brooding protagonists. Frid might have carried Dark Shadow's success on his back, but such praise doesn't diminish his co-stars' vital contributions. The rotating ensemble cast relied on esteemed screen and stage veterans, some familiar to audiences and others lesser renowned, but not lesser skilled. Whether it was Joan Bennett, a noir femme fatale fame, the Academy Award nominated Grayson Hall, or up-and-coming amateur like the smoldering Lana Parker, everyone flexed their range through a variety of roles and performed the silliest storylines with heart-attack sincerity. No matter what else they accomplished, Dark Shadows defined their careers. Dark Shadows' unconventional charm has been mimicked, but not replicated. I mean, I'll talk about that. Okay. Even though Dark Shadow's legacy extends beyond its influence on the media, comic books, novels, spin-off films, ongoing fan conventions, every attempt to resurrect the series has either missed the mark or fizzled out before it could launch a revived franchise. Not if I have anything to do with it. Tim Burton's Hollywood adaptation was the last time a version of Dark Shadows hit screens. His take offers humorous moments and a strong cast, and some of his trademark aesthetics fit a style that, by today's standards, unlocks a new level of cheesiness. That was kind of my problem with this movie. If he was trying to make a satire of the soap opera itself, that's fine, but it was really loosey-goosey with the source material. Yet without unending mistakes, the ambitious scale, the topsy-turvy twist, and the gothic trappings, Burton's film can capture the passionate charm behind Dark Shadow's culture and critical success. Whether you're from the same generation as the writer's mom, who was one of the pre-teens glued to her television screen, or like the writer itself, who finally gave it a fair shake in the early 2000s and marathon rented DVD sets, Dark Shadows remains both universally loved and criminally underappreciated. 5 decades out from its debut, there's never been a better time to take a bite out of every spooky thrill column sport has to offer. Yeah. Yeah. That's you know. But yeah, so a few interesting facts about Dark Shadows. The beginning would start with, I think, Victoria Winters. Oh, I gotta do that. I definitely gotta do that. So Dark Shadows, up until a point, it would start with Victoria, like Victoria Winters would be writing in a diary. It would start with her saying, "My name is Victoria Winters, Collinsport, very quiet tonight, as the dust looms and the air thickens with whatever." Anyway, but like, I was getting good. I was starting to good, but that's how it would start. But then the actress got married and got pregnant. Alexandra Moltke, Victoria was supposed to be revealed to be Elizabeth's daughter, oldest daughter, believe it or not. She was, which made sense because of the resemblance between Joe Ben and Alexandra Moltke was very like strong. So, but she got pregnant and wanted to leave. So the focus had to be on someone else. And they were considering of doing a Rosemary's Baby storyline involving Victoria and her baby. Maybe Barnabas somehow impregnated her. There was gonna be a cult thing. It was gonna be a whole like situation, but she left and because she didn't want that to be like a thing for her to like go through. So now that a character from the soap opera would narrate the beginning and like give like a recap of what was going on. So there was that. They even hinted when she left that, you could have been my daughter, blah, 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 which would have made sense. And another thing is too, Dan Curtis said if the show was able to end properly, he would have had Barnabas and Julia Hoffman end up together because she was always his closest confidant. Instead, he ends up with Angelique in the end, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. Also, David Selby was introduced as Quentin Collins, the werewolf. I'm telling you, this soap opera has everything. We're dealing with a Leviathan cult, a satanic cult storyline right now. It's been very interesting, to say the least. And the idea of actors playing different family members through different generations, which is very much a la Vampire Diaries type of plot line. Like I'm telling you guys, you gotta watch Dark Shadows. It's on Tubi. It's free to watch. It's great. I love it. It's good. They even had a cameo in the Tim Burton movie, believe it or not, which is interesting. The only good thing about the Tim Burton movie was Ava Green as Angelique. Like that was it. Everything else, I'm like, Michelle Pfeiffer was a good Elizabeth. I just feel like they should have stuck with the vision. They should have stuck like with it was all over the place. Make it Maggie and Victoria into one person was weird. But I don't know. If they were to remake Dark Shadows, I would audition as Angelique because like Lara Parker, I got big green eyes too, and I could go full psychotic. I think the funniest thing about Dark Shadows is the moment where we find out how Barnabas becomes a vampire. Barnabas shoots Angelique for trying to kill his sister Sarah, and she's like, "I curse you, Barnabas! I curse you!" And there's a guy walking on the set with a stick, with a bat on a string, holding him, and you can see his shadow in the corner. And Jonathan's like, "Ah!" It's really bad. It's funny. I'm like, this, and I told my mom, I'm like, "This is what scared you?" And she's like, "Well, you had to have been there." I'm like, "I wasn't there, but even then, I didn't find Alien scary, and I was 4 or 5 watching those movies with my pup up, so." I don't know. Maybe I was meant to be desensitized to horror. So there's that. But yeah, I love Dark Shadows. Always have, always will. There's also Barnabas looking into also most of the time, if there was a like parallel time or time traveling storyline, Barnabas would revert back into a vampire. So we always had to find different ways to cure him, which is hilarious. And now he's pining for Maggie again, but Angelique made Quentin and Maggie fall in love at first sight. Like, it's a whole thing. Oh my god. Wait. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this woman. Jesus Christ. What is she? Anna Kaspari's like, "I'm happy, I'm free to be who I am politically. I'm happy, I've never been happier." And then she's bitching about Hassan again. Woman, pick a struggle. Okay? Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. Okay? I already have mine. What's yours? I'm just saying. Okay? Don't at me, You know, I'm saying what has to be said here, okay? So I have some thoughts on the Wired article. Because I know Taylor Lorenz. I know. Here's the thing. I know people. I don't even know all the. I know of the liberal people who are involved. But here's the thing. Here's my 2 cents. Get that fucking bag, baby. Get that bag. But don't be saying you're not getting paid to do certain talking points. Okay. Like seriously, I'll be like, if someone were be like, hey, do you want to sell out? I'll be like, fuck yeah, I want to sell out. How much? Okay, I'm gonna let everyone know. This is it. Like, I'm just saying. Like, and the problem is the people who, when you go and defend the liberal creators, you yourself just admitting that you've been paid in the past from other liberal and progressive organizations and super PACs. I've said it. I'm gonna say it. I'm not afraid to speak out. Like, I'm just saying, like, that it's just a fact. Like, I'm over here like, oh, I had a feeling they were getting paid to speak pro-Democratic Party talking points and not criticize Israel. Like, come on now, I knew this. It's just good to be, you know, vindicated in that regards. So the fact that this is like blowing up, I'm like, it really should not have been a big deal. But the problem is none of these people are actually saying what Taylor Lorenz was reporting on was false. Also, too, Wired is the same publication that said that the Jeffrey Epstein live stream of his cell was heavily edited. So, critical support. It's based on their own tenant media scandal, but I mean, here's the problem: we need to have a giant media footprint, but the problem is that we should not be getting paid to talk about certain subjects and paid not to discuss certain subjects. You know, like, we need to, you know, I don't know, try to be ourselves, but it's kind of hard when there's money involved. But, you know, it is what it is. Where's my $8,000? You know what I would do with $8,000 a month? Woo-wee, I wouldn't have to worry about a goddamn thing anymore in my life. That's for sure. Yeah, like this thing. TYT is no longer an independent. I mean, they call it the Porn Marker Studio. They don't call it like the studio funded by their members. By the way, everyone that gave money to TYT should get their money back. Like me. Ooh, blood, sweat, and tears for that studio, please. God, my hair's weird. Or even like the problem. What it comes down to is disclose where you're getting your money from. Like, at least if you're getting, like, there are people who are like, well, Taylor Lorenz, well, yeah, but she discloses her ads and her paid sponsorships. That's the thing. It is illegal to not disclose stuff. This is something that I see all the time, like in the beauty community, when people do like paid ads or don't disclose they're being paid by like a makeup brand to give like a positive review to a product that's really, really bad, actually. So it's like, so I see this and I'm like, yeah, I've seen this pattern before in other spaces. So what to do. What a shame. Then we had a lot of fun though the other night thinking Trump was dying. That was a lot of fun. Uh-oh. Ha! Man, they're actually so apparently the US Holocaust Museum says they're temporarily closing an exhibit that shows how the US turned away Jewish refugees during World War II. Man, they really want to rewrite history, don't they? What a sad, pathetic excuse. Like, what's next? That's like slavery's good or whatever? Jesus Christ. Ugh, Jesus. Oh, anyway. Also, my TikTok algorithm, they probably are working on it, Rich. That's probably what it's gonna lead to. Like, oh, this is okay, so this is this is stuff that like my mom would say, or like anyone who, okay, if you grew up in the 70s and you watch Roots, this is how you viewed slavery. Well, some of them were provided homes and meals for themselves. Not all slaves were treated bad. We are going to have a Roots rewrite of like slavery, because it's like, okay, so that doesn't mean it was like that for all of them. I'm not kidding, guys. Like literally, like that. If that's like very surface level, like barely scratching the surface of like learning about slavery, and it's like, oh boy, here we go. Meanwhile, even though I grew up in the South, we learned it was bad. Surprisingly. I feel like it's gonna be weird as millennials saying back in my day we learned about the Holocaust. Back in my day we learned about slavery. Back in my day we learned Hitler was bad. Like I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to say the least. I don't know. But do you guys follow Jack Schlossberg, aka JFK's hot grandson, by any chance? He hates just about everyone in his family. Like he hates Joe P. Kennedy III. He hates Patrick. He hates all of Arnold's, because Maria Shriver is his aunt. Yeah. He hates all of his cousins like Patrick Schwarzenegger and Chris Pratt. He definitely hates RFK Jr. He talks about him all the time. He streams on Instagram from his car, and I'm like, you can do this on Twitch too, by the way. It's not just limited to Instagram. You got the money. Like, he's made it his mission. But with RFK, there's a lot of things happening with the CDC and the FDA and all that. They're limiting how many foodborne illnesses to detect. They went down from 8 to 2. So a lot of people are saying that if you want to go to if you want to go to a store that actually does a good job at testing for all these foodborne illnesses, Costco is probably the only place to buy. I'm like, well, that's good to know. There's a lot of stuff happening, but a lot of people from the CDC are not happy with RFK Jr. And rightfully so. We ran the CDC. Kennedy is endangering every American's health. Ugh. When I think of health, I don't think of this man being like, when I think of a healthy person, this man does not come to mind. We have each had the honor and privilege of serving as director at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, either in a permanent or an acting capacity dating back to 1977. Collectively, we spent more than 100 years working at the CDC, the world's preeminent public health agency. We served under multiple Republican and Democratic administrations, every president from Jimmy Carter to Donald Trump, alongside thousands of dedicated staff members who share our commitment to saving lives and improving health. What the Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done to the CDC and to our nation's public health system over the past several months, culminating in his decision to fire Susan Monarez as CDC director days ago, is unlike anything we've seen at the agency and unlikely anything our country has ever experienced. Mr. Kennedy has fired thousands of federal health workers and severely weakened programs designed to protect Americans from cancer, heart attack, stroke, lead poisoning, injury, violence, and more. Amid the largest measles outbreak in the United States in a generation, he's focused on unproven treatments while downplaying vaccines. He canceled investments in promising medical research that will leave us ill-prepared for future health emergencies. He replaced experts on federal health advisory committees with unqualified individuals who share his dangerous and unscientific views. He announced the end of the U.S. support for global vaccination programs that protect millions of children and keep Americans safe, citing flawed research and making inaccurate statements. And he championed federal legislation that will cause millions of people with health insurance through Medicaid to lose their coverage. Firing Dr. Monarez, which led to the resignations of top CDC officials, adds considerable fuel to this raging fire. We are worried about the wide-ranging impact that all these decisions will have on America's health security. Residents of rural communities and people with disabilities will have even more limited access to health care. Families with low incomes who rely mostly heavily on community health clinics and support from state and local health departments will have fewer resources available to them. Children risk losing access to life-saving vaccines because of this cost. This is unacceptable, and it should alarm every American regardless of political leanings. The CDC is an agency under the Department of Health and Human Services. During our CDC tenures, we did not always agree with our leaders, but they never gave us reason to doubt that they would rely on data-driven insights for our protection or that they would support public health workers. We need only to look to Operational Warp Speed during the first Trump administration, which produced highly effective, safe vaccines that saved millions of lives and yours during the COVID-19 pandemic, as a shining example of what Health and Human Services can accomplish when health and science are at the forefront of its mission. The current department leadership, however, operates under a very different set of rules. When Mr. Kennedy administered the oath of office to Dr. Menarez on July 31st, he called her a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials. But when she refused weeks later to rubber stamp his dangerous and unfound vaccine recommendations or heed his demand to fire senior CDC staff members, he decided she was expendable. These are not typical requests from a health secretary to a CDC director, not even close. None of us would have agreed to the secretary's demands, and we applaud Dr. Menarez for standing up for the agency and the health of our communities. When the CDC was created in 1946, the average life expectancy in the United States was around 66 years. Today it is more than 78 years. While medical advances have helped, it is public health that has played the biggest role in improving both the length and the quality of life in our nation. The CDC has led efforts to eradicate smallpox, increase access to life-saving vaccination, and significantly reduce smoking rates. Someone tell my mom that. The agency is also on the front lines in communities across the country, delivering crucial but often less visible wins, such as containing an outbreak of HIV cases in Scott County, Indiana. Mike Pence. And protecting residents in East Palestine, Ohio, from toxic chemical exposure. The CDC is not perfect, what institution is, but over its history, regardless of which party has controlled the White House or Congress, the agency has not wavered from its mission. To those on the CDC staff who continue to perform their jobs heroically in the face of excruciating circumstances, we offer our sincere thanks and appreciation. Their ongoing dedication is a model for all of us, but it's clear that the agency is hurting badly. The loss of Dr. Menarez and other top leaders will make it far more difficult for the CDC to do what it has done for about 80 years. Work around the clock to protect Americans from threats to their lives and health. We have a message for the rest of the nation as well. This is the time to rally to protect the health of every American. Congress must exercise its oversight authority over health and human services. State and local governments must fill funding gaps where they can. Philanthropy in the private sector must step up their community investments. Medical groups must continue to stand up for science and truth. Physicians must continue to support their patients with sound guidance and empathy. And each of us must do what public health does best: look out for one another. The men and women who have joined the CDC across generations have done so not for prestige or power, but because they believe deeply in the call to service. They deserve a health and human service secretary who stands up for health, supports science, and has their backs. So too does our country. Yeah. Yep, that's definitely that's a good plea. It's crazy. It's crazy that they're blaming pharmaceutical drugs on the shooting at that Catholic school or transgenderism, and my sister thinks that since big pharma is so bought out by politicians, they're not going to cave. Every single person that has gone up against the Trump administration to fight for us has caved in. Look at the NRA. They're non-existent. Now would be a good time to pass some gun control legislation because the NRA is pretty much non-existent. But AIPAC is now the number one super PAC in our nation when it comes to who's buying our politicians. Is AIPAC now? They've taken over, which sucks. Which is why we can't do anything about Palestine. So when they take away prescription drugs, I'm going to be one dosage away from becoming a problem. Okay. RK, I know you watch this show. You really don't want to. You don't want me off my meds. I'm already crashing out with my meds, with my impending eviction. Okay. I don't want it. Okay. But yeah, you don't. Just saying. Wellbutrin, everyone. Good stuff. But it's just funny. I'm like, the guy who eats like bear carcass is the epitome of health. No, he's not. Look at Donald Trump. He's like 200. I think Trump's like 200 and something pounds, and that man ain't looking good either way. He takes a lot of stuff for his cholesterol. I mean, that man is out. He's walking out the dough. Like, that man is not looking healthy at all. No amount of Dream Matte Mousse Beige can do anything. Oh, Jesus Christ. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser welcomes federal law enforcement presence indefinitely. Oh my God. This is the worst thing a damn politician could do, honestly. Oh, Matt Dillon has his own Criterion Closet picks. Oh, hell yeah. I love Matt Dillon. Anyway. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Rolling Stones ad again. Let's see. What did they got? Okay. So, okay, allow ads. So, did you guys know that Trump had no idea that he died, apparently? RFK, hey, do not disrespect that great classic show. Come on now. He would have joined one of those cult episodes. Anyway, so apparently Trump was aware of the rumors he had died, sources say. Get out of my way, you stupid ad. The president denied hearing about the baseless rumors circulating on social media that he had died over Labor Day weekend. I'm sorry, but he does not look good. Like, they really just slapped on that Maybelline Dream Matte Mousse and Honey Beige. If you know, you know. President Donald Trump claimed on Tuesday that he was unaware of the social media rumors speculating about his supposed death or rapidly declining health that went viral over Labor Day weekend. I had absolutely nothing to do with those rumors. Me and the folks outside the White House, Rocky Roading to Dublin, you know. The rumors were as most pieces of unfounded viral gossip are sparked by a collection of likely coincidental tidbits that were later strung together, fed into, and expanded by online interest. The president took a multi-day break from public appearances following last week's hours-long cabinet meeting, where his top officials provided the extreme flattery that Trump craves. Again, this is why we were like, where the fuck is he? He likes being on camera. He likes you with social, like, what's going on? For several months now, Trump has had persistent bruising on the back of his hand to the point that the White House at first attempted to blame it on excess of handshakes. And before later trying to cover the discolored skin with poorly matched foundation, concealer. When you try to cover up something, you conceal it. You don't put on foundation's the base, concealer's to cover. Okay, get it right, Rolling Stone. This combined with a period of relative public silence from Trump, as well as revelations from earlier this year that the 79-year-old president was suffering from poor circulation, helped create a feverish cycle of social media users wondering if Trump was dead. And I was at the forefront of that. On Tuesday, Trump held an event to announce that he would be moving the headquarters of the U.S. Space Command from Colorado to Alabama. During the press conference following the announcement, he was asked by reporters if he had been, well, Steve Ducey's son was the one who asked him, if he had been aware that large swaths of the internet thought he had died over the weekend. No, I didn't see it, Trump told Fox News' Peter Ducey. Last week, I did numerous press conferences, all successful. They went very well. Like, this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. But my dude, you make your whole entire personality of being on camera and spewing your nonsense. We expect you to be on camera 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, okay? And posting while that, not doing your job. Your job is to entertain us, okay? I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff. Well, it's fake news, he added. What is shocking to hear that the president wasn't telling the truth? According to an I'm sorry, but that's funny. And the way I said it made it even funnier. I made myself laugh. According to an administration official, another source briefed on the matter, Trump was absolutely aware of the online rumors that he was dead or dying, with the second source saying he fucking sees everything. The administration official added that the president is the healthiest I've ever seen him. Famous last words. And any attempt to portray him as frail or declining is fake news and malicious. As if the official was told to say that by Team Trump brass. As if everyone in the White House is just trying to make Trump seem big and strong. The Trump official simply hung up on Rolling Stone. I'd be like, are you sure? Like, is he running on the Dream at Moose Foundation? Honey Beige, right? Yeah. Okay. As for Trump, this is merely the most recent time he's publicly lied to the cameras about being aware of viral memes or news online. Maybe his most famous instance of that came shortly after the Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died in late 2020. Then President was asked about it by journalists after getting off Air Force One. He said that was the first time he was hearing about her passing. According to multiple people with direct knowledge of the matter, he was fully briefed by senior staff about her death. And in a highly consequential opening of another soda seat while he was on the plane. Trump insisted on Tuesday he was very active over the weekend. That's not true either, but he is indeed alive. That's so funny though. I'm sorry. I made myself laugh. Okay. Oh man. I'm sorry. I just the way Rolling Stones write their articles, man, they're so funny. Who wrote that? Alyssa McCartney or who wrote this one? Nika Ramirez. Okay, 2 people wrote it. Okay, cool. I'm sorry, guys, but it's just not. He's not looking good. I mean, did you see that photo of like where his eyes are like this? And I'm like, what the hell happened to his forehead, dude? I don't understand. Oh my god. Okay, I think I saw the Anna Kasparian clip. Anna Kasparian on the side pocket. The idea of throwing family on the bus to appease that mob. Girl, what do you think you're doing? Hassan has been nothing but kind to Anna and sees her like as a big sister. Like, I'm sorry. I think I don't know what happened to his forehead. But like this whole thing, like again with Anna. I mean, just to make you jealous, be like me, admit jealousy, okay? Be the bigger person. Do what I do. Admit that I'm jealous. I do all the time. How come everyone else's dreams are coming true in the space, but not mine? I'm sorry, but I just think it's ridiculous that, Hassan, the notion that, I mean, obviously people say Cenk and Hassan look a lot alike. I don't believe that. Hassan's white. Cenk is not. He's not like Hassan's white passing, Cenk's not. And so once Sam Cedar grew that beard out and wearing the glasses, and Hassan's got the facial hair, has got the glasses, and he kept calling, Sam, Sam was her uncle. It was my duty, guys, to expand, to make it happen. And when Sam Cedar came home in Extravaganza, I told him, like, Hassan refers to you as his real uncle now and not Cenk. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And then Sam Cedar started calling Hassan his nephew. And I'm like, oh, he listened to me after all. And so I always make sure that I have to take credit for making that happen, guys, okay? Sam would not have known any of that if it weren't for me. So we're trying to get him on for November for all the President's Men, but I have no idea if we've emailed him about that yet, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Sam appreciation time indeed. Oh, Hank. Oh, so Emma. Oh, Emma, girl. Guys, I gotta show you this. Cory Booker's engaged to a Timu Rosario Dawson. And a friend of the show, Emma Vigeland, she did it, not me. She did this, not me. I'm nothing to do with this, but it screams closet, okay? I'm just saying, Cory Booker is not straight, okay? That's like saying Pedro Pascal is straight. Neither is Tim Scott. Like, it's obvious, like, Emma, girl. Oh my god, this is so funny. I'm just saying, like, she looks like a team of Rosario Dawson, which I'm so confused why she dated him after all the Bernie stuff. I'm like, girl, what happened? Girl, anyway. That that was funny to me. That was funny. I mean, but we were all thinking it though. We were all thinking it. I was thinking it, like really thinking it. I forgot Greenwald had me blocked on Twitter. Anyway. Remember? Oh my god. Remember when Billy Mays died a few days after Michael Jackson died? Yo, it was his birthday the other day, and we watched a lot of his short films, and apparently my Twitch community had no idea that this up-and-coming director by the name Martin Scorsese directed his Bad short film. With Wesley Snipes, another up-and-coming actor from what I've heard. I've heard great things. I heard a lot of good things about this Martin Scorsese kid and this Wesley Snipes dude. Good things. Sorry. I think I'm so funny. Anyway. Yo, I'm interested in that. So I've heard, okay, y'all know I'm from Freehold, New Jersey, home of Bruce Springsteen. From here, Deliver Me from Nowhere. It's gonna be a fun, great movie. Can't wait to see all the Freehold landmarks that are gonna be shown in the movie. I've heard good things. As much as both Forrest and Conan hate music biopics, I'm excited about this one because that's my homeboy right there. Friend of the family, sort of, kind of, yeah, a little bit. Bruce Springsteen, the boss. My mom actually wants to go to a movie theater and see it, and I'm like, you actually want to go to a movie theater and see a movie during the day? Apparently so. Not looking forward to the Michael Jackson one though. I was out of my I was literally like, what happened was I was on my Umas and like the internet crashed. Like the entire, like, if you guys remember, I mean the fact that we were not there when Elvis Presley died or when John Lennon died, but for those of us millennials who were there when Michael Jackson died, Facebook crashed, Twitter crashed, AOL Messenger crashed, Yahoo crashed, Google crashed, the economy crashed for a day. Like, it was bad. I'm like, who has stocks in Michael Jackson's music or whatever? Like, it was bad. Like, it was crazy. I cried. I was like, no. You know what's funny though? It's making me revisit the 2005 case, child molestation case. That family, the family that sued him, they wanted money for realsies. They approached Jay Leno. What did George Lopez, Jay Leno, Michael Jackson have in common? They were approached by the same family that sued Michael Jackson over claiming that the son got molested. Like, it's crazy. Like, they were like, yeah, we gave them money, but then we stopped talking to them because they kept asking for like way more money and they were threatening us. And I'm like, okay. That lawyer, his lawyer did not even stutter. Like, when they interview him now, I forgot what Masseur was his last name. They interviewed him and that man does not stutter when it comes to ripping this family a new one. That's crazy. But the one thing that's making me mad about this Michael Jackson biopic, one, that it's happening. Two, they're splitting into two parts. And three, no mention whatsoever of his wife, Lisa Marie Presley. What the? No, okay, no, not gonna lie. Riley, right here, I look a lot like her when I was a kid. But like, no mention of his wife, his first wife. There's a whole chapter dedicated to Michael in this book, From Here to the Great Unknown. Highly recommend. A good book about Lisa Presley's life, a memoir that she wrote with her daughter. Is there photos in here? I don't know. But like, it's just weird that they've casted everyone for Michael Jackson's movie but Lisa Marie Presley. Even after they divorced, they dated on and off. Okay? Fact. She told him to settle during the first accusations, which probably was not a good idea because, again, it's like, oh, he was guilty, whatever. But she convinced him to get sober. And even then, she said, oh my God, what happened? Oh no, there's a tear in the book. Goddamn cats. But she has said over and over again, it was a real marriage. They had sexual relations. In this book, in the chapter, she did. When I cried because she was my idol, man. Lisa Presley was my idol. Like, I dressed like her. I sang like her. Like, oh, To Whom It May Concern is one of my favorite albums of all time. Now, Michael was a virgin, okay? And she wanted to wait. She wanted to wait till marriage. He said, I can't wait. I don't want to wait with you. Let's do it. Let's do it, Lisa. Let's do it. And I'm like, and I'm reading it, I'm like, whew, okay. He was horned up for her. Good to know. Imagine if they did have kids. The talent those kids would have had. Well, the problem what happened was that he wanted kids, but Lisa Marie said that she believed that he was going to take the kids and divorce her and have full custody of the kids. And Lisa Marie wasn't going to, bode well with that. So that's one of the reasons why their marriage dissolved so fast. But when they finally buried him, she didn't attend the memorial that we all watched live, but she attended the private service where they finally buried him at the Forest Hills lawn, whatever that like big like celebrity graveyard. She was the last one to leave. Like, she didn't want, like, she spent hours, even after all of his family left, she spent hours standing by his coffin, his grave. Like that was one thing. Like, I remember watching that, being like, everyone's like, it's been 7 hours and Lisa Presley's still there. She doesn't want to leave. Like, they had a real marriage. They were each other's soulmates. If anyone could have understood each other, was those two. Like I will die on that hill that they had a real marriage. My sister doesn't think so, but I tell her, you got to read the book. You got to read the book. Okay, you got to read this, guys. Tell my sister, you got to read this. Good, eye opening. I should read a chapter on my stream, a chapter every once in a while, because it's really good. They did, even when she died. Like, a lot of Michael Jackson fans at first did not like Lisa Marie because when her album came out, her debut album, guess what she was always asked about? Oh, God, you married Michael Jackson. What? Tell us. What was that like? And she's just like, I thought he was a freak. I didn't want anything to do with him, but I didn't see anything weird. But like, they're like, I'm like, how would you feel if you were an artist, right? Or someone, especially her, she's the daughter of Elvis. Imagine you're coming out, especially if you're a female artist, you come out that album and they just want to talk about your personal life and not about your music. It wasn't until after Michael died that Lisa Marie softened up and was like, look, here's the deal. We had a real marriage. I've never felt more high. Like, she literally said that the high that she got when being with Michael Jackson was like the high she felt when her father was alive, when she was around her father. She said it was better than any other drug she've ever taken. So that means you had to have a certain level of like charisma, it's like wanting to be around a person like that. Like, that's crazy. I want that. I want that. Also, tonight at 8 p.m., Alex and I are going to be going over something interesting. We're going to be going over where I think we're going to call it DCU and who. We're going to be going over our predictions for James Gunn's DCU and the Elseworlds and everything regarding that, because they're filming the Clayface movie right now. And I'm determined to figure out, is it Elseworlds? Is it the official DCU? Can Jack O'Connell still be Clayface in the DCU? We'll figure it out. Alex and I are going to get to the bottom of it. I'm just saying. I mean, it's good. Yeah, exactly. No, Forrest is in Montreal right now. He's in Montreal. Like, he's in Canada right now, and Conan's somewhere. I don't know. He's somewheres. So we're gonna be back next week on Movie Night Extravaganza with Frances Ha, a Greta Gerwig movie. Also, I'm excited. 20 years later, Bone Temple trailer drops tomorrow. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. If you've seen 28 years later, you know you know how I felt about that ending. That ending was crazy. Good ending. Good ending. That's so funny. Anyway. But yeah, it should be very, very, very exciting, honestly. I'm very much looking forward to, maybe Alex and I will do some fan casting of who we want as certain characters, if certain actors, Margot Robbie, aren't coming back to the DCU. I'm gonna be mad if she doesn't if Margot Robbie doesn't come back as Harley Quinn. I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be very sad. I'm gonna be having like a proper funeral. I'm gonna have a funeral for my hopes and dreams. Okay, like, but yeah. There's 28 days later, 28 weeks later, 28 years later. Then there's gonna be 20 years Bone Temple, and then a third. It's gonna be a trilogy. 28 years later, a coming of age story. 20 years of Bone Temple is gonna be about Jack O'Connell and Jimmy Colt, and then the third one's gonna be about Cillian Murphy's character Jim coming back. So, and there's a lot of dong to be hung in these movies. So, seriously, if you look at the Letterboxd reviews for 20 years later, it's like, damn, there's a lot. It's like a thunder, whatever, the Thunderdog movie or whatever from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Dude hangs dong, and there's a lot. It's like a 20. Someone wrote 28 inches later on one of the Letterboxd reviews, guys. This is why we do the Letterboxd one-liners for Moon Night Extravaganza, because they're so funny. They're so funny. I love it. I love it. So I just can't with I come up with really good ones every once in a while. Yeah. But yeah, I highly recommend the 28 years later. It's all these 28 whatever later movies are very, very different from each other. Very different. Like, it's like, wow, coming of age movie. Whoo, and then it ends with them slaughtering infected with the heavy metal Teletubbies theme song. Cool, I love that. Yeah. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out, but I will be back at 8 with Alex because we're gonna be doing our TCU predictions and stuff. Maybe we'll get James Gunn's attention. I don't know. But anyway, I will see you guys in a bit. Alex has probably got a lot of cool stuff for you guys. I'm excited. I'll be hanging around in chat. And yeah. Bye.
Hello, welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I talk about movies, music, video games, TV, whatever I want to talk about. And today's a special day because South Park is back tomorrow. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat. How are you? Rich, Latino, Heat, Looney Tunes, Ethan, Johnny. Who else we got? Really, that might be it for right now. Oh, Letterhex there. Hello. How is everyone's week going? Thank you for the hat praise. I ordered mine, I think, in March or April. Didn't get here till like June, July. But I know it was made in America by Union Chops. South Park is coming back this week. It seems pretty consistent so far that they're doing a week off in between, which I haven't calculated. I think they're doing 10 episodes this year. I don't know. I know that they've signed on for 50 episodes over the next 5 years, so I would assume they do 10 a year. If they are, and it is indeed stays one every other week, we could get a season that actually goes till December, maybe, right? I don't know. 2 a month. They started in August, so 2 September. Yeah, we could get South Park going into December, which we haven't gotten in a long time. Should be pretty cool. But I just checked right before going live, and there is indeed a trailer for tomorrow's episode. So we're going to check that out. It says Butters experiences the reality of tariffs when he has to buy a Labubu doll for his girlfriend's birthday in an all-new episode of South Park. So I'm going to be watching that tomorrow after I'm on this space with Letterheck and Pep Talks and Jake on Hey Funny Book. So stick around for that tomorrow. Tonight, yes, Kristina, that's a good idea. Our show tonight will be called DCU and Who. So we are going to talk through, me and Kristina at 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to talk through what's canon in the DC universe in the movies, what should be canon, what should not be. And I was thinking go through all the DC movies, maybe from all time, but maybe from like Green Lantern, because that's when the official DC universe started, if you don't know. But we're going to, right now, let's just check out this South Park trailer. So that's coming up on this space. Lots of Devil's Advocate this week.
Wednesday.
You guys, girls with Labubu's. It's about to happen again.
On an all-new South Wednesday.
You guys, girls with Labubu's. It's about to happen again.
On an all-new South Park.
Tell her to stop saying my Labubus are knockoffs.
What is a Labubu?
New episode Wednesday at 10.
What?
On Comedy Central and next day on Paramount Plus. Wednesday.
You guys, girls with
Trump again was saying
10.
Yeah. This, I think it might be Kenny's sister. I don't know, and I don't know who this is. This is a new character, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we're going on, what's going on next in this crazy season of South Park. New season is killing it, man. I gotta say, thank you, Heat. New season is killing it. Yeah, Looney Tunes. It's gonna be crazy tomorrow. I'm also probably gonna be on with Dieter as well for American Wasp. By the way, if you didn't know, yesterday me and Dieter did a stream where we talked about Godfather and Sopranos and The Wire and Boardwalk Empire and gangster movies in honor of Labor Day, because they are intrinsically intertwined with unions in this country. And I had Dieter explain to me how that is, why it's no good, and what we can do to fix that situation, remedy that situation. So that was a good discussion. You should check out American Wasp on YouTube, and check out that conversation we had. But today we were all waiting. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about this. So, all right, let's. This is the beginning of the clip, Nick and Matt. We're going to talk about Trump, this whole Trump conspiracy thing, because I find it interesting. I find it interesting that everyone I follow has been having a ball the last week, kind of just speculating and thinking that Trump is no more, and how great that would be. And I think it's been a nice little respite from the daily reminders we get of how fucked up the country is and all that good shit, to just come together and bask in a little conspiracy theory. Like, we know it's not true. We know it's not real, but man, it'd be nice. It'd be nice, right? And look, it could be. He could be sick. We could be. But I found it interesting, man. There's this street reporter that I follow. I can't remember her handle, but man, I can't remember her handle. But she goes to like a lot of protests and films things like from a on the ground perspective, and she was like, and she lives in DC, or she's, you know, I don't know, works in DC. And she's been like frustrated and been like, I'm confused on how many leftists I respected that are falling for this conspiracy thing. He's not dying. What's going on? You know, and I understood that, because if you like, I have to hope that everyone's like half joking, that we all kind of know that we're just wish casting and it's not real. Because yeah, there are real problems that we need to address. Like, he's gonna storm Chicago. We don't know when, and Pritzker and them are like getting prepared for this. But again, so long as everyone's okay and clear that we're wish casting and we're also driving them nuts by putting out like, oh no, he's definitely dying and whatever, and just kind of trolling in that manner, I'm happy to fuck with their minds and whatever. But here we are in this space. We can talk to each other. It's a safe place to be like, come on, guys. Like, there are some real issues here, but also we can have some fun. So this was Trump today. His first press conference in about a week. Everyone was kind of anticipating, how's he going to look? How's he going to act? Because, you know, we want it. And, you know, it'd be real nice if that happened. It'd be real nice. But this is from the press conference, and people have been making note of this clip in particular because there's a Fox News reporter and he kind of directly lies to his face. So I just wanted to check this clip out. I don't really know what this is about, but I have some more footage about it. So we're going to learn together, folks. Anyway, this is Steve Doocy asking a question about some bags thrown out, like some pictures of some bags being thrown out from the White House.
Yeah, they're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
All right, so this is Doocy showing him the video.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
So he just like denied the video to his face, and it's saying it's AI, it's not real.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI.
And man,
but also they create.
You can, I mean, he literally said it, dude. Something bad happens, just blame AI. I'm literally giving you my excuse right now.
Works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up.
So you see him like sigh deeply and like, Now my conspiracy theory, my personal conspiracy theory, is that the Republicans always been wanting to get rid of him. They never liked him. He since 16 or 15, whatever, they're like, no, not this guy. And when it turned out, oh yeah, that's going to be the guy, because that's all the people your base voted for, because that's what you've been teaching them, you idiots, for the last 50, 60, 70 years, that this is the kind of guy that you should venerate. Now you're stuck with him. And I think this is like judging. This is like the professional class being like, how bad is he? How bad is he? Can we stick it out for a little while longer? In all this fun that we've been having the last week or so, you know, theories came up like, well, if he does, then JD is going to be in charge. And isn't that going to be much worse? And I was like, nah, because JD is beholden to billionaires and people with money. And people with money want business as usual, dude. They don't want soldiers in the streets, okay? DC is pissed off. Look, the mayor of DC is being an idiot. Bowser is being an idiot, being like, yeah, we welcome federal troops. No. The shop owners, all the people who own businesses in DC are like, get the fucking soldiers out of our streets. No one feels safe to walk around. You made us feel unsafe. You made people feel unsafe. No one's coming out to restaurants and bars and shops and whatever with soldiers walking around. So that's why I think, you know, if he were to, the moneyed interest would be able to control JD and the rest of the cabinet enough to basically be like Bush or Clinton. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be bad, but it won't be as catastrophic as just Trump doing willy-nilly left and right. It wouldn't be this posturing towards Russia or fucking our allies like the UK and France and all this shit. They'd start bending and breaking. Business wants to get done. You know what I'm saying? So that was Doocy. And this is what they're actually talking about. So I didn't know what this video was. Apparently, it's this image of the windows being open. The White House has confirmed that the video of bags being thrown out of the residence was real. In fact, they said it was a contractor. So why did Trump just tell reporters it was AI? This, to me, is Trump wasn't told. You know, there's no communication happening. Or he was told and doesn't remember, which is also equally as viable. And doesn't care and is just like saving face in the moment, saying it's AI. When something bad happens, just say it's AI, because it is, because there's truth to that anyways. Actually, this lie I'm telling you, there's truth to it, so don't worry about it. Relax, guy. So yeah, that's the picture. And this, you know, Trump did have a press conference. He said some things, and one of the things he said was about Chicago and how he's going to send in troops. He's not going to say when, but it's going to happen. It's coming, blah, blah, blah. And Pritzker in Chicago, governor of Illinois, had this statement. And I haven't watched it, but considering his other past statements of the last few weeks, I can guess what it's about, and I think I support it. So let's take a look, see at what I'm furthering the Vanguard's nickname of the big boy from Illinois. I think he should adopt that as a moniker and get the logo from the big boy restaurants and fashion it to put him into like a little suit and make it look like him, because I think that would be a great brand for him. So anyways, let's see what he had to say.
I know how Donald Trump thinks because I've been governor during both of his terms. He has surrounded himself with groveling yes men who are too weak to restrain his most violent and unhinged impulses, or who share those impulses. As a governor who cares about the well-being of my people, I can't live in a fantasy land where I pretend Trump is not tearing this country apart for personal greed and power. I have to deal in facts, and here they are. Crime is down in Chicago. Murders are down by almost 50% in the last 4 years. Shootings are down 57%. Robberies down 34%. Burglaries down 21%. Motor vehicle thefts down 26%. One violent crime is too many, and we have more work to do. But we have made important progress on safety that Trump is now jeopardizing. Just during the last week, I've been in neighborhoods across Chicago, from Bronzeville to South Shore to Chatham to Little Village. The president's absurd characterizations do not match what is happening on the ground here. He has no idea what he's talking about. There is no emergency that warrants deployment of troops.
Right. So, Pritzker, my front runner to be the 2028 candidate. It's very early to be thinking about that. But can we just recognize that for the last, I'd say, since 2012, look, dude, I've only been paying attention to the news since 2012. So maybe that's just me coloring this, my experience, but it feels like we've never gotten out of election cycle coverage. If you watch cable news consistently, they never stop talking about it. Like maybe a couple, again, back in 2012, maybe a couple weeks or months in the first year of an administration, they kind of just cover what the administration is doing. But already they're throwing out names. They're thinking about midterms and stuff. Like it never ends. And I wonder if that is a modern thing, maybe with technology and Twitter and being on the internet and speculating and being able to chit chat with journalists and whatever, because you could just tweet at them, that everyone's kind of gotten politic brained and hasn't stopped thinking about electioneering and whatever. But you got to live in the now. And community organizing, I think, and community organizing is a broad term. It can be anything. Like we talk about it a lot here on this space, but the fact that ICE troops are just walking around, like you have to talk to your neighbors and be like, what are we going to do if you get stopped by ICE or I get stopped by ICE or they try to buzz into the building? Like, what do we do in your community? And and it is forcing, look, dude, Princess Leia said it in Star Wars. Okay. The tighter your grip, the more systems will slip through your fingers. Fascism drives people towards socialism because you have to socialize to survive this shit. And, I don't think, I think it's bad. Yeah, they have a Project 2025. They have a blueprint for how they want to organize society and the government to benefit them long. Well, that's the thing. It's not to benefit them long term. It's to benefit them now. They don't think long term. Long term, they're like, I'll get away with it. And sometimes they're right, but sometimes they're fucking not. And the way Pritzker's been talking about, we're going to fucking ID these people, ICE, National Guard, anybody who's masked, or the mayors and whatnot and governors are putting out ordinances like no masked cops here. And if you are masked, you're going to be arrested. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be a federal versus states' rights. The Republicans always are in favor of states' rights when it's stuff that they want. You know how it goes. But I think with Pritzker, even with Newsom and shit fighting back to the extent that he is, I think it's helpful. And just this rhetoric of you're not going to get away with this. We're not going to roll over and take this. You can't just do whatever you want. There's going to be a fight. And that's good. There should be. A little more light news. Let's get up. Let's have a little fun here. I want to talk about this with Kristina because I'm sure she'll know the inner workings, because I know that Scooter Braun is not a good dude, but he and Sydney Sweeney are now dating. And apparently they met at Jeff Bezos' wedding in Venice, which is fucking hilarious, right? Considering the public image that she's had of late. Going further into, I'm not a girl's girl. I'm kind of actually with these abusive men, and I'm going to side with them. This is kind of in that same vein, because I think Sydney Sweeney was actually about to get married recently to someone else. Who she'd been dating for a couple years, and then all of a sudden is not, and a couple months later is now dating this guy who I think was like, what did he do? Let's Google him. Scooter Braun controversy. Scooter Braun is embroiled in a controversy stemming from Taylor Swift. That's what I thought. He purchased the record label. So that's the reason that she's been like purchasing her own music back and doing like new versions of songs to be like, this is mine now. I own it. Go fuck yourself. So that's hilarious. And I'm sure pissing off the Swifties isn't going to hurt Sydney's career any more than it already is. Like, girl, are you trying to speed run being hated on the internet? And again, this is self-interest, short-term gain. Doing like my white jeans ad for American Eagle is only going to benefit you in the short term while fascism is in vogue. It's going to quickly go out of style. Like it always does. But some more light news is Zoran Mamdani, my guy for NYC mayor. Hopefully he wins. Fingers crossed, knocking wood. We're going to vote for him again in November. We're also going to do a stream here on this space on election day, most likely, and have everybody who wants to show up like we did for the primary. And I hope we do that every election because that would be fun. But we got Zoran Mamdani on the I've Had It podcast. Now, I've mentioned this when talking to others, but I only heard of this podcast like a couple months ago. Me and my lady were watching Pluto and we'd see commercials and we're like, who are these wine moms? What is this? Some like just generic, apolitical, middle-aged woman podcast talking about movies and just lifestyle things and fashion. No, it's political. And they're not just, centrist MSNBC watching wine moms. They're fucking progressive. And I don't know if that's now recent or if I don't know who these people are. If they've always been like this. But again, it's a sign of the times, man. Most regular people are like, this is unreasonable. This is not normal times. This is not a normal scenario. I'm freaking out. I want to fight back. Why isn't Chuck Schumer and the Democrats fighting back? Most people are confused. That's why they're looking towards Zoran and Kat Abou-Ghazala in Chicago and Omar Feta in Minneapolis and Al Said in Florida, Graham Plattner in Maine. It's bubbling up. It's bubbling up. The socialism's coming back. It's coming back, guys. I'm telling you. But yeah, I don't watch this podcast. I've been more interested in of late seeing her show up on CNN and whatnot. So I guess I'm going to hear about it a lot more. But I'm interested in this little clip from their show with Zoran Mamdani. So they have a tweet from Eric Adams up saying, I'm sure a scavenger hunt was fun for people with nothing better to do. Mamdani is trying to turn our city into the Squid Games. So this is hearkening back to Chris Matthews saying that Bernie Sanders winning would have people being shot in Central Park. So here we go.
Eric Adams. I'm sure a scavenger hunt was fun for the people with nothing better to do. Mamdani is trying to turn our city into the Squid Games.
I think that's real.
It's real.
Yeah. This is a guy whose administration has had fun doing illegal things.
Right.
And now thinks it's illegal to have fun. There is room for joy in our politics.
Yes.
As corny as it may sound, if all we ever do is struggle and fight, we will exhaust ourselves. We have to also have a vision of what life could be like, what we're fighting for.
Yeah.
And I think part of the inability of Cuomo and Adams to understand the scavenger hunt is that they don't understand the room in a working person's life for rest, for relaxation, for time.
And I would just say they're fun haters.
Yeah,
that was a nice way for you to put it. I'm going to go on the record. Andrew Cuomo,
If you only have 2 seconds, it's
Eric
fun
Adams,
haters.
you're fun haters.
That's great. That's great. I want more exposure for Mamdani. I think these ladies seem to be getting a lot of traction recently, and that's great. I'm very happy for them. So we're about at the halfway through the show. So now comes my obligatory shilling. Folks, follow me at all the places you see on the screen. I do have a Cash App if you feel so inclined. I have a bunch of videos on my channel. My JID reaction, I'm still listening to that album. I did Joey Badass last Friday. On Sunday, I did Sabrina Carpenter. I'm looking for all kinds of music. I do all kinds of reactions. I have a music video for JID and Clips. My review of Peacemaker, each South Park. So tomorrow I'm going to be recording my review for tomorrow's episode after I watch it. And, you know, plenty of other stuff. Superman review, Fantastic Four. I'm most proud of like Daredevil and Andor. Those reviews are very special to me. So check those out. But, you know, I stream on Twitch. I've been doing it a little bit more in that I actually did it this week. And I'm going to do it more this weekend. So check out for that. And yeah, I'm trying to make my channel an antithesis to people like Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and Quartering and even like Ben Shapiro and Tim Pool, who talk about movies just to get the clicks so that people will stick around for their politics stuff. In my reviews, I talk about if they come up, if politics come up, which they often do, I talk about it and I don't shy away from it like a lot of other reviewers do. Good reviewers that I watch. They don't want to touch it because they don't want to alienate any audience. And I'm like, hey, man, I don't really have an audience. So if I can build my audience this way, that'd be great. I want to try and beat the algorithm. You know, I've heard that putting only one kind of content on your channel makes sense, like only doing music or only doing video games and having multiple channels for those different subjects. I'm putting it all on one. So I'm hoping that eventually I can break through and that people will just come to my channel to check out something about a video game, something about a TV show or movie, music, you know, stuff like that. So that's what I hope. I hope you guys enjoy. And yeah, I wanted to just spend the rest of the show. I mean, I'm kind of winging it because I was like, well, I could play that game, the operator game, but I really want to dedicate like an hour to that, a full hour. So I'm looking at the Vanguard. They are good at coalescing some of these broader topics into shorter form videos. They're live right now, but I wanted to talk about this whole chorus thing, right? Yeah, there we go. Ben Shapiro, isn't that the straight guy who's afraid of WAP? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And speaking of WAP, I will be reviewing Cardi B's album when that comes out in a couple weeks as well. Again, I have no genre specific. I have a lot of rap albums on my channel, but I'm going to do Taylor Swift when she comes out with a new album. I did Sabrina Carpenter, like I said. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this chorus thing because, and you can clip this too if you want, but I'm of two minds. One, yeah, it'd be nice if some billionaires were like, hey, we want to pay lefties some money to do what they're already doing, right? And that wouldn't be the problem. But it wasn't paying people to do what they're already doing. It was paying people to kind of do what they're already doing. But specifically, you're not going to say that you're being paid. And you're not going to say some certain other things, like talk about Israel too much. And, you know, again, they've all come out and said they didn't say anything about, like, they weren't given any instructions. But, you know, it kind of just lines up with who these people are. So let's take a little look-see at one of the Vanguard's videos about this. Maybe skip around in there because I know it's a lot there's a lot of information. There's a lot of back and forths. I don't know any of these people personally, so I really don't know what to make of this. But as far as I know, like, Taylor Lorenz seems to be a straightforward reporter. You know, like, I don't think she's had a lot of retractions in the past. She doesn't seem like unreliable, because if she was unreliable, this wouldn't have been that big of a thing, you know? But yeah, let's just start out this video. Let's see. Is there time codes? No. All right, whatever. We'll just start it out and see where we go from there. Because this is a big tangled web. So if you don't know what happened in the last week or so, Taylor Lorenz, reporter, came out with a story in Wired saying that this group Chorus has been paying, and it's like a dark money group for the Democrats, has been paying influencers and content creators like $8,000 a month or some shit to make their content that is very supportive of the Democratic Party line. And I don't know when the timeline is of like when this started, but it seems like a lot of the people were people who were invited to the White House, to the DNC during the Biden campaign and then into the Kamala campaign. So, you know, and by the way, Johnny, I am playing Elden Ring on Twitch. So if you want to see some of that, subscribe to my Twitch. But anyways, this money campaign seemingly has been going on for months and has only just been exposed now. And all these creators are freaking out about it, attacking Taylor Lorenz. Now, Taylor Lorenz also got some other heat that seemed to be like personal, and I'm not really going to touch on that. I don't know if they do, but we'll see if they come.
I mean, I feel like to start, we should probably just, take a look at this actual article.
The Wired piece?
Yeah, the Wired article from Miss Taylor Lorenz, who's been just absolutely kicking ass, bro, just pissing off all the right people, all the worst people, all the shills and the creatures of the Democratic swamp. It's been genuinely glorious to watch. And even though Zach and I have taken a couple days off, we were on a Lay show yesterday, but we've kind of just been laying low, monitoring the situation, eager to talk about it, but definitely enjoying the blow up that's occurred online, specifically since this article dropped. Which is called "A Dark Money Group is Secretly Funding High-Profile Democratic Influencers." An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month. That's almost $10,000 a month, guys, to push.
Right, that'd be
the party line.
That'd be great. Now, again, I understand why people would take the money, and the biggest defense I've heard about this is like, well, Republicans do this, and yeah, they do. But Republicans do this to their base. Like Republicans, that's the line Dieter's been saying, is Republicans fear their base, Democrats hate their base. And it could go both ways for both. But Republicans at least cater to them and try to do the things they want, at least socially. Financially, they definitely fuck over their own base, but so long as they can blame black people or Democrats for it, they're going to keep doing it until those people realize, oh, it's not the Democrats, it's the people I've been voting for who've been lying to me. I mean, people screaming at town halls, dude. Again, fascism will create socialism even from Republicans. But let's keep going.
All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. So, we don't have to go through the whole article. I'm sure a lot of people, Zach, are more than familiar with the details here. We're going to be getting into some of the responses, both from the people that are exposed and some other colleagues of ours in progressive media who, like us, are actually independent.
So let's jump forward here because, yeah, I want the drama.
I've seen you around, but I don't know who they are. I certainly don't know them like I know who Tim Pool is. I certainly don't know them like I know who Candace Owens is. I certainly don't know them like I know who Nick Fuentes is, right? All these really bad, odious fuckers from the right, but who have a real, authentic followings. Oh, we need to fund left-wing media. We need to fund the real stuff that people like. That's not what they're doing, right? What we have as a ginormous...
Right. And this is the key. That's not what they're doing. They're not funding lefties. They're funding people who already agree with them. This is when Sam Cedars talked about this, like going on MSNBC and kind of holding some of these anchors to task and being like, well, you know, Ed Schultz got fired from MSNBC for being too anti-war and too, you know, socialist and talking about Bernie Sanders a lot. And they're like, well, we're never told what we can and can't say. And it's like, well, no, you're not actually told. They just don't hire you if they think you're not going to say that, or if they think you're going to stray from where they want you to. You just won't be an anchor on MSNBC or a contributor. That's why there's so many goddamn former fucking Republicans on MSNBC. Joe Scarborough, fucking Nicole Wallace, Bill Kristol, more. I know there's more. And they go on MSNBC and have shows there. Fucking hell, Jen Psaki, not Republican, but, you know, establishment Democrat. She was literally the fucking spokesperson. That's as bad as Trump hiring from Fox News, and then they go to the administration, and then once Trump's out, they come right back to Fox. Like, it's the same shit. Same thing with CNN, same thing with NBC. It's no good. It's establishment. It's fucking elitism. Of course, is trying to fund a new partisan mechanism for the Democratic Party and not raise leftist voices to prominence. Right. They're trying to squeeze out leftists. They're trying to be like, well, here's our young progressives. Here's our not young progressives. Here's our young cohort. I've seen a lot of discourse about this, that it's not actually trying to get young people on their side. That wasn't the goal of this project. The project was to convince middle class, you know, wine moms and football dads that young people are on board with the Democrat. Not to actually try and get young people, but to convince adults that young people are on board. Hey, look at this picture of Biden with these young trendy influencers. You don't know the difference between them and Vanguard. You don't know the difference between them and, you know, Kat Abou-Gazela. You just see young person hanging out with Biden. Oh, they're on TikTok. I hear about TikTok. Okay, so young people are on board. Cool. I don't have to listen to my daughter or my son from college saying, no, we got to vote. We want Tim Walz. We want J.B. Pritzker. We want progressives. We don't actually want Kamala. We're going to vote for her because she's the only option, but we don't actually like her. Yeah, exactly. It's just a trick. Their own base already that supports them, who love the 25-hour speech from Cory Booker that all's good and we don't need to really reach out to young people. Young people are on board. They love Kamala. They love the coconut sound. But yeah, let's keep going with this.
Problem, this big hill that we have to overcome as Democrats, is there is a disalignment, right? There's a huge gap between where the base is and where leadership is, right? So that's why they decided to give a fuckload of people $8,000 a month, right? That's like the entire monthly operating revenue of the Vanguard. Okay, guys, it's an insane amount of money. Wrong to lie to your audience and accept money that is going to influence your belief system. And don't kid yourself. David Pakman has had his belief system influenced. Gavin shocked me. He shocked me when he told me that David Pakman supported Bernie Sanders, not just a little bit in 2016, but enthusiastically in 2016. Right now, he's taken all this sponsorship money. He's taken his chorus money. He has 17 sponsors listed on his website. We can throw it up right here.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana
commercials. That's no good. Well, David Pakman, I will say while this commercial plays, David Pakman's the reason I'm here. And I'll say that because I was watching Rogan. Again, I'm not a big fan of Rogan, but I was watching because I like the guests he has on, and I like that he was a dumb guy asking smarter people dumb questions, because then I can get some information, right? And he had David Pakman on, and they were talking about Dave Rubin and why won't Rogan have on Sam Cedars. This is like 2019. And Rogan was like, oh, he was really harsh to Dave Rubin, and Dave Rubin's my boy, so I don't know if I can have him on. And so what I'd like to do around that time is I would see a guest on Rogan, and then I would go watch their own stuff. I did it with Crowder. I did it with Candace Owens. I did it with Gavin McGinnis, even to check out their stuff on their own terms and decide whether or not if it's for me. And boy, it was not. And I checked out David Pakman's stuff, and I was like, okay, these are kind of cool videos, kind of interesting, talking about like Rogan and whatnot. And then I was recommended other videos that I thought was associated with Pakman because they had the same background, and it was Majority Report. So I thought it was like the same network or something. So I started checking out those videos, and they were like criticize Rogan. And oh, I've seen this episode where he had on Tim Pool and the Twitter people. I want to hear a critique of this episode because I was feeling uneasy watching it, and I want someone to put that into words. So I started watching Majority Report, and so history has written that I became Twitter friends with Letterhack, and here I am on this space. So I will give David Pakman that credit. That I because of his background in his videos, I eventually watched Majority Report and became a part of this great community of leftists online. Oh, let me get the sound back.
$1,000, and it clearly perverted his politics over time. He's not talking about Medicare for all anymore. He's not talking about a Green New Deal anymore. He's not talking about a jobs guarantee, UBI. He's talking about how cool and great the Democrats are. All right, that's the job that he wanted, and it created the illusion to the American people that, oh, I guess the Democrats aren't changing anything, right? Or not the illusion to the American people. That's what the message people got, while giving the illusion to people who were following it that this was popular.
100%, bro. 100%. And that's such a damning screenshot. All the fucking big money, the corporate money, that's infiltrated the David Pakman show and turned it into a fucking cringy, boring husk of what it once was.
All right, so we're gonna skip ahead here to Brian Taylor Cohen, who I've only seen on Twitter, and I know he's a big account. And dude, that's the thing too for me, because I don't know if it's all of these big like liberal Twitter accounts, but I'm like, where did they come from? Like Brooklyn Dad and Joe from Jers and like all these whatever. Like Olivia Juana, whatever her last name is, Juliana, I think. Olivia Juliana, like, where did you come from? Why am I suddenly seeing you everywhere? Hell, that's why I thought the I've Had It podcast was another one of these kind of accounts, because I'm like, where are you getting money to do ads on Pluto? Like, you're just a podcast. You're just some random podcast. Like, who are you people? Why is this popular? I've Had It. I don't know. I don't know where they're coming from. But all these people seem to, I don't know how long they've been being paid by Chorus or whatever, but clearly they've been elevated, if not, direct money from Chorus from people on Twitter, politicians, media people who like these accounts, who retweet them because they say, and they reinforce things that they already believe and they want to be true. So yeah, let's keep going with this. This is Brian Taylor Cohen, who again is just one of these accounts that I keep seeing, and I'm like, are you a reporter? Like, where do you work? You know what I mean? Like, why do you seem legit? But I'm like, what do I click back to? What is your network that you work for?
Is the one that's behind all of this. I think he has a co-founder of Chorus, but he's the one who founded Chorus. Mm-hmm. And more people need to be thinking about this, guys. I'm not trying to sound too conspiratorial here, but where's Brian Tyler Cohen from? He's from MSNBC. That's the world he comes from. Corporate, Democratic, establishment media. Are you really supposed to tell me?
All right, so that is where he came from. He did come from some legit place. But again, it's legit because our society is deemed corporate studio media legit. So it makes sense that he came from there, actually. All right, let's keep going.
Comes from corporate, Democratic, establishment media. Are you really supposed to tell me that this is anything other than an attempt to infiltrate left-wing independent media and turn it into establishment corporate Democrat propaganda? Is that not exactly what's fucking happening? It clearly is. It clearly fucking is. This guy is controlled opposition. He's on a mission to destroy the space, to weed out all the actual truth tellers.
Not this space. Do not destroy this space. We just got started.
The radicals, and to elevate a bunch of propagandists at their expense. This guy wants to destroy the space that we love, the space that we exist in, the only fucking place left on the internet where people can actually come to find honest.
You know, Etch, that is very true. This is very inside baseball and very online, right? Like no one watching the news casually knows that this is even happening, right? This is a very specific kind of infight that's happening right now, and it's an online fight, and I agree with that. I just find it interesting and drama filled and juicy, so I'm talking about it. I've had a podcast, ladies, where wealthy Bravo reality show stars prior to their careers. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense, because that's what I thought the podcast was. I thought it was going to be like we're watching Bravo and E and like celebrity gossip and whatnot, and it kind of is, but it's also political. So, and I'm glad that their politics are like leading them more leftward. Maybe that's why CNN and whatnot is trying to wrangle them. It's what it felt like in 2018 when AOC was getting a lot of traction and a lot of media buzz. It's like, okay, you're a socialist. Come on, Colbert. Come on, CNN. Come on, MSNBC, and we'll tamper some of those edges, you know. And maybe it's worked. Maybe it hasn't. I don't know. Time will tell with AOC. But I think there's too many popping up now for them to get a handle on it. You know, it was just AOC and like Ilhan and Rashida and whatnot, and a couple others, and it was scattered and it wasn't all at once. But now there's a lot, and I don't know if they're going to be able to wrangle everybody and be like, hey, Graham Plattner, don't say that it's capitalism's fault on TV. And he's just going to do it. Or Kat Abugazela is going on CNN and whatnot. I'm sure they're trying to tamp her down, but it's not working. It's not working.
Opinion commentary and truth about the reality of the Democratic Party and specifically its role in an ongoing fucking genocide, which these people will happily have you forget about.
So important that you said that. And we've even had multiple commenters in chat say, what does independent media even mean anymore? The name independent media is meaningless now. And that is the entire goal. And it's something we've been talking about for a long time. It's something that we've been talking about since Joe Rogan took $100 million from Spotify. This is a beat we've been on for a long time, guys. So if I seem a little flustered, if I seem a little emotional, it's because we really care about this. We have put our...
I mean, I think you're right, Tiffany, in that there's more to this and they want us infighting. I think this infight in particular is kind of just a delineation. Like, if anyone online was confused, these people are liberals. They're all for whatever Cory Booker and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing. We are leftists, and we are fans of Graham Plattner and Zohran Mamdani, and we don't like the abundance is another one. That's another like delineation line that's happening, and this is all gearing up again for, like I was talking about before, elections. I know the blanket, you know, the air conditioner is blowing in a little bit, so it's alive. And we got a Mr. Poon back there sleeping. But I know it might be distracting. But this delineation is happening between factions gearing up for elections in the midterms and 2028. And you know, they don't want Pritzker. They don't want Waltz out there. I think they would be much more comfortable with Gavin Newsom. And I don't know if I think they're as short-sighted as the fascists, dude. I think they think, you know, we just need a younger guy. Like Biden was fine, but if it was just a younger guy, if it was Kamala, it would be okay because everyone would go back to sleep and go back to brunch, and Israel can do what they do, and we won't be seen as weak, and the temperature will cool down on the Republican side, and they won't be fascists anymore magically. And it's just not it's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. But let's continue with this.
our money where our mouth is. Gavin and I have said no to tons. Right? People would score constructive a lawsuit against.
I'm sandwiched between the two genders.
Freaking.
Or Wired. Fuck no. Wow. That means they're mounting a lawsuit against major news outlets.
That I helped party line April. But Zach, do you want to take a look at some of what Brian had to say in response to all this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, because we do want to be fair, and like I said, Brian is the co-founder, co-creator, whatever the fuck of Chorus. So let's hear his response to this article and evaluate some of his pushback.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired.
An internet troll is how he... See, and that's the thing that he's doing. He's trying to make her seem insignificant. She's an internet troll. She's not a reporter. She's not a journalist. She's an internet troll. And this is just some little tiny article in some vague paper called The Wire. Or not The Wire. Wired. Sorry. I've been watching The Wire for the first time. I'm excited, and I'm thinking about it.
An internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month.
And that's the thing, Edge. Like, we can't go back to sleep. We can't, they can't. The genie's out of the bottle, man. Genie's out of the bottle. Troops are in the streets. Tariffs are going on. Like, once the prices hit, like, again, that's why I'm like, the CEOs are going to even with Trump still here, CEOs are going to put pressure and be like, hey, motherfucker, we're losing money, and this isn't good for business.
To push the party line, all they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. LOL.
Brian, Wired is a reputable major news outlet. If nothing that they said in that article is true, you would be mounting a lawsuit against them immediately. Gavin, have you heard any news about any of these folks from Chorus mounting a lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz or Wired?
Fuck no.
Wow. That means they must not feel like they have a very strong case.
Also, I love how he says, people always say they want a left-wing creator ecosystem, but now that I've actually done it, everyone's pissed off. What am I supposed to do? It's like, this is such a straw man, bro.
Yeah, Dolly Moore. I don't know who Dolly Moore is. Does the same thing. He really demeans Taylor in his response. Yeah, they all kind of had similar responses, which is also fishy. And I'm sure is in this video.
It does not create a creator. It's not the American.
It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement.
And also, I'm sorry to pause it again, but
teach these accounts. They're not already big. They're not already successful as Twitter accounts. You have to you have to pay them money to teach them. Okay.
It's a scholarship program to help grow your account. Bro, David Pakman has been around for like fucking over 10 years. He has like 1 million subscribers. I don't think David Pakman needs your shitty fucking help to grow his channel.
Oh, 100%. And actually, I'll throw this tweet up from Matt Leck, good friend of the show. Shout out to the homie Matt, who also came correct as fuck on this issue. He said, it is such a fucking gross bastardization of language to suggest that David Pakman needs scholarship. He said, spare me, please, the quote, knife to a gunfight stuff. If these 77% of Democrats were reflected in the views of 50% of Chorus incubation bucks recipients, this would be as ho-hum as they wish it was. Instead, people see it as an echo chamber maintenance for a historically unpopular party, which is exactly what it is.
Yup.
Yes.
Launch their own show.
Yeah. So that's kind of the gist of this whole thing. There's more drama to be had. We know. But you know what? Like, let me throw this back up here. Let's just keep going, because why not? We got 6 minutes left. Difficult Truth is on next. You're watching this space, folks. Subscribe to this space, share this space. We got videos, we got clips, we got shorts. Nick, David, Dan, Matt, the whole team been cutting videos of these streams. They're bite-sized pieces that you can send to anybody, right? Me and Kristina talked about H3 last week, and Hassan and Destiny and all that shit. This week we're talking about this whole creator thing. And, later me and Kristina are going to talk about DC So if you know any DC subreddits or people you watch or follow on Twitter who talk about that stuff, that seem right-leaning or too centrist or don't get the full picture of what we're talking about, post these videos under those tweets. Post these videos on those subreddits. Share them with your friends who need a little explainer on what's going on with this situation and whatnot. Because that's what we are here for, folks. We're a variety of creators from Tuesday to Thursday, talk about all sorts of different things, every topic you can imagine, so that you can send all these clips to the people in your lives who you need to convince, or strangers on the internet that you need to convince too. That's what we're here for, folks. Creating this space, creating the thing that Chorus claimed to want to create.
And become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop.
Right. But if Olivia Giuliana all of a sudden started talking to pro-Palestine protesters and calling it a genocide, I don't think she'd be paid by Chorus anymore. Just call it a hunch. Call it hunch. Or criticizing Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or party leadership, and supporting Mamdani, supporting Graham Plattner, supporting Kat Abergazella. Like, I don't think they'd be still employed by Chorus if they were.
I don't know a
Call it
single
a hunch.
creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC.
Also, if you have these trainings, how many fucking things have you seen of like pickup artists or whatever the fuck? They want you to sign up for their training and pay some kind of monthly subscription to them. They don't pay you. They don't pay you to join their fucking work course. Like, what the hell? How is this beneficial?
Again, there are zero restrictions on their content.
In your terms, how is this beneficial to Chorus as a operation?
And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined.
Nobody knows any of these people, bro, so it's not working. Like, anybody in chat who wants to have a knee-jerk reaction to defend this, any of these new content creators that they've been elevating, you've never heard of, and they have never once reached out to any of the people that you watch. Lance from the Surfs isn't getting hit up by these people. Francesca's not being hit up by these people. People who have gone out on a limb to take a bold progressive stance and lost their job have not been supported by these people. Why? Because they're going to challenge the Democrats, right? Why do you think Brian Tyler Cohen wasn't rushing to give Francesca Fiorentini a scholarship of $8,000 a month to help her weather the storm after she correctly called out the abuses of her boss, right? Oh, yes, you actually did abuse your power when you undermined this union. Oh, hey, dude, you actually are being really nasty, right? You are hurtful, right? And not only that, you've thrown trans people under the bus, which I find unacceptable, right? There was none of that. No effort to reach out to her, right? I haven't seen.
Now, again, this video is like 50 minutes. They have like 2 other videos on this. I'm sure there's going to be more when they're done with their stream today. But yeah, I mean, that's the gist. Like he's saying, why didn't they reach out to Francesca? None of these people are. That's a good point too. None of these people really are like breaking out into like major popularity. They're not getting retweeted by like celebrities and I mean, maybe a little bit, but again, they're not breaking out into the mainstream of like, ooh, these are cool influencers I want my kids to watch or whatever. And they'd be teaming up with Ezra Klein and hawking this fucking abundance shit, and they would just point, hey, we have influencers talking about abundance. What do you mean it's not popular with young people? They love influencers. You're picking other influencers that we don't like, and we can debate which kind of influencers we like, but the point is that there are influencers, there are young people talking about abundance and that how it's great, and we should actually listen to them and forget all these other ones that we don't like. That's what it's about. That's why it's bullshit. That's why in this instance you side with Taylor Lorenz. Again, her reporting I don't think has ever been like disputed or disqualified or whatever. She's been fired from like Washington Post, but it's really because she told too much truth. And it wasn't. Washington Post is owned by Bezos. Like, that's a fucking Bezos paper. These legacy media outlets are owned. They're owned, and the people they hire are owned by them. Folks, that's going to do it for me today. Again, in an hour, back with Kristina talking about the DC universe and some fun movie stuff. But right now, I think we should listen to a difficult truth and some real actual news. I'm excited to hear more about Trump's press conference and what he actually talked about other than lying about an AI photo. Thank you very much, folks. Devil's Advocate Productions, over and out. Love y'all.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone had a good Labor Day weekend. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. Appreciate the content. Huge shout out to all the space hosts. Appreciate it, folks. It's the top of the hour. If you haven't done so already, please consider checking out, spreading the word, folks. Liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. There's live and syndicated content, so there's something for everyone, folks. So please help us out and do us a solid and spread the word. Thank you, guys. Let's say hello to some folks in chat. Wanda, welcome. Johnny, to left. Looney Tunes, welcome. Rich. Tiffany, have a good one. Alex, see ya in an hour. Yes, that's right. Movie night extravaganza. Etchbox. Thank you all for being here. Latino Mafoon. Locally sourced, the MR background. Yes. So the lore, okay, the official canon, the official canon here is that we are broadcasting at Majority Report Studios on after hours. Sam does not know that this is happening. And I will stick to that story. All right, folks. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. All right, folks, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. More of a pirate studio. Carl's moved the corner to a studio, and they just haven't looked in that corner for a long time. Exactly. Ladybug, welcome. So last time, I'm pretty sure that we talked about all social security numbers have essentially or alleged have been moved into unsecure areas. And when I mean all social security numbers, I mean all of them. Of course, the government says that everything is okay, that the data is secure. However, right after this debacle, the Social Security data chief has resigned over this whistleblower complaint. Remember how we were told that Doge was not going to have access to our sensitive data, that all of our data was secure. I don't believe that for a minute. Donald James, welcome. Carlos took it back from Pac-Man trying to steal it. Exactly. Sam's asleep. Share studio pics. Nadia, welcome. Welcome. Sassy Sasserai. The Social Security Administration's chief data officer has resigned days after filing a whistleblower complaint warning that the President's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, put the sensitive personal information of millions of Americans at risk. Charles Board said in his resignation letter that he was leaving his position involuntarily, doing so in part of concerns that the agency's data is being handled improperly and his efforts to correct the problem were rebuffed. Due to my concerns regarding the SSA's questionable and potentially unlawful data management practices and the inability to exercise my statutory duties as a CDO, I believe my position is untenable and that constitutes an intolerable working environment for a chief executive tasked with the specific responsibilities and accountability. So, in other words, the guy has resigned. Sam's asleep. No more blood will be shed for now. And this is pretty concerning. This is pretty concerning because this only leaves this very important position open. And I imagine that it's going to be filled by a sycophant, a Trump sycophant. In his whistleblower complaint, Board said Doge employees built a copy of the Social Security database in a cloud-based system that circumvents oversight and disregarded an agency security assessment of that their actions posed a high risk. So that's that's everybody's Social Security number has been essentially copy-pasted. So that's cool. Very cool. They want to know you like up close and personal. The problem is we can't give them this power because they are biased with our data. Well, I mean, they got it. They've got it. Looney Tunes, I am very sick with a stomach virus. I want JD Vance to take over until I feel better. My tummy hurts. I can't stand this administration. Yeah. His resignation and complaint spotlight lingering concerns about Doge access to Social Security data, a highly sensitive collection of personal information that could lead to identity theft if hacked or leaked. I mean, like, by definition, I would consider that already a leak. I personally would say that it's already been leaked. Because if data has been moved from a presumed safe location to a cloud-based system that has not been vetted, then it is leaked. So yeah. In other words, all trans people's social security gender marker change records have been leaked to Elon Musk, the ADF. I mean, everyone. No doubt J.K. Rowling and the website that cannot be named too, and Mumsnet. Yep. I'm sure that these people are getting their fill. Anyone with access to Grok, please ask if it knows your social security number. It is a fascist regime. Like, hello, Chuck Schumer, do you think the Baileys want their identity stolen? I've got a German national ID number now. F the US is rubbish. Nice. The ultimate data breach. Well, on the positive side, no need to ever worry about our data now. It's everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? Like, it's not, everyone's data's been leaked. So, like, I guess, yay. We're all in the boat. We're all in the same boat. A Social Security Administrator spokesperson declined to comment. Again, when this first came out, we were told that everything was okay. We were told that everything was safe. A federal judge blocked Doge access to Social Security data in March, but the Supreme Court overruled that decision. Cool. Board said he became aware of several projects and incidents which may constitute violations of federal statutes or regulations, and that leadership at the agency created a culture of panic and dread around discussing changes at the agency. As a result of these events, I'm putting the intolerable situation of not having visibility or oversight into activities that potentially violate statutes and regulations which I, as a CDO, may legally or otherwise be held accountable for should I continue in this position. I cannot verify that the agency data is being used in accordance with legal agreements or in compliance with federal requirements. Yeah, this is like a long way of saying, like, hey, I don't want to be caught holding the bag, because there's potentially some really highly illegal stuff happening here, and I don't want to be responsible for this. I've already blown the whistle, so I'm out of here. I like the purple mouse pointer. I like it too. I think it's cool. Gives it a little contrast, so I know where I'm going. They're pretty much a neo-Nazi hate group that's taken over the whole country of the USA. Yep. I mean, it's... Yeah. Kristina Weiba, welcome. These Nazis didn't take over my life or my thoughts. Let's shift gears really quickly. Palantir has it all. I bet. I mean, like, that would not surprise me. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because, like, it's presumed that if it's in a not safe place, if it's in a cloud storage where the security is not vetted, then you could presume that data is everywhere, and including Palantir. I just assume that it's everywhere. I just assume that's it. I live in civil disobedience every breath I take. Now more than ever, I think that's going to be important. China probably has it at least. I mean, like, just I mean, I don't know what they would do with it, honestly, but like, just assume that the data is compromised. That's all I'm saying. And the fact that this guy decided to resign because he wasn't being listened to, all but confirms that it is very likely that all of our our entire social security numbers have been leaked. So that's cool. We got some cool numbers coming out of Florida. Since we're on the topic of the Department of Government Efficiency, Florida may lose $218 million on empty Alcatraz concentration camp as the judge orders it to be shut down. Are we winning yet, folks? Florida could be on the hook for $218 million the state spent to convert the remote training airport in the Everglades into a concentration camp. The center may soon be completely empty as a judge upheld her decision late Wednesday, ordering preparations to wind down indefinitely. Nice. So that's one good thing. I would snatch it up if I was any kind of data broker, and I might just save it to my personal computer if the opportunity comes up. Not that I can do anything with the info, but I deserve it as a treat. Yeah, the entirety of the United States' social security numbers. It was unfit for living conditions, 100%. But what ultimately ended up doing it was the environmental lawsuit. The closure is absolutely a great thing. Yep. Shutting down the facility for the time being would cost the state $15 million to $20 million immediately, and it would cost another $15 to $20 to reinstall structures if Florida allows it to reopen. So, I mean, like, this is just like such, besides the obvious, like, human rights problem, this is such a waste of money. I heard there was some kind of uprising at that camp. Not that I saw. The Florida Division of Emergency Management will lose most of that value of the $218 it had invested in making the airport suitable for a detention center. Built in a few days, the facility consists of chain-link cages around large white tents filled with rows of bunk beds. Yeah, a concentration camp. An AP analysis of publicly available state spending showed that Florida has signed $405 million in vendor contracts to build and operate the facility, which officials had initially estimated would cost $450 million a year to run. A previous AP review found that as of late July, the state had allocated $245 million to run the site, which opened July 1st. Me wondering how much affordable housing or healthcare all that could have paid for. Yep. It was so bad the guards didn't even want to be there. President Trump toured the facility last month to suggest it could be a model for future concentration camps nationwide, as his administration races to expand the infrastructure needed to increase deportations. The center has been plagued by reports of unsanitary conditions and detainees being cut off from the legal system. Yeah, a concentration camp. Detainees report alleged uprising at Alligator Alcatraz. A lot of people have bled. Reports of incidents were denied by Florida ICE officials, as detainees saying they were beaten and tear gassed. Yeesh. I mean, I don't doubt that something like that happened given the conditions that they experienced here. So that would not surprise me. In fact, we can probably take a look. Yeah, so apparently, not much is known. This didn't happen that long. This didn't happen that long ago. But the story is that there was some kind of scuffle here. According to at least 3 detainees who spoke with Miami Spanish language news channel Noticias 23, which is a popular Spanish news channel. I know my parents used to, or still listen to Noticias 23. So this is pretty. It's a staple it's a staple in South Florida. Guards at Alligator Alcatraz's immigration facility reportedly used tear gas and physical force during the disturbance. So this seems to be from apparently first-hand accounts of people who were in this concentration camp. But other than that, I don't know. The outlet also reported that a fire alarm was sounding continuously and a helicopter was circling overhead. The incident occurred as authorities worked to evacuate the remote Everglades concentration camp in compliance with the federal judge's order. So yeah, I'm not sure, like, to the extent that what happened there. But it does appear that something happened. Based on First Nations and Native people, the battles they fought in the past allowed them to get this place shut down. Good on them. Very grateful. 100%. 100%. President Trump toured the facility and suggested it could be a model for future concentration camps. The center had been plagued by reports of unsanitary conditions and detainees being cut off from the legal system. It also faces several legal challenges, including one that District Judge Kathleen Williams ruled on late Wednesday. She denied the request to pause her order to wind down operations after agreeing last week with environmental groups on the Miccosukee tribe that the state and federal defendants didn't follow federal law requiring an environmental review for the detention center in the middle of the sensitive wetlands. The Miami judge said the number of detainees was dwindling and that the federal government's immigration enforcement goals will not be thwarted by a pause in operations. That's despite the Department of Homeland Security saying the judge's orders would disrupt that enforcement. I'm actually going to see if I can talk to a very, very, very close friend who is in the front lines when it comes to research in the Everglades. I'm actually, I need to talk to him and see what the situation is there from an environmental standpoint. The Miami judge said the number of detainees was already dwindling and the federal government's immigration goals will not be thwarted by the pause in operations. When asked, the Department of Homeland Security wouldn't say how many detainees remained and how many had been moved out since the judge's temporary injunction last week. DHS is complying with this order and moving the detainees to other facilities. Environmental activist Jessica Namant, who has kept a nearly consistent watch outside the facility's gate, said Thursday that fellow observers had seen metal framing and for tents hauled out, but no signs of the removal of FEMA trailers or portable bathrooms. It definitely seems like they have been winding down operations. Based on publicly available contract data, the AP estimated that the state allocated $50 million for bathrooms. Detainees and advocates have described toilets that don't flush, flooding with fecal waste, although officials dispute such descriptions. Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. This facility was already being emptied of detainees as of last week, according to an email exchange shared with the AP. The executive director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, said on August 22nd, we're probably going to be down to 0 individuals within a few days, in a message to a rabbi about chaplaincy services. Funding is central to the federal government's argument that Williams' order should be overturned by an appellate court. Homeland Security attorneys in a court filing this week said federal environmental law doesn't apply to a state like Florida, and that federal government isn't responsible for the detention center since it hasn't spent a cent, some weird phrasing, to build or operate the facility, even though Florida is seeking some federal grant money to fund a portion of the detention center. I mean, like, you can play this game, but at the end of the day, like, this is all like on the federal government, and they have to do environmental reviews, which they didn't. Where did they put all the detainees? In other concentration camps, supposedly. They put them in other concentration camps. John Lithium, welcome. They just opened another camp in Texas. Yes, I think there's two, I want to say. Oh, the one you're talking about is on Fort Bliss, which is going to be the largest in U.S. history. Yeah, Fort Bliss. Welcome, Kristina. Why are these people like this? Actual sociopaths. Yep. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis' administration is preparing to open a second immigration detention dubbed Deportation Depot at a state prison in North Florida. Civil rights group filed the second lawsuit last month against the state and federal governments over practices at the Everglades facility, claiming detainees were denied access to the legal system. The third lawsuit by the civil rights groups last Friday described severe problems at the facility which were previously unheard of in the immigration system. Yeah, I mean, this is all the natural conclusion as to where things are going, right? Thankfully, for the time being, it seems like this particular concentration camp is being shut down. Deportation Depot. It's Florida. It's Florida. What can I tell you? $1.2 million immigrants are gone from the U.S. workforce under Trump. Hey, wait a minute. The PBS article about Fort Bliss thing is crazy in just the first two paragraphs. Yeesh. Let's see if I can find it. So this is done with a private contractor. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Try using the Brave browser and deactivate JavaScript. Usually work getting past these articles. I've never actually tried that. This is what Sassy's Hasrar is talking about. President Trump's administration last week awarded a contract worth up to 1.2 to build and operate what it says will be the largest concentration camp. It didn't turn to a large government contractor or even a firm that specializes in private prisons. Instead, it handed a project on a military-based acquisition logistics, a small business that has no listed experience running a correction facility and has never won a federal contract worth more than $16 million. The company also lacks functioning website and was listed as an address to a modest home in suburban Virginia, owned by a 77-year-old retired Navy flight officer. The mystery over the award only deepened last week after the new facility began to accept its first detainees. The Pentagon has refused to release the contract to explain why it selected acquisition logistics over a dozen other bidders. Yeah, I mean, like, this is wild. A member of Congress who recently toured the camp said she was concerned that such a small and inexperienced firm had been entrusted to build and run a concentration camp to house 5,000 people. It's far too easy to let standards slip, said Veronica Escobar, a Democrat whose district includes Fort Bliss. Private facilities far too frequently operate with a profit margin in mind as opposed to a government facility. Private facilities always operate with a profit margin in mind. Like, it's not frequent, it's always. It's always. This is pretty dark stuff, folks. Pretty dark stuff. I'm gonna put a pin on this. Probably go over this later. But yeah, pretty dark stuff. And this didn't come out that long ago. This was literally just last week on what, Friday? It was last Thursday. It just came out. I have to take a look at this later. Pretty dark stuff. My good buddy, Ron DeSantis, Meatball Ron. Has anybody heard of him? Is doing excellent work, great work. His signature of an executive order to ban books for being woke is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Dylan Burns is claiming that Hassan doxed his home address. That's huge if that's true. I seriously doubt that. Like, it doesn't strike me as something that Hassan would do, to dox a exact home address of another creator. It just doesn't fit. I don't know what the context is, but like it doesn't fit who Hassan is, or it doesn't feel like that would be something that Hassan did. It's horrifying to think we actually lived through a fascist regime more powerful than fascist Germany. And led by the most clown people, too. That is terrifying. I know Dylan from TIR, mostly in Ben Burgess. Dylan is a streamer. He used to do the Hippy Dippy podcast or Hippy Dippy debates or something like that. A while ago. My Left Eye Raiders. Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, My Left Eye. And thank you for bringing your wonderful community over. Appreciate that. I'm so woke, I'll never go back to sleep. Just came back from My Left Eye. Check it out sometime. UK lefty with a good sense of humor. Nice. Fun fact, he got his last name from Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Really? I thought that was just like a meme. So disappointed to see Trump today. Yeah, I mean, he's alive. He's alive. He's alive. Alwyn, welcome. I still think that some kind of medical issue happened. And he just kind of hid for a week. Is it Fallout in here? Because we got Raiders. Fallout's a great game. Fallout's a great game. What was that whole Trump is dead trend? I mean, he wasn't seen for like almost a week. Like literally, he was just like MIA for a good chunk of the week. I think since Tuesday. Oh, literally a week. It's already Tuesday. And this like literally just a few hours ago was his first like actual public press conference in the whole week, which is really bizarre given that he's someone that loves to be in front of the camera all the time. In any case, it was pretty bizarre. And it stands to reason that maybe they were trying to hide something. Maybe he had some kind of medical thing and he just kind of had to sit out for a week. Who knows? Who knows? They're saying he looked pretty doped up. I mean, I have no idea. Wonder if Trump had another transient Islamic attack. Nothing good ever happens. So he's not checking out. No. Have another medical thing. Like, I don't know. That's just my speculation. That's just my speculation because, like, you know, at the end of the day, who knows? Okay. I just think that it was very bizarre. And it's not like Trump to not want to be out in the spotlight 24/7. Appreciate that, My Left Eye. Yeah, for now. Yeah, exactly. He loves to be in front of the camera. So I just thought that was kind of bizarre. But the reality is, I mean, we just don't know. If he had some kind of serious medical problem, we wouldn't know about it. Didn't they say both Melania and JD Vance were hanging out with Walter Reed at the time? I have no idea. I have no idea. Drinking it soda reminding me of Bender. You know, I'm a big fan of soda. In fact, one of my keycaps is literally like a little Coke can. Oh, we got a cat. Look at that. Say hello, everyone. It's a cow cat. Yes, in fact, her name is Vaquita, which means little cow in Spanish. Flow Snake, welcome. It's like my relative's cat that refuses to look at any camera pointed at them. Yeah, I think, I don't know. She never looks at the camera directly. It's like, it's almost like she knows. Unless she's looking at her own little reflection, maybe, and that she doesn't like that. I don't know. Look. Like, see, she's not even, she's looking sideways. Okay. She's looking sideways almost. They have a sixth sense about it. Yeah, I mean, she knows. She's like, nope, I'm not. I don't know if she can see the little reflection off the lens or something. I don't know. In any case. All right, folks, we got a couple more stories to put. Couple more stories to go through. $1.2 million immigrants are gone from the U.S. workforce under Trump, preliminary data shows. It's tomato season and Lydia is harvesting on farms in California's Central Valley. She's also anxious. Attention from U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement could upend her life of more than 23 years after she illegally crossed the U.S.-Mexico border as a teenager. Worry is they'll pull you over when you're driving and ask you for your papers, said Lydia when she spoke to the AP under the condition that only her first name be used because of fears of deportation. We need to work, and we need to feed our families and pay rent. As parades and other events celebrating the contributions of workers in the U.S. are held on Monday for Labor Day holiday, experts say President Trump's stepped-up immigration policies are impacting the nation's labor force. More than 1.2 million immigrants disappeared from the labor force from January to the end of July, and that is 7 months, basically. In 7 months, just 1.2 million just evaporated out of the workforce. So that's, I'm sure that'll have excellent economic ramifications. Immigrants make up almost 20% of the U.S. workforce, and data shows that 45% of workers in farming, fishing, and forestry are immigrants, according to Pew senior researcher Stephanie Kramer. About 30% of all construction workers are immigrants, and 24% of service workers are immigrants. The loss in immigrant workers come as the nation is seeing the first decline in the overall immigrant population after the number of people in the U.S. illegally reached an all-time high of 14 million in 2023. It's unclear how much of a decline we've seen since January is due to voluntary departure, to pursue other opportunities, or to avoid deportation, removals, underreporting, or other technical issues, said Kramer. However, we don't believe that the preliminary numbers indicating net negative migration are so far off that the decline isn't real. The Trump campaigned on a promise to deport millions of immigrants working in the U.S. illegally. He said he's focused on deportation efforts on dangerous criminals, but most people detained by ICE have no criminal convictions. At the same time, the number of illegal border crossings has plunged under his policies. Pia Orenus, a labor economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, said immigrants normally contribute at least 50% of job growth in the U.S. Oh boy. Just across the border from Mexico and McAllen, Texas, corn and cotton fields are about ready for harvesting. Elizabeth Rodriguez worries that there won't be enough workers available for the gins and other machinery once the fields are cleared. Immigration enforcement actions at farms, businesses, and construction sites brought everything to a standstill, said Rodriguez, director of farm worker advocacy for the National Farm Work Ministry. Yes, the very dangerous criminals. That's to round up the homeless and drop them in farms. I like how the cat is standing. Mine would have immediately laid down and transformed into a chainsaw. Yeah, she got there eventually. She's on my lap now. She got there. In May, during the peak of watermelon and cantaloupe season, it delayed it. A lot of crops did go to waste. Nice. Very cool. Do we feel great yet? Do we feel great yet again? In Ventura County, California, northwest of LA, Lisa Tate manages her family business that grows citrus fruits, avocados, and coffee on 8 ranches and 800 acres. Most men and women who work the farms are contractor-provided day laborers. There were days earlier this year when crews would be smaller. Tate is hesitant to place the blame on immigration policies, but I mean, like, whatever, dude. But the fear of ICE raids spread quickly. Dozens of area farm workers were arrested late spring. People are being taken out of laundromats off the side of the road. Tate said Lydia, the farm worker who spoke to AP through the interpreter, said her biggest fear is being sent back to Mexico. Now 36, she's married with 3 school-age children who are born here. I don't know if I'll be able to bring my kids. I'm concerned that I have to start from zero. My whole life has been in the United States. You know, again, the dangerous criminal. This is who we're talking about. Construction sites in and around McAllen have also completely dead. We have large labor force that is undocumented. We've seen ICE particularly targeting construction sites and attempting to target mechanic and repair shops. Again, where known criminals are hanging out, I imagine. The number of construction jobs are down in about half of the U.S. metropolitan areas, according to Associated General Contractors of America analysis of government employment data. The largest loss of 7,200 jobs is in the Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario, California area. The LA, Long Beach, Glendale area lost 6,200 jobs. Construction employment has stalled or retreated in many areas for a variety of reasons, said Ken Simonson, the association's chief economist, but contractors report they would hire more people if only they could find more qualified and willing workers among tougher immigration enforcement wasn't disrupting the labor supply. Yeah, this kind of also flies in the face on this idea that, like, Americans are going to line up to take these jobs. Yeah, and pay taxes the whole time. Yep. Immigrants pay taxes. Yes, they do. Documented or otherwise. The Service Employees International Union represents about 2 million workers in healthcare and the public sector and property services. An estimated half of long-term care workers who are members of the SCIU in 2015 in California are immigrants, said Arnolfo de la Cruz, the local's president. What's going to happen when millions of Americans can no longer find a home care provider? What happens when immigrants aren't in the field to pick our crops? Who's going to staff our hospitals and nursing homes? An earlier version of the story incorrectly. This is a correction. But yes, I mean, like, this is bad, folks. To have a workforce just evaporate 1.2 million people in 7 months is bad. And it's only going to get worse, folks. Add that to the terrible tariff, the terrible tariff policy. Add to that the fact that they cut a lot of, to the extent that we even have these things, to the social safety nets like SNAP, Medicaid, Social Security. The outcome's not looking great. All of these compounding factors. It's not looking great. But hey, I guess some rich people got their tax cuts, and I guess that's all that really matters. Yeah, we all love suffering. Chicago is next. Trump says he will order federal intervention in Chicago and Baltimore despite local opposition. I don't think that we need to really go further than that. The president has been threatening to invade cities who are presumably led by presumed or perceived opposition. Of course, it's already been said that the deployment of the National Guard in LA was illegal. Whether or not there's going to be any repercussions for this is yet to be seen. But it is clear that Trump is just continuing to push and push and push. And nobody seems to want to stop him. Now he's going to up the federal presence in Chicago. It's presumed that if he does this thing, which I imagine that he is, he's going to go to another city, say New York. And it's going to keep happening until someone stops him. Doesn't matter if it's legal. Doesn't matter if it's constitutional. If he can just wipe his butt with the judge's rulings, or if nobody stops him. If the judge rules that his deployment of the guard is illegal, but he still has the ability to deploy the guard, then it's kind of meaningless, right? It's kind of meaningless what the judge says. If there's no mechanism to make him stop. This, however, I think everyone needs to be paying attention to, because it doesn't matter how many times he says this. It needs to be talked about each and every time. Trump says he will order voter ID requirements for every vote. He can't do that. But nonetheless, President Trump said on Saturday that he will issue an executive order to require voter identification from every voter. Earlier in the press conference, he said something to the effect of a certain state, I can't remember, a certain state relies on mail-in voting, and that is very rigged, and therefore the implication was that this blue state that relied heavily on mail-in voting, or does mail-in voting exclusively, that it was not correct, and that shouldn't happen, and those votes shouldn't count. So deeply, deeply troubling stuff here. That's up to the states after that, trying to undermine democracy right under our noses. Not right under our noses. It's pretty open. It's pretty explicit what he's trying to do. That he will issue an executive order to require voter ID from every voter. Voter ID must be part of every single vote. No exceptions. I'll be doing an executive order to end that. Again, he can't technically do that. Technically, meaning on paper. Also, no mail-in voting except for those that are very ill and the faraway military. And of course him, because he uses mail-in voting. Trump has long questioned the U.S. electoral system and continues to falsely claim that his 2020 loss to President Biden was a result of widespread fraud. The president and Republican allies have also made baseless claims about the widespread voting by non-citizens, which is illegal and rarely occurs. Yeah, like this is nonsense. To the extent that this even, is even a thing, like it's a non-issue. For years, he's also called for the end of electronic voting machines, pushing instead for use of paper ballots and hand counts, the process that election officials say is time-consuming, costly, and far less accurate than machine counting. Earlier in August, Trump pledged to issue an executive order, which we talked about, to end the use of mail-in ballots and voting machines ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Again, it's important that to note that he's trying to do all this. Like the attacks on these systems are multi-pronged, and they are desperate to try to get this done before the midterms. I'm fairly certain someone had to remind Trump that military personnel vote by mail since he frequently neglects to mention that. Yep. He's trying to cheat again. Executive orders aren't laws. Yep. He can't vote, so that's why he's going after voters. No, he can vote, right? Well, I don't know about now, right? He's a convicted felon. But he definitely could vote. Or I don't even know how that works. Can he vote? Like, technically, can he vote? I don't know. However, federal elections are administered at the state level, and it's unclear whether the president has the constitutional power to enact such a measure. It's not unclear. It's very clear he doesn't. Like, see, this is the kind of stuff that really, like, that really is aggravating. It's not unclear whether the president has this power. It's very clear he doesn't. Anyways, the November 3rd, 2026 elections will be the first nationwide referendum on Trump's domestic and foreign policy since he returned to power. Democrats will be seeking to break the Republican grip on both House and Senate to block Trump's domestic agenda. I mean, this is clear that he's going to try different tactics to undermine and to tip the scales in his favor in the midterms. Because he knows that that's the hump that he has to get over, right? Unless I'm mistaken, several states allow felons to vote after they serve their time. Yeah, I guess it just depends. I don't know. I genuinely don't know because he never served like a sentence. He was convicted, and I believe that conviction was upheld. But I mean, there was no like real sentencing. There was no real sentence, jail sentence. So like, I mean, it's done. So I don't know. His voting status may be different in New York and Florida. Yeah, I have no idea. In any case, we have to, keep talking about each and every time that this happens, because this is not normal, folks. Each time he says stuff like this, it should be shocking. And you should talk about it everywhere, okay? Talk about it to all the normies. Talk about it as much as you can with friends and with family, and spread this kind of stuff, because this is not normal, okay? This can't be shrugged off. This is not normal. It should be shocking every time. It doesn't have to be surprising, but it should be shocking each and every time you see things like this, because slowly but surely, whatever semblance, okay, whatever thinly veiled semblance of a democracy that we have, to the extent that I'm using that word loosely, to the extent that any of that exists, it's slowly being eroded, and we're being conditioned little by little, and every day and every time he says stuff like this, little by little, he's chipping away at whatever semblance and thin layer of democracy that we do have, to the extent that it exists, and he's trying to do that on purpose. He's trying to do that on purpose because he is a dictator. All right, folks, it's 8 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here, folks. Appreciate it. Again, if you enjoy the content, folks, hit that subscribe button, like, share, comment, do all the things. Thank you. I appreciate all of you guys being here. And follow me on all the socials, same name, A Difficult Truth. And check out my show, Tuesdays at 7 p.m. here on this space. Spread the word, folks. Appreciate it. Midnight movie night extravaganza is happening up next. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. See ya.
Watch this space.
Well. We're here. I just got some great news. I got locked out of my Twitter account for 12 hours, y'all.
Oh no!
Go!
What happened?
All
What
I
did you
said,
say?
Ted Cruz got so mad about Tim Walz apparently wishing death upon Biden, saying that Trump's gonna die, wishing for his demise. And I'm like, come on, Ted, y'all know it'd be funny if Biden died too. Apparently that was a cause for. I'm like, what? But I said a joke about Biden, Elon. X everything up, man. Comedy illegal. What the hell? How dare they? How dare they? How dare you, Elon? I made a joke about Biden dying, and that gets me locked out of my Twitter account for 12 hours. That's hilarious, but I can still browse. I can still do things.
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. That's a hilarious reason, though. It's a hilarious reason.
I know. How I'm gonna some people have Twitter withdrawals.
We are.
I know, right? That's good. I'm gonna. Well, I might have a busy day tomorrow, so I don't know, but it'll go by a lot faster than I think. I got other accounts that
when Binder
people
got banned,
don't know
that
about.
was funny.
Yeah. So, you're all thinking, where's Forrest? Where's Conan at? Well, I'm in charge. Just kidding. We're taking a week off. We're coming back next week to do Frances Ha, Greta Gerwig movie. Forrest is in Canada, doing Canada shit, eating poutine, drinking maple syrup. Yeah, having healthcare for the week. Conan is, I think, maybe touring or something. I don't know. But I thought since Alex and I are the biggest comic book nerds here, that we'd give our predictions and dissect what
disagree.
the DCUs. Yeah, we're gonna dissect James Gunn's DCU and the Elseworlds and just all things DC and figure out what's canon and what's not.
Yes, and talk about DC movies more broadly. I am excited for this discussion. I wanted to begin with what I think. Look, we're into this new era of DC. I'm very happy. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I can tell you exactly how long. For 14 years, since 2011, when DC tried their first attempt at a shared universe with Green Lantern. That's why I got my hat, I got my ring. I'm ready to talk about this long-lost piece of DC's film history that everyone hates, everyone makes fun of, but it was truly going to be the beginning. That was their Iron Man. They thought, the Dark Knight trilogy was still happening, and they thought they could use Green Lantern as a springboard into their more colorful characters and to a new universe that was going to rival Marvel. And it didn't work out for various reasons, but this movie was the beginning of it, with Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. Mark Strong was Sinestro, and he was good as Sinestro. There's some good stuff in that movie, especially being steeped in Green Lantern lore as I was at the time, and recognizing what they were trying to do with the story and how they were trying to build out this universe, and wishing they would have patience and try, leave some stuff for the sequels. But I understand why they're trying to get it all in, and this movie did not work. And we had our first Amanda Waller in this movie, actually. And this was the New 52 iteration where they said, we're not going to have, we don't want her to be as big and rotund as she is in the comics. So we're going to revamp and make her slender like every other female character in the universe. And that is the representation that we get in that movie. So just interesting piece of is it canon or not? Definitely not. But I could see in the future, if they ever do a big multiversal thing, having like this Green Lantern, Ryan Reynolds show up for a day to shoot something like they did with Chris Evans for Deadpool.
Yeah, exactly. And so what the thing is with Zack Snyder is that his vision was just everything had to be bland and gritty, and you need a flashlight, which should not be the case for all DC movies. Like James Gunn says that every movie is going to have their own aesthetic. Great. Because if you think about it, some of the better movies that came out of the DCU were the ones he did not write or direct, like Aquaman, Shazam, even
Wonder Woman,
Suicide Squad movie. People like that it had grittiness, but color, pizzazz. Wonder Woman, even like I know Wonder Woman, but you understand that you can't just because something's in a universe doesn't mean the tone has to be the same. Every comic book character has their own aesthetics and their way of being. So that's why I appreciate what James Gunn is doing here.
Yeah, it works that way in the books. You pick up a Batman book, it's going to be darker in tone, and he's going to be solving mysteries, and it's crime book, detective book. It's in the name, DC Comics, Detective Comics. You pick up action comics, Superman, you're going to get colorful giant robots, big kaiju monsters, sci-fi, stuff like that. And that's the tone for Superman. You pick up a Justice League book where they're all on the same team. It's kind of an even flat tone for the whole thing. But it still goes into, Justice League level threats. What are those? Those are multiversal. Those are, global threats, ancient threats, magic threats. So each book has its own feel, and yet they all still coexist in this universe. And when they show up in each other's books, they match that tone. So it can work in the movies. Like that's the point. Like that's my long way of saying I want Robert Pattinson's Batman to be the Batman.
And it looks like it's not going to happen because I have something to show you. I have okay, so the map of Gotham City in the DCU has been revealed, and apparently it's very different from what the Reeseverse is, and it's kind of, I'm a little sad, but here we go. So this is what it looks like. Apparently it's very unlike what again, like it's clear to me that they are doing that the Reeseverse will be an Elseworlds thing, which I'm kind of disappointed in, because if you really think about the Clayface movie, there are things that ties to both.
So is this the Gotham in the DCU, or is this Reeves's?
Yeah, this is the DCU one.
Okay.
Which is very much different from the Gotham in Reeseverse. So there's still some confliction about, and this is something I really want to talk about with this Clayface movie that's coming out, because I think there is, first of all, let me just, if I myself, let me just say, if I had this face card, okay, if I had this face card, I would want to start a Life of Crime too if my face got destroyed. This is Tom Rice, Henry's, I think his name is. He's playing Clayface. He's playing Matt Hagen in the new Clayface movie, which is written by Mike Flanagan. And a lot of people, for some reason, don't understand Mike Flanagan's game.
Yeah,
Mike Flanagan is an excellent writer, so I have high hopes for this movie.
Me too.
Obviously, I have, and obviously those who don't know this, he's done a lot of Netflix horror. Horror is kind of his whole thing, which is great. We love that.
Yeah, the Haunting of Hill House series, Haunting of Bly Manor series, Midnight Mass, and House of Usher. Fantastic series. We're actually currently watching through Bly Manor again because we do it every year because it's so fantastic. Leading up to Halloween. So I'm very excited for this movie.
And it's based off of Fate to Clay from the Batman animated series, like the origin story. And it's funny too, because Robert Pattinson has said that Mr. Freeze and Clayface are the villains he wants to appear in like a Batman movie that he's in. And I'm like, so what you're saying is there is hope for Jack O'Connell to be Clayface in the actual DCU. See, they keep teasing us about whether or not Clayface, they say Clayface is a DCU movie, but it has everything that sounds like it's a Reeseverse movie.
Oh, really?
They're filming scenes involving a flood. Hello?
So they've said this is a DCU movie.
Yes.
Interesting.
So that means, is he the same Clayface from Creature Commandos? Remember, Clayface started that whole, if we remember correctly, he's the one who made the confusion involving Cersei and the princess. So there's all that happening too. So a lot of people are like, oh God, is he going to be the same? I'm like, I don't know. I honestly don't know, but
This,
it's
I
just
mean,
interesting.
if they're saying it, then it could be this is their way of kind of weaving it in to, because look, if they're like, look, this is the Reeves verse is going to be like origin of Batman, Gotham, and all that. So then when we get to like the Brave and the Bold Batman, it's going to be him but older with Damian and whatever, you know, Bat family he has around. That could be I'm down for it, man, because the Batman and fucking Penguin are awesome. And I really want them to be that part, to be part of the DCU proper. The Gotham map that you showed is very similar to the Gotham map that you see in the comics. So I'm not surprised that they're just like, hey, this is what Gotham looks like. We're just going to take this straight up from the books. I don't know what you mean when you say they look different, because do they have an overhead map of the Batman's Gotham?
From what I've been reading from other folks, everyone's saying it's not the same map. It's very different. It's very like, no, the merger ain't happening. The merger ain't happening. I'm like, well, that's disappointing, but I still want the merger to happen. But then we're gonna get Barry Keoghan as Joker, so I'm like, maybe that should be an Elseworlds thing.
We'll say, because I mean, you can easily have Joker. Like, Joker's a very easy character to be like, he's changing his personality today.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna be a you know what they should take from the Harley Quinn show? Him being a socialist running for mayor of Gotham. they should take that. That for those who haven't watched the Harley Quinn series on HBO Max with Kaylee Cuoco as Harley Quinn, mwah, perfect.
Yeah, that's a funny series. It's like Family Guy with a DC coat of paint. I like it. It's funny.
Now, they're with this Clayface movie. Now, Jack O'Connell was up, which I'm like, he literally has the tattoo. He has the freaking, you know, like the feet to clay. Logo. Literally, he has the drama masks, this happy and sad, you know, comedy and tragedy on his arm, and I'm like, hello, you okay? Maybe not. Maybe he could be someone else. I have high hopes, but we're seeing a lot of photos from the set of the film, and so here's actually Tom Rise Harry's. Let's see, as a post accident.
Ooh.
With this is obviously, you know, post accident. He just got out of the hospital. You know, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, hello, abs. Okay, this is gonna be, you know. And another thing too is that we get a look at his mask. Let me see if I can scroll here. Someone said it's giving Claude Rains and Phantom of the Opera, that version, which I see, because they are taking.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're taken from what I know about this sense. The whole point of his Clayface was to be inspired by like the 1930s, 40s monster movies and the actors who played those characters, like in the Batman animated series. They really kind of want to hone in on that like universal monster universe, which is good. That's good to know. I'm very looking forward to that, and I like that they are keeping that with the inspiration.
Yeah,
to say the least.
I just want to address John Lithium's question. Has there ever been a continuity where Bruce Wayne dies and Thomas Wayne becomes even more of a capitalist? There is a continuity. It's called Flashpoint, which I might talk about tomorrow on Letterhack Show, but where Bruce Wayne is the one who's shot in the alley instead of Thomas and Martha, and Thomas becomes Batman and Martha becomes the Joker. And it's this weird parallel universe where that happens. So yes, kind of, because he does go even further and just like get rid of his morals because he needs to fund his war on crime, which he uses guns. So he's basically the Punisher, and he has like casinos and like, you know, fucked up industries, and there's even more smog in the sky in Gotham. So yeah, yes, there is. But going back to Clayface. I do believe, you know, they're going with the universal monster take. Matt Hagen specifically in the comics there's like various different Clayfaces. And he's one who originally didn't like morph and what you usually think of when you think of Clayface and like kind of a, you know, a shapeshifter character, where this version of Clayface, just his skin was like toxic, so he would walk around with mask and like a hazmat suit basically on, and a big flashy cape because it was the 70s, and he would like fuck people up by like taking off his gloves and putting his hand and searing people's faces. So I think maybe they could do that for a portion of the movie, and then have him like get worse, and then he becomes like the shape-shifting monster. Like that would be cool. I'd be down for that.
Like losing his sanity in the process.
like The Fly. Like every time you see Jeff Goldblum in The Fly, it gets worse and worse and worse. So that could be a cool way to show Clayface like losing his humanity and whatnot.
Yeah, and also too, we got news that the Batman Part 2 will begin filming next year in April of 2026.
Ooh.
Everyone's got all the actors are getting their scripts, so that's good. That's good to know. Apparently, Colin Farrell has gotten the script. He says it looks phenomenal because he's doing a promo with Margot Robbie, who I still want to be Harley Quinn, guys. Everyone's doing their fan cast and I'm like, she's only done 3 movies. Let her be Robert Downey Jr. Why should Robert Downey Jr. be the only actor who was born to play a role? Get 15 movies plus playing another character. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my thing. Everyone says she's too old. I'm like, she's 35. That ain't that old.
I mean, if we're talking Barry Keoghan, and also I don't necessarily want Harley right away. You know what I mean?
I don't want her either right away.
I want Joker and Batman to have time, and then we get I don't know. At least in the Matt, because of Matt Reeves, if we're going with this idea that it's going to be canon, but this is going to be like the beginning of Batman, so we can see that relationship develop over time, and then maybe in the current timeline of like Brave and the Bold and Superman and all that, then we see like Harley and even throwing Punchline and Gaggy and all the other weird side characters that Joker has in there, and I can see Margot Robbie coming back and being either an older Harley or well, I mean, again, it depends when this happens. Every year that goes by, it's like, oh, I don't know. And maybe she can play another character in the DC. There's so many characters to play.
Yeah, I still think she's Harley movie, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah, that would be great.
That's how Birds of Prey should have ended. She should have walked into an apartment and said, "Hi, Red," and boom, end a movie, and everyone would be like,
cool.
"Oh."
Well, see, those movies, and we should talk about the DCEU because
because some stuff is canon.
After Green Lantern happened, they said, okay, none of that. And we're going to hire David S. Goyer, who helped write the Dark Knight movies. And we're going to get Zack Snyder, who made us Watchmen and 300. And they're going to do it. They're going to have carte blanche to do the whole universe. And that's where we got the DCEU, which I always thought was a stupid name.
Yeah.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
Nope.
We don't need the E. It should have always just been DCU.
Unless you were doing Elseworld stuff.
Yeah. But Man of Steel, they said, screw Green Lantern. We're just gonna start with Superman and go from there. And I liked Man of Steel when I first saw it. I didn't understand the complaints of like, oh, the city is destroyed. I'm like, have you seen Transformers? The city always gets destroyed. Have you seen any action movie? Like, there's always collateral damage. Why is it all of a sudden a problem now? So I didn't get that, but over time, I'm like, the neck snapping, the Jonathan Kent being so adamant about not revealing their secret that he's going to sacrifice himself, and Clark even letting that happen, crazy work.
Even to this day, people are like, "Why did this scene happen? What was the purpose of this scene?"
Yeah.
Like, it was so funny. It's like, no. Son, I gotta die in a tornado. And it's like,
no, you don't, though.
Yeah.
I'm faster. No one is gonna see me move.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna be fine. And then we got, what came out next after Superman?
I think, was it Batman versus Superman?
Yeah, and that's when I was like, oh, this is bad. Because
Martha, you said
immediately
Martha,
do a crossover.
Martha. I remember watching that, going like, really? They've known each other for how long, and they didn't know they both had mothers named Martha, and that's the thing that bonds
They've both
them
been
and connects them.
researching each other the entire movie.
Like, oh my god. Yeah, it's like, oh, we missed this one important detail about each other, that we both have Martha as a name for her mother.
Again, I've heard this criticism before, but it seems like it was like Zack Snyder himself was like, "Oh, they both have the same mom's name. That's neat. I wonder if anyone's ever done anything with that. Maybe I'll make it my whole linchpin of this movie."
Yes.
And also just like, again, making the second movie out the gate, a big crossover, introducing Wonder Woman, and then killing Superman in the second movie, doing the death of Superman is insane plotting. And like, you know, dude, it took 5 movies to get to Avengers, right?
Yeah.
Iron Man, Thor, Iron Man 2, no, Iron Man, Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America. All lit, and then by the time they got to Captain America, they put the tag "the first Avenger" on that movie to be like, the next one is the crossover, folks. Audience who have been waiting and seeing these teases, the next one, trust me, is the big crossover.
Yeah.
So you could have let up like they should have done. I mean,
the Wonder Woman should have come out before.
They should have done
the Flash movie. They should have done a lot of stuff before then.
That's my thing. Like, if they had stuck with Green Lantern and been like, okay, that's just one movie, we can make it up. And then they came out with Superman. They came up with Flash, Wonder Woman, like Aquaman, then Batman, then a crossover, then the big Justice League movie. Then do Death of Superman and Suicide Squad.
Yeah, doing all these origin stories after the fact, these characters were introduced in such a sloppy, quick way was not the way to go. But I mean, it's still crazy that Aquaman is the best-selling superhero movie in the DC. Like,
it is wild. But Aquaman's a good movie. I haven't seen the second one. I should, but I didn't.
Trying to get my wig.
I saw the second Shazam. That was not worth watching.
No, it was not. What's fun about the I remember watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah, me too.
And she was like, you know, he made sure that my role in Aquaman was diminished, and the director of Aquaman and the writers were like, no, we wanted to make it a buddy cop movie with Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson. Of like, you know, you're not really what you gave him his son. That's all you're used to.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we all know. I mean, I'm not an Amber Heard fan at all. She cannot act. Her and Jason Momoa had no chemistry. Like, it was just like, it was like, I'm watching because I was watching all of her old stuff, and I'm like, the way she acted on the stand was similar to how she acts in her films. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, girl, come on now, what the hell? But she would have made an interesting Poison Ivy, I think.
You know,
she has that thing, I think, with Poison Ivy. I don't know what it's about, but I think she would have made a better Poison Ivy.
The breathiness, the aloofness. I could see it.
Yeah.
Mira, the Aquaman's wife character, is yes, kind of just there to be Aquaman's wife, but has over the years, especially over the last like 20 years, gotten a lot more play and been more integral and had more agency as a character. And she's become a Red Lantern. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that you could do with Mira. And I just don't think Amber Heard was up for it. And plus, again, the universe was like ending. Like, that's why those movies, you know, The Rock has been at the film
hierarchy in the DC's about to change for real.
And he goes, and he's like, you know, I'm tired of chasing box office and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, man, because fucking Black Adam crashed and burned. And you thought it was going to be this big savior of not just superhero movies and like your career, but movies, because COVID was happening and like, oh, is this going to come out and whatever? Like,
he's going to be so insufferable.
I don't know
this
why
Oscar
he
season.
thought. Yeah, I know.
I'm not looking forward to that, guys. I'm not.
He wants that statue to be like, hey, I'm still here. I'm still relevant. I can do other things besides action. And you know, we'll see with all those prosthetics on his face. But Black Adam came out and Blue Beetle and Aquaman 2 and Shazam 2, when all these movies, it was already known that
no one,
you know, James Gunn was taking over.
Yeah, it was before James Gunn took over, and that's why everyone's like, what happened with this? I'm like, someone else was ahead and he couldn't care less. That's why Birds of Prey, and like a lot of people shit on Birds of Prey. I'm like, here's the problem though. Birds of Prey came out right when COVID hit. Okay. Yeah. So that's like the last movie I remember seeing in the theaters. And I was pumped because it was a rated R female comedy. It was like Bridesmaids, but for DC women. You know, like I was so excited. And it was everything I'd hoped for. And you know, a lot of people hated the name. I'm like, here's the problem though. If we're gonna like the whole point is like, yeah, Birds of Prey, but like also, yeah, it's a Harley Quinn movie, but it's like her narrating. Like, and that's the kind of the whole point. It's like, yeah, like even though Harley's the main character, it's almost like, she's also she's the narrator, she's the unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
Like, I had so much fun watching this movie in the theater because I was like all dressed up as Harley in the cosplay. People were like, oh my god, look at you! And I literally have just about all the cosplays from the movie. I worked hard saving up money to buy those during COVID. So that was a lot of fun. And plus, I remember this is the funniest story I've ever, like, I posted my cosplay. And let me get this real quick, by the way.
Well, I think she's going to get it. I'm going to say that Birds of Prey was, look, from a comic book fan, I'm like, this is not Birds of Prey. This is just, they're using the character names. They're just kind of slapping these characters that they wanted to write about.
I want to do a Gotham City Sirens movie instead, but that would have been interesting.
That would be cool down the road. That would be cool when all these characters are established again. I hope Pattinson's Batman gets to be part of this, and we have Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman.
Yeah.
And that would be cool. And then eventually you get Harley, eventually you get Poison Ivy, and then they all hang out together. That would actually be cool if they did the story from the books where they steal Riddler's money. Like, I would love that.
Yeah. So the funniest thing that happened during the Birds of Prey era is when I posted my cosplays with all the proper hashtags, and then I get something in the mail, and I'm like, okay, I did not order. I looked at my Amazon, whatever. I'm like, I did not order anything. This comes in the mail for me. And I'm
Do you
like,
have a P.O. box that people send stuff to?
No, that's the thing. I was so freaking
scary.
I'm like, so I think Warner Brothers, and a few other a lot of Harley cosplayers were like, I got something in the mail. And I'm like, did Margot Robbie like let Warner Brothers know about like all these like cosplayers or Birds of Prey, and we got like something, how
would they find your address, dude?
That's what I don't. My info is on the internet. Okay, I'm just saying. Like, they probably I had my full government name on and everything. It was so weird. I was like, oh my god, Margot Robbie got me a gift.
I think some random creep got you a gift who found your address. Yeah,
I don't know, but it was funny because I was like, I don't remember. I'm like, I was like, did I order nothing? I take out my bank account. I didn't. It was just the weirdest thing. I'm like, did Jared Leto send me this? At least it's better than a dead rat.
I can't believe Jared Leto's still getting work. Like,
I know.
Why is he in Tron? Why is he in Tron, Disney? Don't do that. Don't do that. There's documentaries about this motherfucker.
Can we talk about? Let's talk about the first Suicide Squad movie. I was so pumped for it because I'm a huge Suicide Squad fan. I'm like, hell yeah, let's let the villains become the anti-hero type, whatever. The trailer dropped. I was like, okay, cool. But then when I saw the movie, and I was in a packed theater, this was everyone within like the first minute.
Yeah, dude. Like, again,
like no one was watching. I was like, oh god, this movie's gonna be bad.
Amanda Waller wants to put this team together to handle threats like Superman, who they couldn't handle. So they're gonna get the boomerang guy and the crazy clown lady and the guy with guns and like
and the witch who ends up being the villain because they didn't know how to control her.
And they literally created her own villain. How she had a job after that is insane to me. But
I still like when people are like, "Oh, this movie's so good." I'm like, describe the plot to me. I still don't know what the hell that movie's about.
It should have been Joker. It should have just been Joker. Like, there's an animated Suicide Squad movie that is like this, and it's Joker's the mission, and it's way better than this movie.
I've written role plays of DC characters of the Suicide Squad better than this.
Yeah, like, and there's cool character designs. Like, I think Killer Croc looks great.
Oscar award-winning Suicide Squad, by the way. Y'all.
Yes, it did win an Oscar for best costuming.
That's the thing that the Snyder cultists still like to tell us. I'm like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah. But
who cares?
I understand that this movie was in a lot of trouble. Like, they hired the trailer company that they hired to cut the trailer to edit the movie. They did a lot of reshoots because Guardians of the Galaxy came out, and so they're like, "Whoa, we want to make this Guardians of the Galaxy and get some of that Marvel money." And again, the overall
should have just got James Gunn to direct it.
Yeah, and they did eventually. They did, and they made the Suicide Squad, which is a much better movie, and kind of leads into this new.
I got
DCU.
those cosplays too.
That's awesome. And I'm with Peacemaker out, and we should talk about Peacemaker a little bit. The intro very clearly is like, this is not we're kind of retconning, and I'm wondering if we're actually going to address it in the show, or it's just like, this is it. This is the new universe, and that's it.
I think that's why they're doing the whole pocket universe thing.
Yeah, I think so too.
To help with the retconning of stuff, which
Because
makes a lot of sense.
It is narratively driven, where he's like, oh, well, we had this. And maybe he thought about this when he made the first season and was like, oh, I'm just going to plant this in there. He just his dad, for some reason, has a multi-dimensional thing, and we'll explain it later. But I'm going to use this as a character story and be like, well, I'm going to tell a grass is always greener story. He's going to think this new universe is nice and I can slip in there and live out my life there. But eventually it's going to flip on its head, and we're going to see that happen.
Oh, like it always does in all multiverse movies.
Yeah, but that's good that it's character driven of like, he misses his dad and brother and wants them back.
Yeah. And
instead of
like, we're fighting crime that we know of. The blue dragon. I'm like, oh, so the blue is good, red is bad. Okay, or white is bad. Okay, I see how this is. I'm glad that Augie's back as the father. He's really good. He's also such a really nice guy. From like what I see on Instagram, I'm like, yeah, this dude's cool.
I mean, dude, from Terminator 2. He's the T-1000, man. I'm always happy to see what's his name, Robert Patrick. I'm always happy to see him show up in a movie. He's so good.
It's so interesting because we get to look at what could have been for Chris in this season had his brother lived, and all that, and they're fighting crime together, and he's dating Hardcore. But I think during a breakup, I think she's dating Rick Flag Jr.
That's a good theory. That's a good theory, because
I think
it makes sense that he'd be still alive.
Yeah, with so many people, Chanel Frank Grillo, right? That's his name, right? Grillo, whatever.
Yeah,
his name,
Senior.
who plays Senior.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't like him because he seems to be pro-Trump or whatever his politics are. Very like they're like he's like enlightened centrist, which is like whatever.
Yeah.
But like you could tell maybe James Gunn regretted killing Rick Flag Jr. in the Suicide Squad because he's kind of like the main person in all the like. If James Gunn was smart, like with Creature Commandos, he could probably make the Suicide Squad into a series that could be a cartoon where each season or even each episode could be like a brief mission that Task Force X's carries or something like that.
Yeah, I think so, and I think you're right, because in Creature Commandos, like having Senior just show up and he's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm still alive and I'm here and I'm in charge now," and basically being the same role as Junior. I think you're right that he kind of regrets it and was like, I shouldn't have done that.
When I mean, the fact that Peacemaker survived, I was like, okay, Rick Flag Jr. can survive too now. Come on. But like, I remember watching that scene in the theater and the like, the moment he stabs him in the heart, like the entire audience was like, and like dead quiet. I was like, no, not my hottie. I'm really pissed.
Joel Kinnaman.
Also, I like that they made him more lighthearted in this. I was like, whoa, he developed the personality. What happened? What happened between them? Like there had to have been some missions before this, from after the first Suicide Squad movie. So I was like, oh wow, he developed the personality. Cool, he's fun, awesome.
And that's where my biggest confusion comes in, because the Suicide Squad comes out with. In the direct response to Batman vs. Superman, Superman dies. We need to deal with big threats like Doomsday. We need this team of ragtag villains. Fine.
Yeah.
You fight a witch, you defeat her, you win, moving on. Yeah. And then eventually, the Suicide Squad comes out. It's still Amanda Waller. It's still Rick Flag Jr. And still same Harley Quinn, Boomerang.
Yeah.
And we're doing another story. Okay, it's another story, same universe.
Yeah.
Now we have Peacemaker, and it's its own story, but it's in the same larger universe we have them, the Justice League show up at the end. Now in this new season, what was the reason that he killed Rick Flag? Like, it's the same story, but like,
seriously.
you know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
He's protecting, the whole the whole operation. He doesn't want the world to know that America bad.
Being Task Force X, which was in response to Superman, and now Superman's a different guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there still could have been, because 4 or 5 years ago, whatever, like they said that Superman has already been operating. So we could just flip out Henry Cavill for David Kortswet. No problem.
Yeah.
But he's had to have died. Did he die in this universe too? Was there a doomsday that we already came and went?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, and eventually Amanda Waller is going to show back up. Like, what is her?
Yeah.
I feel like, again, either they're going to really address it with the universe stuff, or they're just not. And
Viola Davis was born to play Amanda Waller, though, I think.
Yes.
Like, she's toughest, and like How to Get Away with Murder. I'm like, I remember watching How to Get Away with Murder. I'm like, she would make a great Amanda Waller in a DC movie. And she got cast, and I was like, yeah.
I was one of the first casts, and I was like, yes, this is perfect.
Yeah, same with like when I found out Margot Robbie was gonna be Harley Quinn, I'm like, yes. And then like with Will Smith as Deadshot, I'm like, that's actually good casting, because her and Will Smith did a movie together and they got good chemistry. And Harley Quinn and Deadshot have had relations in the comics.
Yes.
Like after her, for those who don't know, in the comic books, the many times that Harley's broken up with the Joker, she has been with so many other different characters, but the one person that's stuck with people, Poison Ivy. That is the one person that everyone was like, Harley's meant to be with her. Like, that's why we see more of Harley just being like bisexual and being a bit of a bisexual icon, or even like Poison Ivy being considered a lesbian icon, because a lot of the men that she seduces, it's all for her cause.
Yeah, it's all for money, or her environmental causes. She again, she's been Ivy has been around in the comics since like 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
So
she's very Rita Hayworth.
She was
in the beginning. Yeah,
she was having sex with men and having a relation with men, but was just manipulating them through toxins and whatever, mind control, feminine wiles and shit. But since the 90s, really, it's been more and more like Harley and Ivy. How about that? Like, that was a good idea. They should actually get. And then when they had Harley officially leave Joker, they're like, it's just Harley and Ivy. Like, that's the couple.
Yeah.
And I'm glad. Like, they work out together, and it's a good pairing.
Yeah. And if they're gonna do a Poison Ivy movie, they should really base it off of that one Batman animated series episode where she settles down, gets married, has a family, but they're all her plants that she makes. Like she does. She's like, that would make a good movie for Poison Ivy. Like, especially since with this Clayface movie, they're like, we're just taking straight up inspo from Batman anime series. Like, if we could do villain origin stories based off of the anime series into live action, like same thing with Mr. Freeze, that would be a good start.
I think that could all tie in, because you have Clayface coming out, who's like dirt, and then a lot of the times when Batman fights him, he uses Mr. Freeze technology to like freeze him and shatter him and cage him. So you could have like that coming in. Oh, Batman needs to work with this scientist, Victor Freeze, to get this tech to defeat Clayface. And then, Mr. Freeze has a problem, and then he becomes the villain. And then, you have Harley, even wrapping it into the weird Batman and Robin movie from the 90s where Ivy and Freeze
release
are
the
take
Schumacher
over
cut. The bad credit card guy?
Freeze was going to do a second Ice Age, and then Ivy was going to come out like Eve with all the plants. You can even do a whole story like that where she's doing environmental terrorism, and then they find her lair, and it's got like plant people, and she's recreated this like domestic life that she never had, and it'd be super creepy and psychological thriller. That'd be very cool.
Yeah, James Gunn, if you're watching, we're giving you ideas.
We're giving you free ideas. Come on, hire us. We can write.
Yeah. Where's the storyboard? We got this.
I
wouldn't mind having a Matt. I think what could also work is just a little mini series, like one season, like do a Mad Hatter. Like let's get him and someone as Alice. Like do something like that. Like
why they decided they're doing a Clayface movie as opposed to like the Penguin show, where I don't know if there's gonna be a season 2 of the Penguin or whatever, but they could just do like 10 episodes the Penguin, 10 episodes Clayface, 10 episodes Ivy, 10 episodes Joker, like. And then just do like the Batman 2, the Batman 3, and then they all converge. And like that's a good way to set up your villains on their own and then have
the Rogue. Oh, you know what? Call it the Rogue Gallery, and every episode is a live action origins episode about each character.
James Gunn, these are premium ideas.
Yes.
Premium ideas.
Seriously. Hire us. Damn. We're really cutting it. I got all my Harley Funko Pops up here too. But one thing, I think my favorite thing though about like is that Disney and Marvel really fumbled the bag for falling for the right-wing smear campaign against James Gunn, Sam Cedar, these folks, because a lot of people were like, "Who cares about these tweets, man? These are sarcastic tweets that people still tweet out today."
And that whole controversy was ridiculous.
Especially considering James Gunn is the reason why the Infinity Stones became a central point in the Marvel movies, especially with Infinity Wars and Endgame. Like he literally came up with that in like a minute or so. He said
that's crazy because that's like what everything hinged on.
That's one thing. I'm like introducing like firing him and then him doing the Suicide Squad, and then Warner Brothers is like, you know what, this movie might not be the most successful box office hit, but it's doing well with streaming, and this actually has a cohesive plot and character driven. We're going to hire you to do the DCU. And he's like, great. But it was too late. It was still too late. Like a lot of like Kevin Feige's probably like, oh God, what have I done? Because we know Avengers Doomsday is going to be a shit show. I mean, there's really no build up to that because we waited like 6 years for like Doctor Strange had to have like 2 movies in like 6 years. Like we're waiting so far long, and they're not caring about other, like the Disney Plus shows are not getting any of the attention. No one cared about Ironheart, which was so good because it introduced Mephisto finally.
But should he be introduced in Ironheart? Like
that's the thing.
They're taking too many cues they're taking too many cues from Twitter, and seeing the fan complaints. I think
and Wonder Man's coming out, yet there's no trailer for that.
Yeah, I forgot about that actually.
About black-driven superhero, which drives me nuts.
Yeah,
because Ironheart was a Ryan Coogler produced project, and if it's Ryan Coogler, I'm sad.
Yeah, I mean the showed up in Black Panther, and I think Black Panther's like their only one that they would ever care about that much to be like, well, this one's gonna make money. The other ones are like, I don't know, Blade maybe. We just got that trailer for Marvel Zombies.
And Blade, he's in it.
And he's in it.
Marshall Ali's in it. I'm like, ooh.
I'll bring it up.
It's crazy how they're funneling the bag here because it's like they're just dropping stuff and not even doing a good job at promoting their own projects. Yeah, no, we should talk about Marvel because this is what DC is competing with, and it wants to and Marvel's kind of faltering. And I think, like I've been saying with Green Lantern, like I think a lot of the answer could have been just do it anyway. Like, okay, this movie didn't work, fine, but there's still characters in your universe, and you still have to respect them like that because you set them up. So now make a better next movie about some other character, and then people will get interested again, and then you'll bring back the Eternals and fucking Shang-Chi and Ironheart. Agatha and all these, things that people didn't really care that much about. I'm excited to see Albert Plaza back as Death, considering how Ironheart ended. I'm like, ooh, she ain't gonna be too happy about that. You're disrupting the sacred balance of life and death over here. I'm excited for Vision Quest too. That's gonna be good.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, the sequel to WandaVision. But this is the trailer for Marvel Zombies. So let's check it out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's gonna be like the Werewolf by Night thing, I believe.
Yeah.
Is there a virus infecting your system?
Yeah.
All the Avengers are dead.
Yelena, I
And
hear
they're
you.
coming for us.
Yeah.
All right.
We got a world to save. Need more.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh my god! Oh, Thanos is gonna save us. Here comes the Suicide Squad, but for Marvel, get Thunderbolts. Let's go.
Whoa. That's how you do that then.
Wow.
Yeah, Elizabeth Olsen's back. Yes. I'm excited. It's so funny. The reason why we do get the zombies is because of Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Right.
Which a lot of people don't. I'm like, I like the film. To me, it's Wanda's best costume yet. You know, I mean, like a lot of people think that her character development was not coherent. I'm like, but she got a hold of the Darkhold. She was at the end of WandaVision. She's getting all the power of the Darkhold. Of course, she's gonna be corrupted again. You know, she's gonna have to. You know, she's gonna get evil again. And it was so funny because I cosplayed at the movie theater when that movie came out, and all the kids were like, "It's Wanda! Yay, Wanda's here!" And then when they were done with the movie, those kids were running away from me. I was like, I'm gonna get you all, kids. I lost my boys. I need my kids again.
Well, you know, in the books, this is kind of what they use Wanda for. Is she goes crazy and fucks with shit, and then everyone's got to stop her, and then she's like on the team and she's fine, and then she goes crazy, and you know, it's her thing that she does.
Yeah.
So I understand why they did it, you know, back to back in WandaVision and Multiverse of Madness, but that people felt like we just did this. Why are we doing this again? Well, it's Wanda. There's not much you can. I mean, that was also what happened in Civil War. Is what they made her feel kind of crazy and like, oh, this is your problem. So
yeah, I'm excited because I have a connection to the shows, the WandaVision, Agatha, is because I know Bobby and Kristen Lopez. They did the songs for Frozen. They've done the songs for WandaVision and Agatha all along. They're nominated for the Battle of the Butcher's Road. They're nominated for that.
Didn't Bobby Lopez help write Book of Mormon
and Avenue Q?
Yeah, that's awesome. You know him?
Yep. Yeah.
Get him on the show.
Yeah, I know. I really want to get him and Kristen on so bad because I remember when Frozen came out, I'm like, this was not supposed to be a song. The Let It Go was supposed to be a villain song, and she was like, yeah, but you know, the piano kind of the what we were coming up with just didn't sound like a villain song, so they had to completely change the whole plot of Frozen around Let It Go, and I'm like, ha.
Wow, that's very cool, man. That's very cool.
So I'm excited for Vision Quest because it has to end with Wanda being alive and having her boys back and Vision back. Like that is it. Like that's how. If it doesn't, I'm calling up Jack, who does the show. Like, bitch, I was expecting a happy ending. This is how it should just conclude to Wanda's story arc. Seriously, just.
Yeah, maybe they do that. You know, I don't know, post Doomsday or whatever. But with Marvel is like you said. We've been waiting years to get back on the train. Like, Spider-Man was a big, like, okay, everybody's coming out to see Spider-Man. But no one really cares that much about, like, leading up to Doomsday. Fantastic Four, didn't do as well as it should have.
They should have waited till September. I mean, competing with Superman was not a bright idea, I think.
Yeah. But they thought, you know, we're not going to back down. We're the competition. If we back
They
down,
really
then we're
thought they
ceding
really
ground.
thought they can do what Christopher Nolan was trying to do with Oppenheimer and Barbie, and he's like, why can't they get released on different days? And Margaret was the one who said, I don't want like to produce Oppenheimer. She was like to the producer, like, I know we're gonna release on the same day, and whoever wins, whatever. But then it became Barbenheimer, and this whole thing. I miss Barbenheimer.
It was
era.
very
That was
cool.
a fun time.
It was a fun era. I hope we get more movies coming out like that. I liked that Barbenheimer thing. Was very interesting to me because in the beginning of COVID, there was 2 video games coming out. There was Animal Crossing and there was Doom.
Yeah.
And they did sort of like cross promote, and there was artwork of like Animal Crossing characters fighting demons and Doom guy like putting a house together. And so when Barbenheimer happened, I was like, ooh, this is like that video game thing that happened a couple of years ago. I wonder if they were inspired. But
yeah, and
I think that's
also
such a cool idea.
it's also funny too because Mamma Mia and The Dark Knight came out on the same day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did
So
not know
everyone's
that.
like, yeah. It's also like they tried doing something with Gladiator and Wicked. And I'm like, but the problem is Ridley Scott wanted nothing to do with this Wicked stuff. And I'm like, but they did the musical of Gladiator 2 spoof on SNL, and Paul Mescal knows how to sing. I don't know if you ever saw that sketch. That was hilarious.
No.
It was funny. Just look at SNL Gladiator musical, and it's
Okay.
hilarious.
I
It was
mean,
so good.
SNL, we could talk about a little bit coming back soon without 4 of its most recent cast members.
Justice for Michael Longfellow. It is a Longfellow indeed.
He was great.
seen it.
He was great. I'm sad to see him go.
I know, but also too, like they hired more white people. I'm sorry, but like we can't just have
We have new cast
Roman
members?
Yet. They released 5. They have more.
Oh, okay.
They only have 1 man of color, and like 4 white folks, and one of them is like has 1 million followers on TikTok or whatever.
Oh, that's why. Well, again, ratings
Yeah.
and corporate media and whatnot. So
Yeah.
I understand. I understand. Oh, let's take a look. They got it.
Yep.
Let me post it right here.
One of the guys from who does that one sketch is
Yeah,
now,
one of the I
Ben.
think you should destroy. What's it called?
Something
Please don't
about
destroy. Please don't destroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
So they got one guy who's already been on the cast, technically.
Yeah.
Now officially a player, and then 2 white guys, new white girl.
And a woman who's Polish, apparently. Like everyone's like, yeah, Polish representation. I'm like,
Hey,
okay.
my wife is Polish, so she's going to be very excited.
But like the girl, you know who she looks like though? She's gonna be doing all the Elizabeth Olsen impressions because she kind of looks like Elizabeth Olsen.
Yeah, I think. I mean, is Heidi Gardner leaving? Is she one of the
Yeah,
ones
I'm
who's leaving?
sad. She doesn't get a proper
right.
send off. We haven't gotten a proper send off for someone since like since Kate McKinnon, I think. when she
Yeah,
left.
yeah, and the time Keenan left, and then he came back.
Yeah. He's
Um,
gonna be on there forever.
That's
When-
actually
when
happened
Keenan
quite
leaves-
a bit. Like 80 Bryant left and then came back for a season or 2 and then left again. Kate McKinnon
Yeah.
as well. They had like movies
Yeah.
they were doing or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so SNL is coming back without 4 other people. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can make us laugh anymore.
Yeah.
Kim Patterson, glad to see Cam Patterson getting work with someone other than Tony Hinchcliffe. That's good to know. Look, Tony Hinchcliffe's show. We could talk about comedians a little bit. Look, we're going all over the place here, folks.
Yeah.
It's movie night extravaganza off week with me. So we're gonna go all over the place. But what the fuck was I just talking about? Tony Hinchcliffe. His show, Kill Tony. I was watching this channel, American Redact, that talks a lot about the comedian sphere. And like they describe Tony's show as a talent show. And I'm like, that is a good way to describe it. It is basically Last Comic Standing, but just his format. And it's just people coming up doing stand-up and then, him and his buddies roasting them and be like, good job, or you could have done better doing this, or you look fat, or whatever the fuck. It's just low-hanging fruit of a show.
Yeah.
So I am glad that someone came out of that and is actually getting recognized and doing some good work on their own. Like, look, some of these comedians in this sphere are in the sphere because that's how they're successful. That's how they get ticket sales. If they could do something else and not suck up to people like Tony Hinchcliffe, Joe Rogan, whatnot, they would. And I think a lot more of them are getting out from under those oppressive wings.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see
what's dropping tomorrow?
What?
The 28 years later Bone Temple trailer.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. We're gonna see more Sir Jimmy.
I did see a screenshot and someone said, "Oh, they covered it up." And it was a shot, it was like a loincloth shot of this dude. I was like,
yeah,
was there
release the 28 inches cut. Yo, those
they gave him a
one-liners are
Jason
hilarious.
Derulo. What?
Like seriously, the letterbox one-liners from the 20 years later is just so much dong one-liners, and I'm like, oh, either that is that or like just talk about the ending. It's like,
was there a lot of dong hanging like a thunder gun in the first one? In 28 years later?
Well, funny enough, 28 days later, it was just Cillian Murphy.
Right.
Completely naked. But like in 20 years later, oh my God, most of the infected are naked and they're hanging dong. It's like, and it's
zombie
huge.
dong, folks.
I know, it's super penis, you know? The infected penis, you know?
The Ragers. Oh my God. It's
Yeah.
the Rage virus.
Yeah, like and that's the funny thing too about like watching the ending. It's like, you know, oh, you fine young warrior, but we will help you. And it's like they're slashing these infected to the heavy metal Teletubbies theme song. And it's like, I remember watching this and everyone's like, what the hell is this?
crazy.
And I'm like, well, we know what the next movie's gonna be about. It's gonna be about this guy. And I'm excited because not only has he played a cult leader in Sinners, he's played a cult leader again. Jack O'Connell.
Cool.
You
I gotta
might be
watch
having he's developing a cult following, by the way. The cult of Remick or the cult of Jack Brewers every day. My TikTok algorithm is now Dragon Con.
Dragon Con.
Oh my!
Oh
my!
yeah.
Oh my God! They had a bunch of Sinners role play cosplayers doing rock and roll dub, and here comes the T-Rex out of nowhere, and I'm just laughing my ass off for like 10 minutes straight. I'm like, what? I showed my mom, and she's like, "Where'd the T-Rex come from?" I'm like, I don't know, but apparently Dragon Con has a T-Rex day, so I saw a video of all of them going up the escalator, and I'm like, man, I gotta make enough money to travel to these cons because it's so funny, and then it's just so funny. I just love it,
folks. If you have spare change, please put it in the chat. Kristina's Cash App link. She's got to make rent, folks. We all try to support each other here on this space. So please, if you have some change.
Yeah. I would show us the clip from the ending of 28 years later, but it would need to be heavily edited because everyone's naked.
No. But back to
where's my... Yeah.
Back to what like so Marvel's kind of faltering. People aren't as invested as they were. And I get it. There was an end point, a natural end point, end game. Okay, I'm done. I'm jumping off. And what's going on with the universe? Do I want to jump back in? I don't really care. But the zombie thing, I think is going to be just a fun time. And I think that, I don't know, man. I don't know where it's going to go. Like if when Doomsday happens, like, are people going to give a shit?
I think everything we're hearing.
I think energy is shifting to DC, and I've been waiting for that to happen. So I'm excited. Me too.
So like it's funny too because they keep interviewing all the actors like Alan Cumming, who's like, I did not film a scene with anyone. I was just by myself in a green screen. And I'm like, oh my God, they're not even. It's gonna be like that one Tyler Perry movie that's on Netflix where it's like you could tell the blocking is so bad because no one's in the scene together. But it's just bad. Like,
I believe that Tyler Perry would make a movie like that.
Yeah, and they're still writing the script, and I'm just like, and this coming out next year. You know what's so funny about this Clayface movie though? James Gunn has said that 9/11 hasn't happened in the DCU yet. Do you know when the Clayface movie is getting released on? 9/11, baby.
Oh
That's what he meant.
That's hilarious.
I was like, wait a minute, this is way too isn't he?
I think like I've been saying, that the energy is shifting. People are paying more attention to DC now. You know, they got a bright new direction. Everybody loved the Superman movie. So
and people like what James Gunn puts out. They love the Guardians of the Galaxy movies and the Christmas special.
It's about like it still is about directors and actors and people wanting to see the like not necessarily just these characters, but these characters handled by people that we trust and know can make good movies, like Mike Flanagan, like James Gunn. I'm excited to see what happens with Supergirl. I'm excited to see what happens with Clayface. I know the Lanterns show is filming. Like I'm very excited for Lanterns.
I cannot tell that you're excited for that. you know what someone said though about Supergirl appearing. Like Clark was the number one reason why Clark wanted to save Crypto from Lex, because Lex Luthor would not have been ready for what the hell Kara would have done to his ass, knowing what could have happened to Crypto.
Point. I didn't think about that, but yeah,
that is the whole point in the movie.
Like, I'm saving your ass by saving this dog.
My cousin is chaotic evil, probably, when we get her dog.
She does not have the scruples that I do about killing. No, I'm very excited to see what they do with that. I'm glad that actress got this role as well.
I know, I loved her in Game of Thrones.
She was great in the House of the Dragon show. It was weird that you did like they were her character and the one with the red hair. I forget. Allison. Yeah. Those are the only two characters that have two different actresses play them at like different ages. And but all the other characters are also aging. I guess the kids.
Yeah. And even the guys are like, it's kind of weird that our mothers are totally 2 years older than us, but it's whatever. And it's like, do you wish to train?
Yeah.
I'm ready for that show to drop.
So no, new season. I'm glad she got this role as Supergirl to be like, hey, I was, in a couple episodes of this Game of Thrones spinoff, but I could actually do some real work.
Yeah, and Pro Cosplay, which is where I get a lot of my cosplays from, they got their Supergirl cosplay already, done, and I'm like, I can't wait I'm gonna get that ready for when the movie comes out.
Nice with the trench coat and everything.
Yeah, and boba tea or whatever she's drinking. Like, it's gonna be exciting.
No, this is gonna be a fun universe.
I'm excited though for Jason Momoa. I'm like, Zack Snyder is a fucking idiot for not thinking of him being a Lobo. Like, you gotta be Lobo. He's fucking Lobo. He looks like him. Aquaman, okay.
Yeah, I mean Aquaman. They kind of he has had long hair in the past.
They made him want to be more indigenous to like Polynesian, Hawaiian. Like, I understand that in the cultural references, but like Lobo is right there.
Yeah, Lobo, and that's what I'm excited that Momoa is going to get to play Logo because he'd been wanting to. He's like, oh my god, this character is perfect for me.
And Zack Snyder was like, Spike,
you're going to be Aquaman. He's like, all right, I'll do this.
Yeah.
But also,
James Gunn understands the vision and the excitement.
Yes.
Yes.
And also showing that he can recast. Be like, hey, you don't all have to. We can get you in different roles, and you can still come play with us. So that's exciting because, like we said, Margot Robbie could show up as a character we don't have any. Like, maybe she'll be Big Barda. Maybe she'll be like, I know they're working on a Mr. Miracle, New Gods kind of thing. So that could be, again, Tom King is heavily involved. So Tom King is a comic book author who's done a lot of books, and I know, he's hanging out with James Gunn, talking to him in his ear. His books are going to be the blueprint. And
who I want? You know what Batman villain I want to have a live Baby Doll.
Baby Doll would be great.
Yeah,
she'd be cool. I mean, that would be a great.
They could cast, like a small actress for the role. Not everyone, freaking Peter Dinklage. You're not the only small person actor who should have the spotlight.
Yeah.
His comments about Snow White pissed me off.
What? What did he say?
He was like, it's kind of like he did like the idea of them casting like, it would be like a typecasting, the typecast like dwarf actors in Snow White, and a lot of other dwarf actors who felt like Peter Dinklage, climbed the ladder and took it from them. They're like, we would have loved having this opportunity.
Yeah.
I would have made the movie a lot better than having CGI. They're like, but Come on, dude, why should you be the only like dwarf actor who's famous?
Yeah, no, I agree with that point. Like having them be CGI was such a weird decision anyway. Like, like they're. I get it. They're supposed to be like magical creatures, but they just look weird. Like, just have them be regular actors. I don't know. You could even did a Hobbit thing and done the shooting, like, you know, the forced perspective thing. But I don't know.
I mean, look at Warwick Davis. He's playing the professor, the same professor he did in the Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I think my theory is with those who are dead, I think what it is that they're doing this so J.K. Rowling doesn't have to see the original actors' faces on all the Universal rides. That's it. And we all know Tom Felton's going to be Lucius Malfoy. We all know it.
Oh,
He's old enough to play him. He's already going to be an older Draco in the Cursed Child play.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't he already like doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he got emotional.
What else is he going to do?
I know. He ain't doing
Have you
anything.
seen those videos on YouTube, like talking about like, well, Tom Felton's kind of crashing out and like no one knows what's going on?
He does all these songs about he's a big Draco and Hermione shipper, and the songs he writes about him and Emma Watson, I'm just like, oh, gee. I'm like, they're very perverted and disgusting.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
like,
oh
dude,
my
you
God.
had like a childhood crush thing, and now you're adults and you're still thinking about it. Very Arrested Development. But Baby Doll, I think you're right. Could be a great character for like Batman's, you know, one of these Rogues Gallery series, 10-episode series of this actress losing her mind.
Yeah. It would make so much sense too. Because remember her and Killer Croc? That was dude. I was like,
I wouldn't even be mad if they brought in the same Killer Croc from Suicide Squad.
I was like, you know what? That's my OTP right there. One true pairing. Let's go. But then he kind of generally, you know, used her.
Yes. But
I honestly think my number one thing is a live action of like just the Mad Love story.
Yeah, I think that would be cool.
I mean, we only got and that's
wait.
And that's the one thing a lot of people were fascinated about Suicide Squad. Is like we're seeing Joker and Harley's relationship in a very positive light. I'm like, well, I'm like, guys, it wasn't always a negative relationship. There were times where, you know, I mean, there were times where he needed her and she helped him and vice versa. Very, you know, not all, but like, I mean, there were times where
there were times where she could pretend that he actually cared about her.
Yeah.
And those are the moments that we're seeing. And I think a Mad Love story would be really good. You know, like I was saying, they could wait a little while.
I got the comic back here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the story itself is a really good story and could be expounded on and be, you know, like a Me Too kind of situation.
Yes. Toxic,
like,
very bad. Like, you know,
toxic relationship and teach people about like this is the signs and whatnot. And that would be a really cool story. I would take it. Robert Pattinson, Barry Keoghan, Batman and Joker. And then I don't know, some new woman to play.
I think Anya Taylor-Joy would make an interesting Harley Quinn. Some people think Mikey Madison too, but I'm like, I feel like ever since Mikey Madison won the Oscar for Nora, she's been very picky about what she wants to be in.
I mean, I think you could do like anyone can kind of be Harley. Yeah. Like Anya Taylor, she's kind of getting to the point of oversaturation. Of
Mia Goth, perhaps.
Yeah, her too.
She's got a naturally high-pitched voice, you know.
I think you get an unknown for these, you know, or like at least a lesser known, and that would be, and then you could tell really like she could really embody Harley as a character and do that well. Another movie that maybe we should talk about, the first movie that I talked about on my channel, ever made a review for, Joker 2. Folie à Deux brought out
I did that cosplay.
Harley Quinn and Joker and kind of tried to do their own little spin on
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. That's my Harley Quinn, y'all. I think that was my letterbox review too. Like, as someone who here's the thing, as someone who loves musicals, this was me during the entire time. I'm like, oh my god, another musical number. When is this movie gonna end? Like, it was people were walking out. Like, I was gonna do a cosplay booth with like one of the staffers to be Joker, and they literally emailed me like, "There's no one showing up to the Joker movie. You don't have to worry about coming at all." I'm like, okay, cool.
Wow. I mean, when I went to see it, there were people walking out, And I was like the first time I've seen people walk out of a movie in a long time.
Yes.
I was like, damn, dude, people are pissed off. People
Yeah,
are
it was
pissed. Like,
bad.
the
I was
first
like,
movie was pretty good, you know, and I understand that this
Yeah.
one is kind of trying to talk to the audience, and that's what I mean, is getting your ideas from being reactionary to Twitter. Like, you don't have to change your plan, Marvel, because Twitter shit on this movie or this TV show. You can keep going
Yeah.
with it. People will get on board. You don't have to change your movie plans. Todd, what is his name? Todd Phillips. Fucking, because you saw people idolizing Joker, and you had to make this movie be like a takedown of those ideas and blah blah blah. Like, no, just make a fucking sequel, dude. Just
I'm
make a
sorry,
good
but your
movie.
Joker did not cause. I'm just saying, no disrespect to Heath Ledger, but your Joker movie did not incite a mass shooting. Okay, you're fine. I feel like we've gotten past that point where it's like the incels can be mocked, and also there's the whole you should not have idolized them starter pack, but.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have idolized
I feel
them.
like
You shouldn't
I feel
worry
like Lady
about it.
Gaga's Harley Quinn was a good match for Joaquin Phoenix. They seem
Yeah,
to
it
really
was.
respect each other.
It would have been cool
It's
if they
just-
had a better story.
I know. I'm like, I was like, what's happening here? I'm like, she's telling him to get off his meds, and I'm like, this is not good. But in a weird way, a lot of Harley Quinn stands are like, what if this was the relationship in the real verse? You know, I'm like, so that's something we never saw. A Harley Quinn and Joker where she's the one fucking
she's
things
the
up for him.
manipulator, and like, okay, that's an interesting spin. You know, that's a unique spin, at least. Okay,
Yeah,
I found the movie
actually.
interesting. You know, but I find sometimes I can stomach a lot of movies that people can't stomach, and just be like,
Look at
it's
that.
interesting.
Yep.
Who's that?
Mm-mm.
Would you just?
That's me. Oh.
Oh.
There's me at the my first.
Oh, you got the tights
convention.
and everything.
Yeah, the boots and everything. Oh my god! And these some of these girls came into the bathroom like, "Oh my god, we got to fix your wig." I'm like, "Thank you." Like, I love going to a Comic-Con because these cosplayers are so nice and respectful, and I want to do death so bad, but like, that cosplay is very very difficult to like achieve. Like, I mean,
you can just get a hood and then do your makeup all crazy.
I mean, I got the freaking. I mean, I got this. I want to do her Green Witch look, but also too, there's a site that actually makes the death cosplay, and I'm like, oh, and I would have to do a payment plan for that one because I want to do it so bad. Because I'm watching all these. Everyone's like, Kristina, you gotta find your niche in this space to do. I'm like, I don't have any skills though, so therefore I don't have a niche. That's
Your
my
niche
problem.
is talking about geek stuff, nerd stuff, like I do.
Like,
that's
yeah.
what we do.
We gotta start a podcast together and just talk about that. DCU and Who is what I thought of for a title.
I like that one. I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would be very interested to see where they take Harley in this new universe, and where they go with a lot of the characters. Like, you know, I'm interested to see how they take Guy Gardner, and we're seeing it now, from Superman, and then they put him in Peacemaker, R-rated. And he's cursing and he's doing a lot more lewd, jokey jokes. And then we're going to do the Lantern show, which I hear is going to be a lot more serious and like True Detective tone, which I'm like interested to see you do Green Lantern in True Detective. Okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's going to have to be a little more serious in that. And, you know, I'm sure he's going to be jokey as well. But this is how you do. Each project has its own tone, yet you can still carry over the characters because it works in the books. It works in the books.
And here's
Let's see this.
the Suicide Squad Harley Quinn look. Yeah.
Let's
I
throw
got
it
a
up.
lot of love. Everyone loves it.
Oh, that's cool. The goggles and
Yeah.
everything.
Mm-hmm. That wig's a bit. The bitchiest part is the freaking like people don't understand that cosplaying is a chore. Putting everything on is a chore. I got everything I need for my Yelena cosplay from Thunderbolts. Oh my god, that's gonna be a bitch to put together. I even got Lady Deadpool. And I haven't even done her yet because I don't have the ponytail. Like it's just
Yeah, I mean, going to
We're not in the
a
summertime.
Comic-Con in heels is crazy. I can't imagine. Like I've gone to Comic-Con here in New York a few times over the years, and man, just walking around, even just like last time I went, I just was in Artist Alley getting all the signatures on my books, and that took a long time walking around, snaking around all the tables and stuff. Oh, my feet were killing me by the end. Walking around the
And
whole
you-
convention floor upstairs and doing all that. Insane.
Yeah,
Insane
Augusta
enormous.
Con's getting. That's where I met Matt. We met.
Oh,
That's
shit.
how we met for the first time. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I was like the letter hack. Oh my gosh! It was like I saw him. I'm like, wait a minute. And I said to him, like, you are a lot shorter in person.
Was he at a table?
No, he just came up because he wanted to get a few stuff signed because of the artists,
cool.
the writers and
Yeah.
and the artists that were there.
Oh, that's cool.
I was
That's
like,
awesome.
hey, what's up?
Because I know
Yeah.
he's published a book, so I was wondering if he was there with that book.
Yeah, but I was like, hey, what's up?
And this is down in Carolina.
Yeah, well, in Augusta, Georgia, because we tried Aiken Comic Con, it was like no one showed up. Everyone goes to Augusta, but it keeps getting bigger every year because every time they announce a new Augusta Con, it's like, oh, we changed the venue. Oh, we changed the venue. Oh, we changed the venue. And I'm like, just figure out where you want to go.
People want to go.
Hey.
People want to go to these things, but they're always in San Diego, New York, or
Yeah.
pepper them around into into more cities, and people will go. Build it, and they will come.
Oh yeah, and the weirdest thing too is I had this one guy who like felt like he kind of stalked me. He must have known I was going
Another
through
one?
a friend. And yeah, seriously. And he's like, hey, you recognize me? And I'm like, oh, it's you. I'm like, how the hell did you recognize me underneath this makeup? But it wasn't really a whole lot of makeup. My favorite thing, honestly, was getting Sarah Sampaio's attention for my Eve Teschmacher cosplay. She's dating Ray Nicholson. She's dating Jack Nicholson's son.
Oh, really?
Smile too. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, so Jack Nicholson might have seen my cosplay of his maybe future daughter-in-law. That's cool.
Wow. So he's in the new Stephen King movie, right? Long
I think
Walk?
so. I mean,
Yeah.
he looks like his dad. He did the good.
He does.
Smile.
He
I was
does.
like, cast, you know what? Fuck it. Cast Ray Nicholson as the Joker.
He was in the Doctor Sleep, I think, as Jack Nicholson's character, I think.
No, it wasn't. It was
Oh, no.
actually the kid from E.T.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, the
Oh, well, he's
the
in the
one who
other
cried
Mike
on his
Flanagan stuff.
audition and
Yeah,
got the
yeah.
role like that. I was like, damn. But like,
But he's in the
he
movie.
looks so much
He
like
might be the bartender. He's in.
yeah,
Dr. Sleep.
but he would have been. I think I might be honest on it. James Gunn, Ray Nicholson, Jack Nicholson's son, who's in Smile 2, cast him as a Joker in the DCU.
Yeah.
Just like his dad.
that'd be cool.
Recreate that scene in the
Yeah.
museum where they're dancing to Prince and wrecking
Yeah.
shit. I would love that homage.
That's a great scene.
Party
speaking of Batman,
people.
they're doing that with the new Lego Batman game. It's a whole like mishmash of movies, comics, and cartoon stuff, and into like basically another Arkham game, but it's Lego. So I'm sure there's gonna be a scene where like Heath Ledger's Joker is doing the museum sequence or something like that, because they're gonna have all the different versions. But yeah,
Let's broaden our minds.
I miss. They were making a Wonder Woman game, but Warner Brothers canned it.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of Zaslav's fucking
They're like,
cuts.
Gal Gadot really did a bad acting job, so we're gonna do this. I think it's funny when they're like, "What's the worst line delivery in a film?" and everyone's like, "Do we really have to say who and what?"
That's crazy. That's crazy
we
that
all-
she
we
was
all
that
know.
bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really
Hey,
funny that they were like, she can't do another accent, so we're gonna have all the other actresses do her accent,
like
so
it
that
is really, like,
their Amazon sounds like this.
yeah. Well, you know what they could do? They should, if James Gunn really wanted to go there, cast Pedro Pascal as Maxi Zeus.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Maxi Zeus is an interesting another one who can get a rogues gallery.
Yeah, he has like a delusion of grant, like his origin story could be made into a movie too. Like do all these like origin stories.
Him as
like,
a character
nip it in the bud.
was always confusing to me because I'm like, how do you run? I mean, some of these all are where it's like, how do you actually run a gang? Like, how do you run a gang, Scarecrow, and profit ever? You know what I mean? But like Maxi Zeus's whole thing was he thinks he's Zeus actually, but he's just a guy. And,
yeah, and
runs the
even though
gang
his
in Gotham.
assistant's like, Max, calm down. What's wrong with you? And then when he goes into, he definitely deserved to go into Arkham because he's like,
Yes.
oh, and there's Demeter. There's oh god, what's
Ares and Artemis.
Ares, yeah, and all that, and they're all looking at him like,
Yeah, he's looking at Joker. He's like, Demeter, my friend.
yes.
That would be
You
interesting.
know what's interesting? When Robert Downey Jr. was supposed to be Scarecrow in Nolan's verse, but he didn't get it because he saw Cillian Murphy in 28 Days Later and was like, I like those eyes on that man. He even said like every opportunity he wanted Cillian to remove his glasses so we could see his eyes. Even I remember watching this and I'm like, because I also just watched Red Eye at the same, because those movies came out the same year, and I'm like, oh, he could villain. I'm like, Scarecrow, cute. Like,
yeah.
He also wanted to do a Scarecrow movie, and I'm like, oh my god, is it too late, Christopher Nolan? Like,
I mean, we can get Cillian Murphy back, I'm sure.
Yeah,
a Scarecrow, he'll show back up again.
I think Jack O'Connell would make a good Scarecrow now that I think about it. If he didn't get Clayface,
I think Jack Quaid could be a good Scarecrow.
Yeah,
From The Boys. That's another show.
Yeah, he's got the skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people always saw Cillian Murphy, they're like, he doesn't look like how Scarecrow is in the comics, and I'm like, does Christopher Nolan really care about that?
Actually, he really does.
Yeah,
Jonathan Crane is a very lanky, skinny dude with like greasy black hair. So
yeah, what's funny too is that like we gotta forget that Liam Neeson was Ra's al Ghul. Like, everyone's like, do we really need the Al Ghuls to come back into the? I'm like, best death scene ever.
Yeah, it's pretty great. It's pretty great. The train. I don't have to save you. I think they should get the Al Ghuls back and do the whole League of Assassins thing. Like,
yeah.
I was thinking about this like a good way, because they kind of did it with Superman, and they had some like subversions of DCEU tropes. And if you would do that with Batman, you're gonna have like, oh, this the League of Assassins and whatever, and then like, Clayface swallows all the ninjas up. And now we're doing like all fantastical, like comic booky stuff. So I would like to see the League of Assassins try to like destroy Gotham, but they send, Vandal Savage or like Kane, the father of Cassandra Cain, Batgirl. And he shows up to Gotham. He's running for mayor or something. We're gonna do another like Trump allegory,
maybe
and then he's defeated.
Joker,
and then the crazies come out.
I'm still hung up on that. That's just so funny.
So, but doesn't making the Joker a socialist mayor kind of undercut the ideas that he's espousing, because it's the Joker?
Yeah.
Like, for example, in comics, one of the most famous comics ever, Death in the Family, where Robin is murdered by the Joker. In that book, Joker gets away with it to an extent because he kills him in Africa, and then he's like wandering around the desert, and he's picked up by Iran and their like military, and he meets with the Ayatollah, and the Ayatollah makes him ambassador to Iran and sends him to the UN with diplomatic immunity. And you have the Joker being like, me and the Ayatollah get along because we're both crazy and we both like blowing up people, and that's what I'm gonna do here at the UN, and gas everybody and kill everybody. So having the Joker basically be like, I endorse everything that Iran is doing, ergo anyone reading this book should think that Iran is crazy and insane like the Joker, and a bad guy like the Joker. And that's kind of what that came across to me as, like, him being a socialist mayor is like, well, we can have him say all these good things, but it's the Joker, so he's gonna twist it and be evil, and then people watching will go, oh, socialism doesn't work, it's just evil people who do that.
Yeah, that's so funny though. I mean, it's just fascinating to me. All these ideas that we got, and it's like, come on, James Gunn, hire us for something, anything.
Yes, put us on a show. Give us the Rogues Gallery.
I cannot tell you. I literally summarized. The first season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia that they did like right after COVID, where they kind of predicted like they made certain events happen. I typed out a whole thing on Tumblr and I screenshot it and I posted on my Instagram story and tagged. And this was during my first watch of It's Always Sunny during COVID when we took a 2-week break, and I was like, "This is how the season should open," and it was exactly that episode. Frank causing the Rudy Giuliani melting hair crap, the guys doing QAnon, the ballot boxes, the COVID vaccines, and I'm like, I'm looking at this, watching the season, I'm like, and they did see. I did tag them on my Instagram stories, and they saw it. They saw it. So. I deserve credit for that season. What, season 16 or something like that? I was like, I basically gave him a summary of what the season was going to be, should be about.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
But the Rogues Gallery show, it could be, it doesn't have to just be Batman villains. It can be Flash villains, Aquaman villains, Green Lantern villains. I like to see a Sinestro show. I like to see Poison Ivy show, like we were talking about. The Rogues show, those are Flash's villains, like Captain Cold and Captain Boomerang, a lot of captains, Mirror Master, Trickster, and like them team up and have to do a mission. There's a great Black Label book called The Rogues, which I think would be a really cool show where they invade Gorilla City.
I always think of that scene from Batman the Animated Series where he's disguised as Killer Croc and they're all playing poker or whatever, and they're describing like the time they almost got Batman, and everyone's looking at him like I'm like, I'm like, I know, it's so good. I love it.
No, that would be a great episode to do down the line when all the villains are established and they can have their poker game.
Who do you think should be Harvey Dent?
Ooh.
I was thinking Dan Stevens could probably do it.
Who's Dan Stevens?
First of all, a lot of people know who he is because he left Downton Abbey at season 3, and people are still mad about him. He played the Beast in Beauty and the Beast. He did The Guest. I don't know if you ever saw that film. That's a good film. Highly recommend it. He was in the new Godzilla movie.
If this is the guy I'm thinking of, he's in goddamn
Blue Eyes, very handsome.
Yeah. This dude, he's in Abigail. He's in so many fucking movies.
I know. He's like a. I don't really see him as a leading man because he does everything, but he's becoming a genre actor. He's been doing a lot of horror and like sci-fi lately.
He was in the movie Cuckoo, which I thought was really good.
Yeah, he was also in the Eurovision movie, which I love. He was also David Haller in I don't know if you ever saw Legion. Love that show.
No, I didn't see Legion. I knew it existed.
It's so good. Aubrey Plaza, isn't it?
Yeah, X-Men.
I highly recommend it. 3 seasons. It's about Professor X's son.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I got his attention. I got his attention one time on Twitter about it. Yeah, season 2. I made a Trump joke and he liked it, and I was the only tweet about Legion season 2 that he liked, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna save this for forever. And even on Instagram too, during COVID, he made his whole like personality about wearing a mask because I said be like him and wear a mask, and he made it his Instagram story. And I'm like, again, I saw it because you can see who looks at your Instagram stories, and I'm like, God damn, he saw my Instagram story. Yeah.
I only found that out recently. I don't use Instagram that much.
Now he used to be on Twitter, but once Elon took over, he got rid of it.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, I know a lot of people did.
But yeah, his first film was a German film. He was in Vamps. That's a cute movie.
He would be good. Here, let me put his picture up.
Yeah, for those who don't know, he's handsome. His birthday's a day before mine.
Yeah, this
dude. Yeah.
He could be a good Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. He also did The Boy and the Heron. He was the voice of the parakeet in the English.
That was a great movie. The Ghibli movie.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And he's done Solar Opposites.
Yo, let me just shout out.
And he's gonna do the Among Us movie.
Oh, really? There's an Among Us movie?
I think he's playing the blue one. I don't know. Yeah, there's an Among Us movie coming out. Should have happened like 4 years ago when it was relevant.
We're gonna have the fucking Minecraft thing again.
Yes, people are going to be like chasing each other around blindfolded, probably in the theaters.
Holy shit, that's funny.
Yeah.
What was I just talking about? Oh, did you see the movie K-pop Demon Hunters?
Yes.
That's on Netflix. It's been going around. We saw my friends on Saturday. And they recommended it. I'm like, well, I guess we got to watch this movie. We came home, we watched that shit. So fun. So fun. That's how you do.
Yeah.
Speaking of Joker too, that's how you do a good musical. Each song has to build the story. It has to advance the plot. That was the problem with Joker, is that none of those songs advance the plot.
It was just for Lady Gaga to sell a jazz album, honestly. Why
Really.
do birds suddenly appear?
Which was a good album.
I know. I was like, yeah.
But like,
yeah,
do not make an entire movie like that.
Yeah, just don't. I mean, the costumes were great. Loved it. Obviously, I cosplayed it, but it's like, oof. I mean, you know who a lot of people want to play Joker though? Like, even though I think Ray Nooks, freaking the dude who plays Art the Clown in the Terrifier movies, because he could do a good Mark. I'm like, but he could do a good Mark Hamill impression. But like, that's not the point though. You have to be your own Joker.
Yeah,
you have to be. You have to be different. You have to be unique. Every Joker, except for Jared Leto, brought something to the table.
Yeah, I think Cameron Moynihan did a great job on the Gotham TV show.
Yeah, when he played the twins,
that show was up and down, but like he was, and they did a unique way of like figuring out how to do multiple iterations of the Joker.
Yeah,
and like, all right, cool, and he's playing twins, and he did a lot of work on that show for a show that kind of came and went
while he was doing Shameless too. Yeah,
so
crazy.
I wouldn't be mad if they brought him back for Joker.
Yeah.
Honestly. I think what's your biggest fan cast? Like we were talking about Harvey and Joker and whatnot, but who would you most want to see come back and as what character?
Come back as what character?
Or maybe let's do this. Let's narrow it down. Take a DCEU actor, not Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
Who can come back and play a different character like Jason Momoa is doing.
Yeah, I'm really thinking. I'm really, really thinking. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, Patrick Wilson could make an actual decent Aquaman.
I think you're not wrong.
No, I mean, he's known as a Scream King, and I knew him from his musical theater days before he became, mainstream and all that, before Hard Candy, and even before Phantom of the Opera. So it's like, he has the beauty, but I mean, he might be too old.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Then he could make a good Jim Gordon in the DCU if they're not going with, Jeffrey Wright.
Yeah.
Or Ethan Hawke and Maya Hawke. Hello.
Oh yeah, for Jim and Barbara.
He said James Gunn said that she's gonna be ginger. And I'm like, there could be only one option for this.
Wait. Hold up. Maya Hawke is gonna be in the universe?
Well, he says that Barbara Gordon's gonna be a redhead. And I'm like, well, Ethan Hawke could be Jim Gordon, and Maya Hawke could be Barbara. Why not?
That'd actually be really cool. I think that would be a great casting. And that's
But I'm trying to think who else from like the freaking I mean, fucking David Harbour was in Suicide Squad, and they make that joke, moving to DC was the best thing for me, and he's freaking Frankenstein in the Creature Commandos.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder how they're gonna translate these voice actors to live action.
I mean,
will they still play the live action characters? Because I think it was Sean Gunn is playing 5 different people, most of them voice actors.
Right.
I'm ready to see a GI Robot live action killing Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, we have Rick Flag Sr. debuting in Commandos, voiced by Frank Grillo, appears as Frank Grillo in Peacemaker. Yeah. So they could have all of them do that, but the question is, do all of them look enough like the characters they're playing? Like, does Bride of Frankenstein look like Bride of Frankenstein?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the actress who voices her. She's a little older, but I feel like she needs to be older. I feel
and with something like Bride of Frankenstein, you can put on a lot of makeup, but I'm saying like,
yeah,
she
kind of resembles her. Like when I see her, I see the actress voicing her.
All right, let me check. Let me take a look. I think, to answer my own question, who should come back from the DCEU? I think you get Henry Cavill, because he was done dirty. I think done dirtiest by all the decisions made by Zaslav and whatnot.
The Rock getting his hopes up.
Yeah. And so he can come back, and I would say a cool character for him to play and be like Orion, like son of
Yeah.
Darkseid, new god, super powerful character who could like fight Superman. That would be a cool thing to see, right? Mark Hamill or Henry Cavill fighting David Cornsweat's Superman as Orion, being like, "You pitiful," because he could, Orion's big and like bulky too.
Yeah, and he bulked up just for his cameo in Deadpool Wolverine. So,
so I could see Mark Hamill. I keep saying Mark Hamill, Henry Cavill coming back.
Yeah. Have you ever heard?
yeah, I would
Tim
love to
Curry
see-
was supposed to voice the Joker, right? In Batman Animated Series.
Yes. And then there is some
he
like
couldn't finish because
recording of it.
they I think scheduling conflict the two, they were like, "You're too evil sounding for the Joker," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"You're too scary for the kids." Like his laugh was very frightening, apparently.
Yeah,
to, like,
they got
test
the
audiences or whatever.
'cause they were like, "Oh, he was the clown in It. Let's like get him." And then it was like, "Oh, you're fucking scary, and we want this to be a little funnier."
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what other actors from the. I mean, but Amy Adams is going down a bit of a like a. She's going down a landslide when it comes to her acting. I mean, Amy Adams could totally be like maybe Barbara Gordon's mom, perhaps. Like, I don't know. Like, justice for Diane Lane. Okay, is what I'm going to say. Have her play someone in.
Diane Lane would be a great Leslie Tompkins. Leslie Tompkins is a doctor in the Batman universe who is like an older woman, kind of a motherly figure to Bruce. Often seen like possibly being romantically involved with Alfred. So I think that would be cool to do if they're going to do like a big Bat family.
We've never had a bad Alfred ever.
We've never had the Bat family like proper. The closest we got was that Batman and Robin movie with Batgirl, Alicia Silverstone in the 90s. I would love to see Batman with Nightwing and Huntress and
imagine
Barbara.
Patrick Schwarzenegger getting cast as Mr. Freeze.
That would be really funny.
I would be like, you know what? I get it now.
I would have Arnold come back as something. He could be High Father, the god of new gods, or Darkseid, even Austrian Darkseid.
Yeah,
it would be kind of fitting, actually.
Yeah, it really would. Who do you think should be? Everyone's like, who's gonna be Booster Gold? I feel like Booster Gold should be like almost like the Bugs Bunny of the DCU, kind of like how like Deadpool is, because he could just be everywhere. Because when I played the DC, you know that one DC game that's all free, like the DC universe or whatever online. I love that game because I just love beating up cops as my character. But all these guys love approaching me like in the like like in the home base, and I'm like, I'm walking away like, I think you follow me. I'm like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Typing in Discord, like, just leave me alone. But
I
like
flying around the cities.
Yeah. But like I who do you think, because Booster Gold's like everywhere in that game too. Like he's always referenced or there's something for like
I think you do if we're slowly building up this Justice Gang into a Justice League, we're gonna need Booster and Blue Beetle, and we're gonna need the Batman punching Green Lantern moment, Guy Gardner moment. So I think we need a Blue and Gold movie would be cool. Have Blue Beetle and Booster, because Cord Industries was mentioned, and we have that Blue Beetle movie. I don't know if we're keeping it. That's another question of like, is this canon or not? When it was coming out, James Gunn said like, yeah, of course it will be, but like, you weren't in charge yet, and you were just kind of propping up any DC thing because that's where you were going to work. I understand.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was really serious about keeping.
You know who should be Renee Montoya if it's not Rosie Perez anymore? Aubrey Plaza.
Oh, she.
I saw Honey Don't. She plays a cop. So it's like, I got ideas. I got ideas.
I think they should do Renee. And they should do well, they're already kind of doing No Man's Land a little bit, which is a series where an earthquake hits Gotham, and that's the story, is that Gotham's been fucked. The government has kind of cordoned it off and said you're on your own, and that's the story. So we got the 0 year is where Riddler floods Gotham. So we got that in the Batman, could lead into a no man's land situation. And then you could get during that story, Two-Face kind of just teams up with Renee Montoya and by blackmailing her and saying, I'm going to let the rest of the cops know that you're gay. And because I have these pictures, so I'm going to blackmail you. And that would kind of be a cool story to tell of like her having to come out to the rest of the police force.
Ooh, Margaret Qualley is Harley Quinn. Blonde, I could see it because I saw her in before Margaret Qualley got big with like all her collabs with like Yorgos Lanthimos and like some of the films, the substance. She was in a miniseries on FX about director dancer Bob Fosse, where she played Gwen Verdon, who was another muse of his. No, not Margaret. Anne Reiking. Gwen Verdon was Michelle Williams. She did a really good, very raspy, soft, like Brooklyn-ish like accent for the role. To play her, and I'm like, I see it now.
From the substance. Yeah. Let me show this. I think she could do a good Harley for sure.
Mm-hmm. She can do that. She's capable of doing the accent. And I do like the fact that I remember a lot of people asked Margot Robbie how she did her accent because a lot of people wanted her like to do like an Arlene impression. I'm like, no, that's good for animation. That's not good for live action. And
when I saw Wolf of Wall Street and that character, I was like, oh, this is Harley Quinn.
Yeah,
you could do it.
So her dialect coach was like, okay, imagine you're in a salon and you're getting your nails done, you're getting the acrylics done, huh? And I was doing that too, and I was like, oh my god, like I it was so weird. I was doing it too, man. Like I get it. I understand now. You just gotta pretend that you're at the salon, you're getting your nails done. I get it now.
Yeah,
like I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to her. Like I'm like that is really like if you're struggling to get like a very stereotypical northern accent for a woman, just pretend you're at a nail salon getting fake nails done, the gel done, the acrylics, and all of a sudden you're talking like you're from up north and everything is fine and there's nothing to worry about. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. Like that's how I feel. That's the most interesting thing about dialect coaches. They're like focus on like you're in a scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like you don't have to do a whole lot. But like I know for the Bruce Springsteen movie, Jeremy Allen White contacted the person who did Austin Butler and Timothée Chalamet's accents for their films, and I'm like, oh god, is he gonna be stuck with? Nah, I feel like Jeremy Allen White's too professional to be stuck sounding like Bruce Springsteen. 1, 2, 3, yeah. I'm excited for that one. I know Forrest and Conan hate biopics, but as someone who's from Freehold, New Jersey, like the bosses, this is special for me. They're going to show a lot of Freehold in that movie.
I'm interested.
I heard great things, so that's good.
I have an idea. For the last, 20 so minutes or whatever, however long we feel like doing this, I found a list of the most popular actors judged by, I guess, IMDb. And we're just going to go through and say who they should play in the DC. So here we go. First, we got Brad Pitt.
Ooh, Brad Pitt.
I'm going to say
Bruce Wayne's dad, Thomas.
Maybe. That would be good because then you get him in and out fast. And he's just in a flashback.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we got Brad Pitt in here. Woo!
Yeah. It'd be like the Deadpool cameo. He's just there for a second.
I remember watching that. Me and my ex were like, what? How? that was X-Force. That was hilarious. That whole sequence.
Next, we got Morgan Freeman.
Well, I mean,
he was already Lucius in the Batman, in the Dark Knight series. But if he was to show
playing
up,
like a Daggett character, like someone like Daggett for like the whole Daggett Corporation, the company that made, him playing like someone like a little villainous, perhaps.
Yeah, I could see that. I would love to see a Morgan Freeman villain. Have we gotten that yet?
I don't think so. He's too busy voicing like God and stuff like
It's
that.
too
Like,
pure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would like villain Morgan Freeman.
Or like Lucius's dad, if his dad's even a character, like maybe like a brief origins or like flashback or something like that.
You know what? I could see him voicing Gorilla Grodd.
Ooh, yeah.
That would be cool.
Do an animated something like that.
Yeah. Or live action, big CG gorilla voiced by Morgan Freeman trying to take over the world. I can see that.
Yeah. Or you could get Josh Robert Thompson from the Late Late Show, who does a good Morgan Freeman impression.
What about Leonardo DiCaprio?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
I would say Professor Strange. You could do.
Yeah.
He's taken over Arkham and he wants to experiment on everybody and make him like ugly, make him big and fat and ugly, and like have DiCaprio disappear into the role. He'd love that.
Oh yeah. Any excuse to get another Oscar, I'm assuming, or something. I still think he should have won for The Aviator, but Jamie Foxx did Ray, so that was a tough year for that was a good year, 2004 in film. I remember I was 11.
Let's skip around here. Sam Jackson. What's a Sam Jackson be in the DCU? Because he would do it. We know Sam would do it.
Oh, he'll do anything as long as he gets to say motherfucker.
He could be Brainiac. He's bald.
You know what? That wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly.
Because
we're getting Brainiac eventually.
We could get him to tone it down and be like super serious and whatnot for Brainiac. And that would be an interesting role for him to play. But if we wanted to just be Sam Jackson and just be fun, get him to be like I would have said Lex if we didn't already have a Lex be older, but maybe Dan Turpin, like the cop in Metropolis.
Ooh,
grizzled
cop.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
What about? Let's get some women here.
Yeah, where the women? Women
This is
talking,
just
right?
Actors. Okay, let me see. Popular actresses list.
But like Emma Stone and Jennifer Lawrence are gonna be on that list.
What about Natalie Portman?
Natalie Portman. Ooh. Now I feel like her being like in a flashback of a character, a character's mom. She's at that age where she's old enough to play mothers now.
She doesn't have to. Like we're deciding. We're the casting directors here.
Yeah.
She could be Ivy. She could be.
I don't know. Maybe I'll take Emma Stone. Redhead.
Yeah.
Comes naturally. She could be a very mixture of like the sexy, but like how she's portrayed now, like in the Harley Quinn show, like kind of like awkward. Like it's like a mousy, awkward, but also kind of assertive at the same time. No bullshitting.
So Emma Stone's our Ivy, and Natalie Portman. Natalie Portman could be. She could be Maggie Sawyer, who's another Metropolis cop, tough as nails cop.
Yeah.
Also, possibly love interest for Renee Montoya.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Had a little bit of an age gap thing going on. Nothing wrong with that.
What about? Okay, we've got some more actresses here. Oh, Halle Berry.
Oh, Catwoman's skinny. I used to have that Barbie doll. I remember seeing that movie in the theater, thinking this is not the Catwoman story at all. Like,
I saw it in the theater too, and I was like, "Wait a minute, where's Batman?"
Yeah, her name wasn't even Selena Kyle. It was like something Patience or something like that.
Yeah, Patience.
I mean, I wouldn't mind her in a DC just to play like a little nod to her Catwoman.
Yeah. She could be a good another Superman character, White Rabbit, and this not the same White Rabbit who appeared on Peacemaker. Different White Rabbit.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
different White Rabbit who builds. She press gangs steel into building weapons for her, and that's Steel's origin story. So she could be the villain for Steel's origin story, and we get someone to play Steel. Maybe Ray Fisher. Like I don't know if he's like actually like good or not. Like I don't remember how that fallout happened, but like if he wanted to come back and get a conciliatory role, you could be Steel, and it's another like cyborg kind of part, and you're basically the Iron Man of the DC universe.
Yeah. Not wrong with that. Well, I think Jenna Ortega would make a good Raven if they were doing.
Oh
Teen Titans.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And they're definitely going to do Titans eventually. But yeah, I think she would be a great Raven. Her lane as like goth emo actress, perfect cast.
Yeah, she could just tackle that Wednesday because I can see her not blinking a whole lot as well. The funniest thing is Tim Burton was like, "You can blink for it." She's like, but it got to the point where she's filming her scenes on Wednesday. They had to keep. That's why there's a lot of cutting because like she can't do that for too long, otherwise her eyes get too watery.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Ooh, September 4th, 2 days. Other half of season 2 of Wednesday drops. Yes, we can see Lady Gaga.
To me, September 4th tells me Silk Song is out. So I'm very excited to play that game. I've been waiting years for the sequel to Hollow Knight, and I'm very, very excited. I'm still debating if I should get it on Switch or PlayStation. Like, if I get it on Switch, I won't be able to stream it. But it is kind of sentimental to me, so I kind of want it on Switch. I'm thinking I want to cast... Sally Field, she can get another crack at the DC universe. She was Ma Kent, wasn't she, in Man of Steel?
Yeah.
So she could be Granny Goodness.
Oh yeah.
Or Uma, if you want to have a family affair, and Ethan Hawke and Maya Hawke show up, Uma Thurman could be Granny Goodness.
Yeah.
Or she could play Ivy's mother or something.
Yeah, a little hot
nod.
a little nod right there.
But yeah, this has been a great discussion about the DC universe. I'm very excited to see how it evolves going forward. We got more Peacemaker coming out. I'm still interested to see if they address like the retconning in the opening credits. If we're doing like a Rick and Morty fourth wall break thing here. Or we're just going to move on.
And James Gunn has said that he wants to do all that, like what George Lucas did with the Star Wars, the original trilogy, but he don't have that money yet. So it's like we have to wait. If he can do all the retconning. Well, you know how how originally it ended, like with them with all the Force Ghost, and we still see like an older Anakin Skywalker, but when they did the re-release, it's like Hayden Christensen's Anakin Skywalker, stuff like that he's like, we like all the stuff that George Lucas would tinker with throughout the decades and all the re-releases and stuff like that, making minor changes. James Gunn wants to do that. He wants to do that, but Warner Brothers don't they don't got that money yet. But like
with
I just
the DCEU, how would you do that?
Add more retconning, little things like replacing.
But like
things.
we talked about, Henry Cavill's Superman is a completely different Superman.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. But
how are you going to do that?
Yeah, we need like Charlie. We need the Pepe Sylvia meme, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, really. Like I got it all on my wall. I'm confused.
Yeah, Peacemaker. Yes, we love Peacemaker here.
Yes,
so good. So
it is very
good.
fun. I'm very much enjoying this season.
Yeah, I love John Cena because not because he follows me on Twitter out of God knows how many people, but like he really takes that to like he's really good. He's like, why should The Rock get all the glory? It's Cena and Batista, man. Like Cena Batista 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dave Batista. He said he would be in the DCU if James approached him with a good role.
He could be Killer Croc.
Yeah.
He can really bring a lot of pathos to that character because he's a good actor.
Yeah.
And then you could do the Arkham Asylum book, the Grant Morrison book, where Batman has to fight his way through the asylum, and then he's at the top layer in a big giant like water tank.
Yeah. I still think they should make a Task Force X like situation comedy, like The Office or something like that.
I think so. I think Creature Commandos
with all the characters from Peacemaker and all that, and it'd be so funny.
Oh yeah, I think Gunn is going to use like Peacemaker and Creature Commandos and some of these other things to really like play and have his fun and do what he wants to do with them, and then we're gonna have to like be serious when we make Superman or when we make Flash and Green Lantern and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
So
we must address one more thing. Now,
yes,
for those of you who have bird blindness, it is a real thing. No judge, no judge. If you or a loved one you know has bird blindness, please call. Just kidding. Adding Tim Meadows in the DCU was the best thing James Gunn could have done.
Tim Meadows is so good in everything.
He's like,
in.
that duck attacked me, and
I
I'm like,
want a Tim Meadows assance. Like since SNL, again, bringing it back to SNL in the 90s, he was so fucking good. The Ladies Man movie was funny, and that was like
Mean
a
Girls.
crazy random sketch. Mean Girls, whenever Walk Hard, whenever Tim Meadows comes up, it's a good time. I'm glad he's back. I want him back. I want him to stay. I don't want him to get killed off.
I mean the bird
this would
blindness
be
thing. He's
very
like,
funny.
that duck attacked me, and I'm like,
The way he
So I think
delivers the lines is so
he
good.
did I shared a meme of Eagly and I said, I'm like, why is there a duck as in the logo for DCU? And some people were like, wait, what? And I'm like, watch Peacemaker, don't
You
understand
gotta
the
watch
reference.
Peacemaker, man. You gotta stay up to date.
Yeah,
I'm glad
That's good.
Peacemaker's getting a good rollout too. Like I seen Steve Agee and what's her name, his girlfriend, in like Applebee's commercials and stuff. I'm like, good,
Oh
get
yeah,
Peacemaker.
oh god, what's her name? Jennifer
Holland.
Holland. I think her
Yeah,
name is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Get
they're
them in
doing a lot of-
commercials. Promote this TV show.
Yeah, get all that product placement going. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
Capitalism. Just kidding. I mean, I still think it's funny that so many Snyder cultists are like, well, Warner Brothers is going bankrupt. I'm like, Warner Brothers released like all the hit movies this year. What the fucking weapons?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, people? Like, they're not going bankrupt. Like, I don't know how many times you have to, like, it's not. Like, just because Joker 2 Fillet and Doof bomb doesn't mean everything else is going to bomb.
No, Zaslav making sure it doesn't get bankrupt.
And they even have a vision. They're like, they're gonna release like 2 superhero movies a year. They're gonna do like a horror movie, a comedy movie that. Like they have they want to release 12 movies per year.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're already talking about making a prequel to Weapons, where the grandmother character is going to be explored. They got that It series coming out. That Welcome to Derry.
Coming
That's
back.
gonna be
The
cool.
only way you can do it.
Excited to check that out.
I'm excited. I know Ryan Coogler did like 2, like a Creed trilogy. I want a Sinners trilogy. I want one about a prequel about Remick, and then I want a sequel about Stack and Mary as vampires throughout the decade.
I'm sure they're in talks.
Come on.
I mean,
Come
Sinners
on,
was a huge hit. Warner Brothers wants to keep that momentum. I'm sure they're in talks. I would see they got the Harry Potter thing coming out, which I don't know if that's going to work or not, but we'll see.
Those poor kids, man, they're living in an era of social media. I feel bad for them.
Yeah.
They're mad about Hermione being black. I'm like, well, in the book, she's described as having darker skin. She's not pale, so shut up.
And also,
I didn't
again,
read the
this
books,
is
and I know all this stuff.
It's just like, and it's a remake with, again, some of the same cast. It doesn't make sense. I saw a quote from Chris
Same
Columbus,
costumes.
who directed the first movie, saying why you put Hagrid in the same costume that we made for our movie? What is the point of this remake if you're not going to change it up?
If they had let Christopher Columbus direct the original Fantastic Four movie, maybe he wouldn't be in any of this situation with Marvel because he understood the vision that
he did,
that the creator did. Like, and they're like, no, we're not going to do any of that. He's like, you got to have the vision of the creator of the comics, and they're like, no, we're good.
Yeah.
It would have been a good movie.
And then he helped. Didn't he help out with Incredibles with Brad Bird?
Yeah. He also
And
directed.
then
He also
that's the
helped.
best Fantastic Four
He
movie.
also directed Home Alone.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Home Alone is great. I can't
He also
wait to
directed
watch
Rent.
it when Christmas happens.
Yeah,
Rent?
that's
He did
one of his
Rent?
Yeah, he did Rent the movie, and I'm like, for the musical, and I'm like, that was not good. None of those people look like they're in their early 20s. Okay, I love Adina, I love Adam, I love Jesse L. Martin, I know them all, but like, come on now.
The only version of I remember that movie coming out, but in 2004 it was Team America World Police that did a little parody of Rent in the very beginning of the movie, and I'm like, that's all I need to know. This.
How can a bunch of Marxists grift during the AIDS crisis? We'll find out.
Well, folks, thank you very much for sticking around and watching us talk DC and you, or DCU and who. and talk about what is canon and what is not canon in this new era of DC. We're going to keep finding out with Peacemaker and all these other shows and movies coming out. Clayface, Supergirl. Very excited for these projects. I can't wait for Clayface. I think, is that the next one coming out?
Yeah, it's coming out next year.
Wow.
9/11.
So is Supergirl coming out the following year?
Yeah,
Are they
Supergirl's
shooting
coming out sometime next year in the summer.
Oh,
I
it's
think.
coming out next year as well. Okay. So
Yep.
that's going to be the next like movie from DC.
Yeah.
Supergirl and then Clayface later. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. Cool. Do we know if we're getting another season of Creature Commandos?
They did get renewed. That as soon as it premiered, they're like, new season, let's go.
Okay, so we might get that as well next year.
Can't wait for that.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to see what's going on with DC. I think the vibes are shifting and people are paying more attention to DC than Marvel now.
The hierarchy of DC is
The
about to
hierarchy in the comic book movie universe is about to change.
Thanks for saying that, Dwayne Johnson, because it's so funny now. But now the hierarchy in the Oscar campaign is about to change, and I'm gonna be pissed off about that one.
I am interested to see if he actually gets nominated, and if he does, if he wins, because that would
Yeah.
be.
I'm campaigning for Michael B. Jordan and Jeremy Allen White because I need a win from one of them.
Michael B. should definitely get it for Sinners if he doesn't have it already for Creed.
No, he hasn't won an Oscar yet.
Oh,
Crazy.
well,
I know.
Sinners then. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for watching. Share this space. Tune in tomorrow and Thursday and next week and every other week. We'll be here. Take care. Take care, folks.
Bye.
Bye.